perceive anything. But just it has two extremes. When you see a tree, there's a tree outside, and there's a person inside. You can see two extremes are there. So when you have two extremes, you won't be able to see the correct way of Dhamma, Anatma doctrine, Anatma Sanya. When you see how it has formed, the tree has formed, basically, the formation of your mind, you can definitely understand how your soul has formed by yourself. Understand what I said? So every time you have to examine through your organs. There is no person in that. Only it has, your organ has a power, or it has a current to generate an image, a sound, a taste, a feel, and a thoughts. It happens automatically. When you add some words, when you see, this is the wrong way. That leads to create soul doctrine. I hope that you have an idea, at least small idea, how you can understand the formation of your mind. Every time when you hear something, when you taste something, when you see something, when you feel something, you have to find out how it has formed. That means the formation of your mind. There is no place for mind even, right? So therefore, go to your childhood and see how many words or collection of data needs to create your world. Just imagine, from our childhood up to now, so many things you have in your mind. Because of when you think, your mind is, you have a mind. You must struggle, or you have to always struggle with your thoughts, because you feel it is true. My mind says like that. My mind see like that. I feel it. That is the ignorance we have in our lives. So don't hesitate to understand this concept, and don't rush to understand this concept. One day, when you examine this theory very carefully by listening Dhamma Samad, you will be able to understand this is true. That means I has a power to generate an image. The ear has power to generate sound. The tongue has a power to generate taste. The nose has the power of creating fragrance. The body has power to feel whatever outside. That means warm, cold, softness, hardness, everything we feel it when we touch these things, right? Basically, you must have an idea. These are five senses. These are not belongs to us. It is our body system. No one is responsible for this body system because it has a natural process. In that natural process, you try to examine carefully where you are. If you feel, when you think your thoughts are right, you have thought, there is a place for thought, there is a mind, I have a mind, I always thinking. No, it is not like that. It comes automatically. Sound plus words is equal to create your mind. Not only that, other things even, right? Basically sound and your voice. That means words. When we add words for a sound, it makes an image of feeling or thought, and it's create a mind. Mind is a thought. Aramunu. In Sinhala it says aramuna. Situvilla. In English it says feel. Thoughts. But these are the words commonly used in English, right? Thoughts, especially thoughts. Thoughts are not true. We are living in an imaginary world. We imagine these are the things we experience. Your imagination is not true. It is wrong. That is why we always try to understand to live from the imagined world and living the real world. So, the Anatma doctrine is very important till you are attained Nibbana. I want to say it again. You won't be able to clear that point at once. It takes time. Don't worry. It takes time according to your capacity, according to your knowledge in that is Satyanyan. It will help you to understand this concept. I want to say we have to examine very carefully your five senses and basically keep in mind it has spark. It is a spark. It has sparks. Eye has a spark. Ear has a spark. Tongue has a spark. Body has a spark. Mind is another spark with all these things, right? Just imagine when you have a current spark. It doesn't know it is a spark even. It doesn't know this is a sound. It doesn't know this is an image. This is a color. It doesn't know this is a taste. The spark doesn't know anything. It comes automatically. It doesn't exist even. It comes and go, comes and go, comes and go. It comes and goes, comes and goes. It happens at a high speed. And we won't be able to understand the speed of it even. When it happens over and over and over again, these sparks, it has a main power to generate. These things are existing every time. That is another main think in that concept. When it happens over and over again, we think it is there. Tree is there. Book is there. Cold is here. Softness is, I feel softness. Hardness, I feel. Why? Because of the speed. At a fraction of a second, your mind works, right? I don't know. I can just even imagine the speed of our mind, right? It is a system. It's like a machine, right? So try to understand this speed of the power every time give us an false idea that everything is there. Everything is alive, not alive. It is a creation in every single moment. It is not a permanent thing even. It is not a permanent thing because creating every second, is there a permanent thing? Can we say like that? No, we can't say. There's not a permanence in there. No non-permanence. So try to understand this concept carefully. It takes time. Don't worry. No hurry. No hurry. You have to examine. When you taste something, you know it is sweet, it is bitter, it has sour. But sour doesn't know it is sour. Your tongue doesn't know it is sour. The object we eat doesn't know it as sour. How? Who says sour? Your mind. Because you have previous experiences in your mind. You have a lot of collection of data. When something touch in your tongue, you know this is sour, this is sweet, this is and not sweet, and taste, not taste even. Your mind says because of the data you have in your mind. The data is not complete to give a true idea of your mind. The word you have put that for that spark giving you an false idea. That is the hidden thing inside this concept. I think you get at least a small, at least a small idea what is anatma sanya, anatma doctrine. Try to understand this. Try to understand this noble truth. Our RN Master always try to explain you for everyone, not only you, for me, for everyone in Zoom discussion, the identification of your soul. Every time we think, when you think, the soul is there. There's a person inside. There's a living being inside, but there is no one is inside. Your feelings are, it's a fantasy. It's not a real world. Real world is, it comes when it comes to your feeling. Not your thought, not from your thought. It's a hidden thing. It's difficult to explain, but you feel it. There's no person inside. There is no taste inside. It's only a spark. It's only a sense we have. We get from our senses. It's only there are only senses we have in our body, not our body. It's a system. So try to understand this. It will remove your false idea, the person inside you as called a soul. will remove little by little. When you take a pot filled with water, think that the water is your thoughts. When you take one drop from that pot to outside, one day the pot will be empty. The data, all the data you have put in your mind will be deleted. There's no, in that process even, no one is doing it. It, it happens automatically. When you go Patishotta, when you, it happens automatically. No one is doing it. There's no person. It does not belong to a person. It happens automatically. Actually, I'm telling the truth. According to my experiences, it takes time. It doesn't matter for me. When you are in a hurry, you won't be able to feel it. You won't be able to understand it. Take your own time and try to understand this concept, the soul concept. How does it form? How your mind has formed? When you, I think it will, it will help you to remove your idea of a person that you have inside in every thoughts. Understand what I say? So when you think of your eye, that is the main organ we have. No? So when you think of your eye, you know it gives us a shadow, but behind that it has a current. It has a current. That means it is a spark. In general, we can say it is a spark. Now, when you imagine, if you can imagine how that spark shows us an image is there, but we can see from the outside, in other words, right? So, now you know we are unaware of it. So we always think everything we see coming from the outside, not in your eye, not inside your eye. Why? Because we haven't heard a correct path to identify how that image has formed. It is really important to know how we can see that image or shadow from outside, and we consider it is always coming from the outside. But out there, if there is an object we see from our eye, that object also doesn't know. Now, take an example. It is a book. It doesn't say, now you are going to see me. I am a book. Right? Your lens in your eye doesn't indicate, I am the one doing this part. Because of me, you can see the book. It doesn't say, right? And the power that generates inside the eye doesn't say, no, you two are wrong. I am the one generating this image. You have only one duty. I am the one making it as an image. Who says like that? No one. Any of your part in your eye doesn't say anything. Doesn't say anything. It is a mechanical system. It's a mechanical system. So, in that mechanical system, no one knows what is their part. No one knows their part. It's happening eventually. That means it's occurring all the time. But we are unaware of it. We don't know it is happening all the time. But we are living with the thoughts. These are true. These are the things we can see outside. Is there always with us. When it's very hard to live from these things because we were attached so much in different ways. It's the sad part. I mean, when you are attached so much to somebody else or to someone, maybe your family, maybe your friends, maybe some objects in your house, valuable things. If you have a car, you love it, right? You love to drive your car. You love to have your car. Love. And when you take a person, for an example, we love our mother, father. If you have children, you love your children. You can't leave them, right? Because you are always thinking these people are always with us, right? These people are always with us. This is the real world we live in. It is not like that. That is what it is, an imaginary world. Imaginary world make us fool. Our foolishness. That foolishness can be eradicated little by little, step by step, by understanding the way of creating an image inside your eye. But I want to say something. Have you ever heard the eye say, I am the eye? No, right? We are the one put that name, that organ. This is my eye. This is my tongue. This is my nose. Right? In Sinhala, asa kana nase, sharire, like that. In other language, they say in their language. In Tamil, it belongs to their language, right? It is a simple thing, because you can understand the words we put on these organs or else or everything is not true. According to the countries, according to the languages they speak, differ. Because of that, they explain these organs are in different ways, right? That is also you have to understand. It's a simple thing, no? It's not a hard thing to understand this concept, right? When you examine this theory in your mind, you have to think it in your mind, right? Little by little, you will get to know the truth, the noble truth of Lord Buddha said. right? Now take another, when you think of our ear, it's a main organ. We cannot hear anything without this sensor. It's a main sensor in our body, right? Now, ear doesn't know it's a ear. Ear doesn't know it makes sounds. The part of the ear inside make, that means eardrum doesn't know that is eardrum. Even it doesn't know, the wave comes and touches the drum and makes a sound. Who says sound? The other one says sound. When the wave touches the ear drum, it makes a sound. It makes a sound, right? But sound doesn't know it is a sound. But we are the ones saying, oh, it is a sound. Now, when you hear a sound, it's a sound. When you are talking with someone else, so you can hear the voice of that person, right? Now, when you go on the road, you can hear different sounds, right? But we can identify in different sounds. This is a voice of a car, voice of a bus, voice of a motorbike, like that. Why? What's the main reason behind it? Because you have so many data in your mind. That is irreversible, right? When you hear a sound of a vehicle, at once you will recognize it's a car. In that part, you cannot separate the voice and the color. It comes both at once. No separation. Cannot separate even. Never ever. You cannot separate the voice, that means sound, and the color. It's really hard. But the mechanism is there. That's why RNS always says sound plus color is equal to your soul or thought. Sound plus color means it comes as a combination. The effect of this combination make a thought. No one can separate it. It's always together. And it comes at a high speed even. That's why we are continuously hearing. We can hear everything continuous. The speed you can't imagine. And imagine. When you see something, that part only it happens in your mind. Right? When you hear something, only that part, that process happens. Just imagine with these five senses, the speed of the mind is unbelievable, right? 1 second, one thought, not a 1 second even. It is hard to explain, right? Only one thought. How many thoughts you have for a while? Cannot count. Uncountable thoughts we have. This is a problem also. It makes us fool, right? Because we always think it is there. When something is there, you are also there. That is the saddest thing. I am the one talking, I am the one hearing, I am the one testing, like that. You always have. Cannot separate you from that feeling. If you understand the theory well, how the mind is formed, then only you will be able to get rid of from your mind. Understand what I say. I hope you can understand this. If you feel it's a simple thing, yes, when you hear this thing, oh, it's a simple matter. We can understand. But when you are being practical, it's not an easy task. According to my experience, I'm saying like that. Somehow your soul is attached to everywhere, in every thoughts, in every single day, and every single moment. That's why we always think we are living today. This is the end of the day. This tomorrow I have to go to the office. I have to do my work. I have a lot of work. Why? You are living. We think that we are living. Yes, that's why we are continuing all these things, right? We are living. Who says no? Because I'm here, no. You can't see me. I can talk to you. I can do my work without any problem, right? So always think we are living. That's the problem we have. We are not living. It's a power generates from your senses that you are living because of the speed, because of the senses speed. It happens. If Buddha has not explained the speed of these five organs, we won't be able to understand a single thing. I'm so gratitude to Buddothpada and answer explaining this theory in each and every moment and each and every Dhammasana. So try to understand this. The senses makes you happy, but that happiness will turn as a sorrow because there's no permanent happiness in this world. The permanent happiness you will see one day when you are get rid of your five senses, from your five senses. In Sinhalese it says ayatana nirodha. Then only you will feel I am out of the thought. Now I am living. Now you are going on with the feel. I'm sorry to say it's really hard to explain what is feel. It is inside. It is coming up inside. It is coming inside when you are get rid of from your five organs. You know, this world is not true world. This is an imaginary world. Initially, you have to think of it. This is not the real thing. What I am using, what I am talking, what I am seeing. But after listening this Dhamma, you will be able to handle this situation without thinking it. When you think, that means you are there. It is not a fear. Try to understand. What I'm explaining is really hard to explain, right? Thought and the feel. It's entirely different thing, right? Thought always gives a false idea. Without thought, you will get a feel. You feel it. Now, for an example, when you get into the water, you feel cold, right? How can you explain it that is cold? Only your body can feel, right? The coldness. When you go under the sun, you feel hot, right? That is a feeling. That's a feeling. When you feel hungry, it's a feeling, right? Like that. It's very hard to explain what is feeling. Thought is not a real word. When you have feel, that means there is no soul in that. There is no soul in that, right? According to my experience, that feel is so beautiful. Even though I explain it's beautiful, then someone is there, no. Right? It is a different experience. It is a experience what I have undergoing, what I have going through, right? Without mind and living with a feeling. It is no, in this situation, we cannot expose me. I am like that. I'm there. I'm living. No, there is no one in that way. It is a peaceful thing, right? We are not unnecessarily involving or anything. And you see everything, occurrence, the things happening, things are happening. I'm doing it. Not like that. Things are happening. And you do only your responsibility without you. And that means you are get rid of your mind. Mind is off there, right? Simple thing I'm saying. Your mind is off in that situation. Mind is not working actually. You are living with a fear. Not you actually. There's no person in that. It comes automatically. The system generates that, right? That system generates that the feeling. It is also when the power of your thought is reducing, that feeling comes. No one is doing it. That is also happening automatically. That is an automatic system. Understand what I say? I think some people can understand to a certain limit. It has a limitations because according to your knowledge, satjnana, and when you compare this Dhamma with your experiences, that feeling, that understanding of what is feel, what is thought, will know that you are the one person and have that feeling, right? I cannot say you exactly this person, this man has this feeling or what one experience in that situation, right? But even though I'm saying you are the one, there is no one there, but to communicate, I have to use that word. I have to use that word. So what I want to say is, at least take a few minutes when you are practicing this Dhamma. You have to examine your five organs or senses carefully. Examines their action mind. When you're practicing actions, you have action mind. That means Kriyasiddha. That also have no one. That even no one is there. I am sorry, it's very hard to explain that no one is there. That is also happening automatically. The incredible thing is, in this system, generates everything automatically. It's incredible. That's incredible. That is incredible, right? You have to understand this. Again, I want to say, don't be in a hurry. You have to. One day you will realize what is feel, what is thought, what are the five senses, what is this spark. Gradually, you will learn. You will understand. Okay. I hope that you can get some idea on it. I hope that you have an idea of your mind, how it has created or how it has formed. So it's really important in your life to understand this concept. That is what we should know, basically, and mainly. So I'm going to conclude my discussion now. We will meet another day, discuss something more than this in the future. Therwan Saranai Aran Mahansa. Therwan Saranai Mary Mahansa. Therwan Saranai for all of you.
Therwan Saranai. Thank you, our Buddothpado Dhamma friend, for delivering that valuable speech. Therwan Saranai Aryan Mahansa. Therwan Saranai Meherin Mahansa. Therwan Saranai Meherin Mahansa. Can you hear me? Okay, I think Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa is not with us today. So, shall we conclude our sessions for today? And we will meet tomorrow then. Therwan Saranai everyone for participating today. Therwan Saranai.
Everyone Saranai. Uh, Today also, I'm going to start my evening Buddothpada PeoTV 5:30 sessions. Uh, First of all, I want to request and I want to ask and I want to worship my Arunansa and Teruan Sarana Arunansa. Every day we discuss with this through this Zoom link. How is going to that? How is understanding that our through Dhamma? That means what is Buddha's true words? It's very important thing in the world in these seasons because of everyone. They had more experience and they had more example also. Why it's need to be understand what's the importance of the world because of our world means all the ones, all the details and all the equipments and all the things means human beings and everyone means that means it's mind creations then but anybody doesn't understand what is the true world uh, e- everyone they think about that we are in we are in the world we live uh, in all our human beings is true because they doesn't understand world means is a mind creations that is the main thing uh, before we when before we joined that Buddha's Pada sessions that also that means we also stay that same world otherwise we didn't have any options because of already we birth and we already live in with that our nations with that our the society it's very difficult to understand why is that all our sensor creations it's very difficult to understand so there why is that because when we are going to discuss it through them then we can resolve and we can understood a little bit what is the world that means is our thought process and we want to understood one by one how is creation our world how is startup our world what is the reason of that creations that kind of detail we want to clarify and we want to discuss with every day in these Zoom sessions and our all the Dhamma friends they are going to discuss this very well and now in my idea is we had big and we had a powerful platform we can discuss with through Dhamma in this Buddothpada through that Buddothpada TV channels and through that Buddothpada online Zoom sessions. So practical that means practical. We had more practical places also now in Sri Lanka. Uh, that's why we every moment and we remind that our RN's explanations. Then now we had more experience also in this Lord Buddha's way. uh, it's very important thing because of before that Buddothpada programs, then anybody's they everyone they try to find that what is the true dhamma all over the world also, not only Sri Lanka, uh, but it's not have to uh, correct path, otherwise everyone they are going they went already wrong way, but that's why it's not implement, and it's not that's why it's not improve that through them, that means Lord Buddha's world now is little bit spread, and this is a time to we discussed, and we want to improve that, and we want to spread that all over the world, is that our Arno's is explanations. uh, we are also going we are also trying to given some small help, that's why we joined that Zoom sessions, and we joined that 24 hours PeoTV channels. That also is Anwan's idea. It's very important. Uh, we can say that because of when we are going to do our every day to day life in this means our personal life, and our day to day life period, then now we can live with understand. Otherwise, we when we our in our that means our youngest period also live we live in here because of our main reason. I am in here. I want to live it. I want to do something. I want to build up, and I want to uh, improve our environment, and I want to build up my personalities, and that is our that means normal personal ideas. Everybody's they want to, because of a lot of people they when why they is learning and why they earning money, why they doing jobs, because of he's here, and that means myself in every day is that means when we are startup when we are starting our morning in our whole day, we do it our myself in everything. Uh, that's very that's why is everyone now become all over the people all over the world, then all over the students and youngest and all the elders, they have already big stressful life also. Meaning is anybody they wake up in the morning, they doing everything. Example, they doing brush, they doing that homework, means they cooking when they cook, when they're going to cooking, when they're doing that education work, or they're going to some homework or anything, or workplace working, or everyone they when they are doing because of he's here and themselves, they get the all the experience, and after that in the evening they had a more stressful mind, and they feel they are not living with feel because of reason is they doesn't understand what is the eye creations and what is the ear creations. That means our Lord Buddha Darshana sessions. We can say that now because of we had that two different experience also. When we are going to remind our what is our before experience, before that means when we are doing that Buddha session, now we experienced and now we had a feelful in our stress means that means our we are going to understand world through through our mind. That means it's already is going some. That means it's already vibration is there. That's why is everyone they had to feel some stress feel and otherwise. But now we can say that we understand and we spend 1 year and 1.5 year in this. That we link with that Buddothpada session. Now we understand in our thought process. That means we have more stress or we have more work or in our busy life. That means all the one is thought. First of all, we understand in how is creation that thought process. What is the thought also? We want to clarify that. After that, it will be uh, all the thoughts. They had some. It has some. It has all the thoughts. It has small or value, small or big value, but that's why it will be become a headache for the all the works. Uh, but anybody they can resolve that problem. After that, he can live it feelful life and he can stay. He can do everything. That means day and night and or rainy or any season or any time they can work very freely and because of they are he is not here. That's very important thing. Arnold's explanation is valuable point is in this body we had a we had a uh, in this body we had the running system is a nature system. That means automatical pattern and that means human algorithm. uh, if we understand that one, uh, otherwise it cannot be take a chance to living with feelful life. Why is that? It's very critical point in this body and body creations and sensor creations and what is the our hormone system and how is that working and what is our neurosystem. Then some people they can understand without that all the deepest part. Then why is that some people they get the easy idea, I am not here, that means our eye creation is there in the meaning of all the we put in our history period. We in our when we are looking something, that means our it has a meaning. Example, chair or tree or and vehicles or in names and all the name means that means sound. That all the five sense of creation when we understand first, then it will take easiest today. I think that we want to discuss. It's very important part. How we can find that me? Then how we that find how we can because of anyone they cannot understand who is me. Then where is I am. Then that means then we want to understand first who is me. That is the main part of that through Dhamma. That means in Lord Buddha's way. We want to look after our all the day-to-day habits and someone get idea. We had a example when we had more habits in life in it's depend in personal wise. Uh, habit is not be, it's not be, anybody is not clear that habit, habit means they can understand, I am is here because of I doing this one, because I am engineer, I am the doctor, that means it's me. They clarify that they, because of it's very confusing for it. But habit is already running in this body because our neuro system in, that means our thought process is that also is a system. Then we want to understood first that, uh, but how can we clarify that I am is not here because of, in Pali, that means Buddha's experience is Sakkaya Dushtya is very important part of this, Lord Buddha's way. Uh, Example, then, we it's depend personal wise. Anybody's they had a working place, so they had a personal job or anything else. Uh, why? Because of that, people they need to in, they need to, everyone they want to do some job or, they want to be earning system or they had because of they want to live with here, they want to, clarify, satisfy that, in our body they want to get the foods, and they every day they had, more, everyone they had the needness, that means in any, when they're doing that job, they think about that, I am is here, that's why I doing that my special job. Example, some people they're doing in mechanical work or something, or they had a carpenter or something. They think about I am here because I know that all the things other people they doesn't work in, they don't know is that work. That means a habit, because habit means is going in, habit means is running in personal wise, is depend in our, uh, it's depend our, uh, experience. Experience means, when we are doing something, first time, it will take idea for, it will take, it will create our sensor pattern, it will create our neuro system, and day by day we doing same thing, it will create and it will, be permanent in our mind. uh, After that, it will do, that all the all the habits it can be do in, without mind. That means, all the one is our, all the our working process and all the our sense, all our body working and body arrangement and all the one is, our habits. Then that one we want to clarify is, first of all, otherwise how can we release our mind? uh, we can say Arunash's explanation also every day he try to explanation Sakka. Anybody is not there, but everything is doing well. Everything is going well. Yeah, that is the, small explanation, but, it's, going to be understand. It's very difficult. Then why is that? Its creation is 100%, naturally, and our thought also is going in separate, also not separate it, and all the thought process also is, linked that our habits. Afterwards it will be very confused, and that's why I think is lot of people they scared and they stuck in the same place, they stay long period in the same place. I mean, and some people they join that Buddothpada session also 3, 4, 5 years. Still they find in who is here. All the one they understand. They can explain for others also. That is the main reason in this case. We want to understand what is what is the my body, what is the my habits. habit means habits, then we are not going to do, we are not going to try stop our habits. That means he is in here, he is in there. Example, my one of the friend, he has a one habit. Every evening he want to going, he want to visit garden, or he want to visit picnic area, and he want to eat something for the, for that means outstation. He want to go, uh, he want to go shopping in evening, and some weekends he want to be do some playing games, or listening songs or something. That means he asking then that he think about that. I'm is here. That's why I need that. Yes, if anything is need, then we want to look that point. It's very uh, critical point. Then if we need something or without needness, then we can live it in without burning. Then example, today we cannot go in outside. Today we struck, and today we had the extra plan, or today we face some extra work also. We miss that our habit period, and that means we want to look that our inside, we want to focus our inside. It has any burning, or it has any vibration, or we in our thought, or in our mind is going to be angry. That means he is here. That is our practical experience. We want to look after that all the places. And that means I am not saying every day any other experience guy, then he don't want to focus that all the point. But who is to join that, he is I think he means he's in beginning that Niwan Maga, or he want to clarify that all the points. Example for us also, when we are going to shop, or when we are going to buy something. Example, we like some foods, no. Yeah, first of our beginner seasons, we want to check that that's one we need. That means our uh, how can say that English word, then I remind, it means it's called keles. Then we want to we that one we need, that I like that, I want it, I want to eat that. That kind of thought process, it is a natural. Yeah, it's not a natural, because of anyone is they had a habits, then it's okay. But anybody's joined that in beginner period, they want to focus that all the point. They want to know, they want to try that live. They want to try that without that needness. Then they will, and they can understand that all the our habits. Then I miss that all the one, but for me it's no problem. And it's okay. Then he will become that our. He will become already Nivan Maga, because of that our keles, and that means loba desha moha. We want to focus that, we 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 understand, we know about that. Then it will go reduce, it will be reduced, that all the our loba desha moha. Then otherwise it's not happen to chance. And how we can reduce that, we cannot control about that. It's not a work. Then we, some people, they try to reduce that all the ones. No, I don't want to eat that. I doesn't like. They think about that, but it's inside, and that needness is not going. Needness means it's me. It's himself. That's why we don't want to do something. Then it's advances accumulation also. And when we are going to do anything, that means himself is there. He's here. That's why he tried to do everyone. Otherwise, he tried to do everyone. Yeah, because they think about I am in Nivanmaga. I want to be clarify that. I want to reduce my all the needness. That means our lopa, dosha, moha. I want to reduce and I want to do speedily that. I want to look that Nivanmaga is speedily. Then I want to understand very well. They think about that. That why is that they think? Why is they think about this? They doesn't any idea uh, thinking pattern is not correct, and that means thought process also is sound and vibrations. They first of all we clarify that it means Buddha and Lord Buddha's way also they had five four step in there. That means so on Saktadagami, Anagami, and that kind of steps. But we don't want to focus that. But how can we release that in in this world? We want to clarify our thought is not correct. It's not the truth. It's not truth. It's false. Then he will be automatically uh, transferring that anusota to patisota. Then he can be understand easiest. He can be feel. He can be take the feel, and he can be improve that practical way. Otherwise, he they doesn't have to chance become the practical experience and practical way also. We don't have to do anything in here. We want to understand in all over the things and what is our habits and what is our thought and what is our creations. An example, it's very difficult point is our mind sensor because it had more uh, because of his our mind is very powerful. Example, human mind is very powerful than other animals also. Uh, because of it can be creating everyone. And some example means in our feeling is also it can be uh, excuse me. uh, that's why we want to be clarify that our all the uh, theory parts uh, personally for me also. And I get that what is the Arnavase's word meaning? What is the deepest meaning in that all the words? When I joined that Buddothpada session, Arnavase's explanations, he says something in every rooms. That is very. It's not hiding, but I focus that what he need to what he need to be exposed. That means what he need to be what he is trying to be. What is that? Then we want to focus and we want to ask the question for myself. Uh, why I'm say that when I joined that all the Zooms and I means in my beginners, that means when I joined and 1 year ago, at that time I think Arnold's explanation everything is not hiding, but and all the word it has a meaning in uh, it's not a word meaning. Every word it has some under meaning in there. Every word that one we want to focus that. Then it can be easiest. It can be find. It can be find what is he saying. Then otherwise it's not to it's not get the chance to understand. Then because everyone every words they it creates some all the meaning. When example the way he's saying, Arunas is saying, we had more feelful life when they are looking some trees, when they are looking, when they be looking tree waving or leaves waving. Then when we are wake up in the morning and we had hear, we can hear more bird sounds, and he explanation is same. But at that moment then I also going to I also trying to go some forest and some I also trying to yeah example yeah personally I went one time for the natural like uh, village temple is like forest temple. I stay half a day was there, but it's that I try to understand what is he saying. Then every morning when they looking some trees in trees leaving, trees waving, and after that in our thought is going to be very calm. Yeah, it's happened, but it's but it can be happen, but person is there. That's why now we can say that now we can say that because now we understood that when we are going to bus or when we are going to very traffic mode, at that any anywhere at that means anywhere we can feel full. We are not here, we can do everything without person. That is the very important and very, I don't know how can explanation also, it's very uh, in very word that place and we want to discuss about. Then uh, it's very difficult to understand some people because they already they had a habit. They want to how we can that how we can understand this Nivan Maga. Then they, because of all over the world, some people they doing more lot of mind consciousness work. No, that means our uh, Buddhanussati Bhavana, then Kayanupassana, and Kayanupassana is very important. But is what is that advanced explanation is very important because of Kayanupassana. Personally, for me also, we didn't go anywhere. When we are doing to our day-to-day life work, and we focus that our sense of creations and mind creations, then first of all, we want to understand in what is that and what is the creation also. In five senses, we want to understand what is the sense of creations also. Then he can do very well in Kaya. Uh, it's no need to attend any other extra sessions or no need to spend more no need to spend our extra day also. We don't want to visit any special place also. That is the very important thing. That's why then we focus that what is he saying, what is the under meaning of that all the words, which kind of thing he explanation in every day. We want to find about that. It's very helpful for that our analysis explanation, and I think if everyone they understand with that explanation, with that it's very helpful for that all the analysis Zoom sessions. And we also get that we also trying to be given some small help for that all our Dhamma friends. Otherwise, we cannot touch for me. First of all, we want to catch me, who I am me, who is here. Then it's my needness is there. Uh, that's why I try to explanation is today this one. Uh, it's really and more people I saw that in lot of in our TV sessions. It's not I am not mean Buddothpada TV. I saw that lot of people they want to be know that what is this Buddha's word. They want to be know means in person is there already. They can understood in every Buddha's knowledge and what is the Buddha's theory and what is the we had a more theory note also, no? That mean all the one we can understand. We can read about it and we can remindation all the ones. But that is not the Buddha's Lord Buddha's way. Then for personally me also we try to discuss. We planned it about. We plan already that when we are going to be our retirement, then we want to go some monastery or uh, we want to visit some rural village or we want to go any other forest temple or then we can clarify that. But now see we stay same place now. We didn't go anywhere, but that is why it's very important that advances explanation without without person is doing our everything means it's like a magic, no? Then how we can believe that without person is doing everything means. But it can be focused that it can be take it can be spent or if anybody's they want to be become that one. He want to be spend more his power and he otherwise it's not to chance to understood this way. uh, that one we want to say that because some people they want to be understand all the theory and he want to be live with knowledgeable people. But this is not that is not the way. That is not the Lord Buddha's way. If we understood this, then we don't have to do anything. Why is that? All the world is mind creations. So what, what we need to do? What we need to do means then, example, our responsibilities is there. It's just nothing. Then we had the kids and our parents work and our job works. Then because we have to spend money for our kid education, no? that that is our responsibility. That also is not the work. Uh, that all the work is going automatically means it's like it cannot be it cannot be used that any word. If we use some word it has a meaning, then after that people they through that they going through that meaning, then it will be going wrong way. We want to be take big responsibilities of how we going to discuss, how we going to telling about that Lord Buddha sessions. We want to be take more responsibilities also. That's why Arnonse also he try to attend in all the Zoom sessions, and he can ask that he can know, he can understood what is he saying, what is he going to be discussed, and anybody's discussing or explanation is going to wrong, then it will be make more problem. Personally, for me also, stuck the one place. Then I ask some things in another of one of the our guy. Then afterwards, personally for us also, it's going to be uh, a wrong way. As we struck that, that's why then it's very important to discuss in everyone. It's very important to join that direct car nuances Zoom lessons and Zoom period also. Uh, and just we discussed two last Friday also. What is our patrical? Why is the important that our patrical 7 day program? That all the one is very needless is this way. Otherwise, it's not happen to chance to understand in first sessions also. And the second part is our it's not a knowledge session. It's our practical experience sessions. We want to focus that our we want to understood that our all through them. Then we don't have to do anything. We can do we can spend our normal day to day life. Then it will be lit up in small inside feeling. It can be understand in everyone, but more people they doesn't focus in too much. They yes they when they focus is too much, it cannot be touched because it's very untouchable point. We cannot say that we don't have any other word also in how to how to explanation that point. uh, we want to do we want to stay with our normal life. We don't want to think about that our knowledge. uh, Otherwise in knowledge means it's a person, no? Then that's why Sarnvasi said, and Lord and our Lord Buddha also expression. It has to one example also. When we are making some ships, then when we are when we are using some boards, and we use that when we are going in opposite side, then we don't want to carry about that. That is a very important example in there. Uh, personally we will clarify that we join that all the Zooms and all the uh, corrections period also we ask everyone. Then we clarify that our knowledge is okay with that with it with our advanced explanations. Then we heard it's correct or not. Then personally, we're not going to do anything because of unanswered explanation. Every day he said, Nivan is not there. Nivan. That means Nivan means it's just a word. But anybody's they had the image. That's why everyone they had the image because of our all the monks and our all the ancient all the, our mm, history knowledge and everything, and lot of monks also they stay with calm. They are when they walking time, when they're doing something, and when they stay with temple, at that every moment they use some uh, unnoticeable and very calmness. It's like a calmness body pattern. They use it about lot of they use it lot of it's not a body pattern. It's a like it's like how can we explain that also is like the human patterns. That's why it's lot of people they want to be calm person. They want to be live with they want to be walking very slowly. They want to be doing some. They want to be talking with slowly and talking with low noise also. But that also is thought process. We want to be going to naturalize. Then otherwise, people is there. In human is there. That means person is there. Then how can we how can we clarify that point? That is the wrong image in the in this society. Personally, in my uh, habit is little bit faster than other people. Then I want to do everything is very fast, and I want to be finished that everything is clearly. And in my environment, we want to be clear and every time. Then that is our personal habits. We are don't want to go. We don't want to change that all the habits. It will be create the person because of we try to do that we try to return off that our total habits. We try to turn it about our all the day-to-day life. How can we do that? We want to change our nerve process and nerve uh, with our nerve algorithms. It cannot be do any persons. That means is our sankara. It can be it can be it can be happen it can be happen in everything. But it's without valueness is doing in everything. It can be feelful. We want to focus that point. Why is that Arunash's explanation is feel? Feel is very important in this way. Yes, and we want to focus our inside. Then our that means we can say non-vibration, but non-vibration also create some meaning. No? Then non-vibration means our vibration is like this. Non-vibration means how can we explain non-vibration? That means we can understood our needless only. We can feel. We can example. If anybody when they're working, if any when they're working any places or any workplace, uh, he had to resolve problems. So he had to do something. He had to be uh, explanation no others for that theory part or some any working session. So but at that moment then he want to anyone is shouting for us, then we want to be we want to given some punishment or anyone. We want to given some it's not a like punishment. We want to say some hardly because of his it's our job mode is going that kind of. We want to handle that all the persons and we want to do anything. We can do that. We don't want to go. I am in the Rivan Maga. I cannot say like this because when I shouting for others, then when I say something for others, it is that means is I am. Then I am not going to that one. I am not going to do that one. I- That is totally wrong. We had a we had our habits. It's going automatically. We cannot control that. We can understand without person it will be going in automatically. That one we want to focus it. Otherwise we cannot say for the Arnvanse also. Arnvanse also is when anybody is he try to explain his feeling. Arnvanse suddenly he asks, then can you say you experience and practical day experience or something? Why is that then? Otherwise, how can we explain our non-vibration point? Example, we can feel full. We discuss with our mothers. We discuss with our fathers or anything else. Then we can feel full that. Example, our it's not example when they are going to be discussed very tactic point or very important things. Then we can understand. I am not here. Everything is going without person, without burning also. That is very important and very marvelous point. Then that's why then we want to focus about that all the our day to day life. Then can be resolved that all the our problems and not means problem. Then can be release our mind. Then we don't want to do anything. Then we can stay with that. Our day to day life. Then we had we had we have example in this kind of time. We can explain for others and we can help for them, and we want to stay with others in because of very helpful for others because I am not here. Why we live in here? We live in here with because they want to be our helps, no? Then otherwise, then it's not a chance to stay within this kind of life. Then we don't want it. But someone they had any business or they had job work or doctors or anything, engineers or they everything else. But they can do in everything very well with non-focusing means. Then it's our seer. That means our yes, seer is it's working very perfectly. We don't want to get stress. We don't want to get any nervous, and we can do everything is very feelful. How can I say? I cannot explanation for that in English language, but it's very important that Arnold's explanation. That's why we also joined that in this Zoom sessions, and we want to go. We want to improve our explanation. That means our explain knowledge also, but it will be take time. But yes, that is the my small explanations. I think it helpful for anything any guys. Then please be stay with that POTV channel in everyone, or where they can join that our Sinhala Zoom sessions also in Sri Lankan society and practical experience. They want to be attend if they want to be attend any temple or anywhere. Now nowadays we had more chance to be linked with them. because of Anu has already prepared that all the uh, neatness and all the facilities also. We also plan to visit in our country. Then we want to attend with them. Then we want to help. We want to be some do something for all our Buddothpada programs. Then we try to stay within every day with our uh, Buddothpada Arnwasit, and we yeah, it's very neatness, and we can be it can be feelful in everyone. Uh, and next time we can discuss this kind of thing. Then if we have time in next, and that means tomorrow also. Today I'm going to stop in my explanation, and I want to remind that my all the Dhamma friend, that means our technical handlers also, they are very, they spend more time, and they spend himself then uh, for that telecommunication work, and it's very important for us also, because if now a lot of people they live it in this world in very busy life, but it's we spend a small time in the per day in these sessions, and it's very helpful for all over the world people. That's why I'm trying to say thank you very much for our all the Dhamma friends, and again I want to worship the Narnvasa, and Tervans are Narnvasa. I'm going to given that Zoom sessions for next person. And thank you very much for all the persons. Thank you very much, and Tervans are
Therwan Sarna everyone. Welcome to our Buddothpado PeoTV channel. As usual, we are discussing True Dhamma in this channel. See the ignorance we are. Other vibration is known as. So we see the red color, white color, blue color, like that. There are different kinds of waves, like that. Because according to the frequency, the vibrations creating inside your eye makes the feel or perception. So how can we assign these perceptions as red colors? The feel what you get due to the vibration, we are labeling them this vibration. So that is the ignorance. Then we can see we always dealing with our thoughts. Yes, it's true, no? Because it's a flower, mother, father, book, bag, all our thoughts, no? We are always dealing with thoughts, no? These signals, these perceptions, we don't see. These are perceptions, these are natural phenomena, and always we are dealing with these perceptions in our life with ignorance. Because these perceptions is not responsible to creating another person, but due to the ignorance we think these perceptions are real, and we couldn't understand it's a natural phenomena like that. That's why the suffering comes to you. When you're walking, you're thinking, I'm walking. When you're drinking water, I am drinking. These are all mental constructions. So am I doing all these things actually? So when you think of it, when you see the process, the natural process, there is no ownership for this process. You have to understand this. I am not thinking, I am not walking, I am not drinking, I am not eating. It's a natural process happening. And even you have to understand the thoughts arising and vanishes at a very fast level. It's a nature of your mind. You cannot control your thoughts. It's your nature of your mind. But we are thinking, I am thinking. That's the problem. When you see the thoughts are not belongs to you, and as it is a system, how it happens. When you see as it is a system, so there is no ownership. So I'm not thinking, I'm not doing like that. When you see the truth, what happens is the illusion you are having is removing. There is no ownership for your thoughts. It's the nature of your mind, and it is a natural process even. Normally, our human beings, when what you hear, we think, I can hear like that. Yes, when the sound coming out from outside, so it's automatically happens. Just hear the sound, I can hear the sound, I can see the picture, I can see the film. Likewise, we are thinking each and every moment. We think of a sound. When there's a sound coming as a baby sound, when we hear the sound of the baby, what happens is we think that's a baby sound. We are labeling it as the sensation we get from the ear is a bass sound and it's a baby sound. It is a natural process. When you think of a sound that the baby sound, no, there is nothing called so-called baby. It's a vibration occurring inside your ear, and you are thinking it's a baby sound, and the baby is there, and the sound. I can hear the sound. No, you are put ownership of the vibration. I can see the sound. I can hear the sound. Sorry. I can hear the sound like there is a baby outside and I am there. So see the illusion. Though all our thoughts now. These are all sound waves and color waves, because when we see the baby, the hear of the sound of a baby, there's a person who can see the baby, you can hear the sound of a baby. You just imagine the illusion. These are all vibrations and even thoughts. The vibration is thoughts. In that example, I is a thought and the baby is a thought. See the thoughts. That's a baby. I can hear the sound of the baby. The sound of the baby. See how it happens. It happens naturally, actually. We cannot stop the natural process. The problem is the vibration happening inside your ear as sound. When it comes as a sound, we put an ownership of the sound. I can hear. I am the one hearing the sound of the baby like. So these color waves and sound waves transforming into each other makes a baby. Thought of a baby. The two vibration mix, coming together and transform into a new vibration as a thought of a baby. And the ownership of the thought, I. Aranas is always telling, in your sensory organs, you have to see where you are. When you hear a sound, in that sound, you have to find out where you are. In this sound, are you there? No, it is a natural phenomenon. Because ear doesn't say you are the one here. When your name is Mala can hear. I am the Mala. No. So see the ignorance. When you are deaf, can you hear the sound of the baby? No. The vibration does not occurring inside your ear. No. So how can you say you can hear? See, when you are deaf, you can't get the sensation because there is no vibration occurring inside your ears. That means you are deaf. You can't hear the sound of a baby. You have to contemplate on these things leisurely. Each and every sensory organs, you have to see the truth, what is happening inside, and it is a natural phenomenon. If you are not contemplate on this, you won't be able to see the truth actually. So we can understand this illusion, how it creates. And Arnold says, revealed, we have to understand this illusion through our illusion. So within our illusion only we can understand this is an illusion. The thoughts are illusions like that. Another example is Aranas is telling us the product of the ear is a sound. Now, when you think of our body is a machine, is a factory, the output or product is a sound, and the other product is the color, and the other product is the wave, and the other product is the taste, and what we feel of our skin, like that. These are all, when you assign our system, our body is a machine, and the output is the sound, color, taste, like that, light, like that. The light is the output or product of your eye. The sound is the product of your ear. The taste is a product of your tongue. The feel what you get to the skin is as smooth, rough, hot, cool, yes, solidity, like that. These are the products of your skin, the product in the sensory organs. These sensory organs give us a product. This is an example to you have to understand. That is how Warren was explaining. It is not my explanation actually. I realize through the Warren was sermon. I have to tell the truth. When you think of your eye, the color that we can create inside the eye is not the same as the animal. Now, when you see a bat, the bat or owl cannot see in the daytime because eyes, the lens, the occurrence, the vibration happening inside the owl or bat's eye is different with our ones, because nighttime and daytime is different with humans, the bat. So daytime and nighttime becomes change, the bat daytime is not our daytime, the bat nighttime is not our nighttime, because due to the system it occurs. So Aaron is telling another thing. Therefore, that each and every animals have their own lives according to your sense of creation. So you have to, when you think about the system, how does it work, and when the system realization, how it works, so you can clearly understand it is a natural phenomena happening inside our sense of creation. We cannot blame the others. It's the way it happens. The method happening inside cannot be changed. The system cannot be changed actually. These are all sound waves and color waves. They are not truth actually. These are all mental constructions. And the other thing is, around the world, people speak different languages. Chinese have their own language. Sinhalese have their own language. Britishers have their own language. Canadians have their own languages. But we know only our language. Some people knew 2 or 3 languages. But the majority of us know only our mother tongue. So if beyond that, we cannot understand anything actually. So when someone scolded you don't know what it is in another language. When you go to another country, when they speak in their mother tongue, so how can we understand? So we can't understand. So whatever happens, we just see the moments, then only we realize what is he saying by showing hand and whatever. And the other thing is, when you go to another country, their food they take is different with our one. Some Chinese foods are really, that means unpleasant. And I have seen some snakes, some worms. They are eating actually. So how can we eat? We feel ugly feel that comes, because for them it's not a problem at all, because their mind in the thoughts that ugliness is not with them. But for when we eat, can we eat like this? The cockroach, the frogs, we can't eat, no, because we are unpleasant feeling. We don't want to see this, the cockroach and the frogs even, right? We don't, because we haven't heard, we never tasted these things. But when we were born in the country like that, we get used to that. We don't feel that. It doesn't matter for us. See, a different world, they have different perceptions, and that is why they are reacting according to their perceptions. So it is true, no? We can understand this reality with the RNMA's explanations. It's really nice actually. It's very easy to understand, and the language the RNMAS is using also, it's easy for us to understand the modern world language, the vibration, kampana. So it's easy for us to understand. Not, I haven't heard this type of words in other sermons, but it's very easy to understand. Even the vibration system, we can understand, because we have known about it in our school. We have learned it even. So it's easy for us to understand with these modern words. The words doesn't matter. RNMAS most of the time explaining in different ways, and not Pali versions, because Pali I also cannot understand anything. But RNMAS explain what is behind in Pali language. So it's really helpful for all of us. When your body feels something, can we assign it? That feel comes to me. No, it's wrong. It's a wrong vision we are having, because that type of vision cannot be removed at once. When you see the system, the natural process inside your body, then only you will be able to see the truth of the system, the concepts, the mental constructions, the words, the labeling of the images and the sounds makes your own thought, and you are dealing with these thoughts day by day, and you are hanging to that. You are going behind your thoughts, and it makes your own world, these vibrations. Now another example I can tell you. When you burnt your finger from the fire, your finger have a big wound, because the skin burnt, and the pain you are having is there, because the body feels because of the senses. You have the pain of your finger, but you cannot stop the pain, because it's natural thing, right? The pain you can't say you cannot stop the pain, but only thing by obstructing your nervous system, then you can have some kind of relief, because the signal that connected to the brain, when they blocked, only you won't feel the pain. But the pain of your body cannot be stopped actually, but is there ownership? Does the pain say this is your pain, your finger pain, the feel actually what you get in your body, you are interpreting as a pain. So, and my finger have a wound like that. You are interpreting the ownership even to the pain. My body, my finger have a pain, had a wound, and it is painful for me like that. But this pain feels into your body, not. But we are thinking the pain is mine, and you are getting upset. I don't know what will happen to my finger. I can't do anything. You are getting sad. You get sad. You upset. You become upset because of your wound, because you are thinking, "Yo, what happened to my finger? I burnt it. It burnt because of the fire." See, the inside burning arising due to the pain of your body. When you see the finger, actually, the finger is yours. You are thinking see the both sides. There is a finger and other side you, my finger. See how the soul is creating. When there's a thing and you are the other side. What is the thing? A finger and the wound of it. And who is having the wound? I have the wound. And in my finger, the wound is there. It's very painful like that. You are thinking. When there is something arises, you are there, you are born. When the thought becomes real to you, other side, your soul is born. Your soul is there. That's the thing we have to understand. When the thought arises, when it's become real, you are born there. Because when there is something other side, you are in the other opposite side. Because something is there, the thing is mine, me, like that. You are the other side. Other side you have created. When there is a book, the book is you actually. Because something is there, right? It's become real to you. So therefore automatically your soul is creating. Consider this thing. When you think it is a book or thing, whatever, that is you and yourself. Yes. See, we didn't know about this truth actually, how nice it is. Actually, I haven't heard when there is something called book or flower or pet or ball, anything. Other side is soul is creating. I am there. So how can we understand without if our ones haven't revealed this truth into the world? So I don't know how to say like that even the inside the feel what I come, the feel that comes to me, I cannot explain actually, because it's really true when you understand this reality. When you are born means when the book is born, you are born. Your soul is creating actually. It is a nice explanation coming through our advance. Because when the wound is existing, you are there. There is an existing field. That means you are there. තියෙන කෙනෙක් ඉන්නවා කියලා කියනවා ආරයන් වහන්සේ in Sinhala. You have a ownership of the existing field. When there is something is existing, you are there. So when you think of the existing feeling, that is Aran Vance is revealing us, it is your soul, it the company. It means sattva. Sattva means some kind of thing, person, like if there's a thing, there is a person like that. Oh, yeah, when you have to understand how that power comes, when color waves and the sound waves and the other waves like taste, hot, cool, like that, what you feel as what you smell and what you feel in your skin, this vibration combine at once and transform into a new vibration is your thought. This is the transformation. This is a kind of wave system telepathizing inside. Waves transform into another waves. Like actually, that is true. These waves we are putting labels that we think we couldn't understand. These are the vibrations or waves. And sometimes always Aran Vance is telling, when you see something, a bottle, the bottle is your thought, and not only that thought, and you feel it is existing. The bottle is one thing and the existing feel something else. You feel the bottle is existence is there. We can't say the bottle is not there. We see the bottle is there, like that we are telling, but then how we have to understand, how does the existing feel comes? How does the existing feel come? How it comes? We feel it is a speedy occurrence of vibration. When there is a speed, it makes a power of existing. Now again I have to tell the example of the fan. When the fan is rotating very fast, it makes a round, but the round is not there actually. Like that, the illusion is there in our thoughts. Existing feel, actually it is not existing due to the past occurrence. We feel the existence of the object, but there is nothing called as bottle. Even what you think is not there. Only the thoughts are your vibrations. You have to understand this. So when the existent will is there, that is known as the power of your thoughts, because when that means you have to understand very carefully. When we feel something is existing, what the next level is, we are trying to keep it, and somehow we have to keep this. I have to keep my car in a safe place. So it is so valuable because my car is there, it is existing. So what is happening after that? What happens is, so the power of your thoughts becomes stronger and stronger. You are getting attached to your car, towards your car. You make some attachments towards your car. So what happens is, the power of your thoughts becoming stronger and stronger. That is your craving. And in Sinhala, Raga Dvesha Moha. Craving, hatred and delusion. If there is no existence field, no one is going to keep it like that, because you put value over them, because it is existing. When something is existing, you are trying to keep that as long as you can. You have to try to protect it. That's the nature of the mind. So Narayana is telling actually the power of your mind, the power of your thoughts is you. The power of your thoughts is you. The power, that power makes the burden is you. Because of the power, you become anger, you become restless like that. Power is you actually. Not I'm telling the Aranwan's sermons. The power is you. You have to understand the power is you. Due to the existing power. The power makes you. The power turns as you. But we don't know it is a power actually. When your thoughts become more powerful, what happens is your anger, your jealousy, whatever happens to you become real, and you are thinking they are existing, and you are trying to become responsible for each and every thoughts, because I will take care of my son, because your son, you feel that your son is existing, but these are all mental constructions. Aranwas is always telling us, you are the power. You are means the power of your thoughts. Power of your thought is you actually. I even didn't know it was. I got to know only through the sermons. I have to tell the truth. So how does this power comes? According to the Aranwan's explanation, the power comes within your sensory organs. That is why we can walk, we can talk, we can eat, we can run, we can sweep, we can move our legs, and all the things we can do because of the power of our sensory organs. So when we move our head, we think my head is moving. When we walk, we are thinking I am walking. Like that we think. The mind's power, the thoughts power. In Sinhala Chittaropana Bala. The point of your thoughts, the power of your thoughts is the problem for us. So if we don't know how to create this power, then we are in the illusion, we are living with the illusion, and because we don't know the truth, the ignorance is with us. The ignorance, because actually we haven't heard this before. It's really, when you think deep into that, you will realize actually these are moving, the power generating, no one is doing it. Is the sensory, it comes through the sensory organs inside your body. So who is doing it? We are not asked to operate this system. There is no operator in this system. System operator is not there. So it's happening automatically. You can't stop your breathing. You can't stop your hearing. You can't stop your seeing. You can't stop your taste. How can you stop? It's a natural phenomenon. So now I think you get one kind of, to a certain level, you get the idea of this message through this message. This power is the problem for us. Aaron Vance is telling that this power is your raga, that means craving, anger, dvesha, and delusion, your moha, the power. Actually, we think it is some kind of thing only, right? So this power we didn't know that is the mind's power as raga, dvesha, moha. How we didn't distinguish these things actually. Yeah, it's really wonderful. Power is you. When you are anger means you have the power of your existing field, then your mind power is your anger, then your mind power is your delusion, is your mind power, is your craving. But we label this power in different angles and different mental construction. But we have to tell these words to understand, otherwise we won't be able to understand, because we have heard these words before with other sermons, by hearing other sermons from other sermons. We have most of us we knew these words actually. So but we didn't know these are vibrations, these are all mental construction. So like that, we haven't distinguished each and every thing because we didn't have the wisdom like this. Only our advances explanation we understood this. That power is your soul. As long as the power is there, what happened? Your soul is there. That's why I want to say, give another example, the battery. It has a charge. Charge is the power of your mind. What happens is when you know the truth, the power of your thoughts become lesser and lesser. Like the battery charge is going down. When you see the truth of this system, that is known as Vidarshana, no? So earlier what we thought is Vidarshana is different, no? One particular thing we have to learn so far and far, that is known as Vidarshana. So when you see how it creates the Yathabhuta Jnana, so this creates the wisdom. So when you see the truth, you can see the truth by examining this system carefully. That is known as Vidarshana. To find out the truth of this, we are trying to find out the truth of this. Without Vidarshana, how can we find the truth actually? So when you think of the power, existing power, and there is no ownership for this power even. So Aranvas is clearly explaining, it comes through your system, automatically it comes. So now when you think of the example of fan, due to the higher speed of it's rotating, the round, we can see the round in the fan, but who creates that? We can see the round because of the speed of rotating of a fan. Who makes this ring or circle? no one know. Like that, the power, there is no ownership for the power. It is also natural system due to the high speedy vibration occurring inside our sensory organs. That is also we have to understand. Your power is you, because we are thinking it is existing means the power, we put ownership to the power, but we didn't know it is a power generated through the sensory organ. So when we begin to understand how the power came, the existing power, because Aaron was telling when there are two different ends colliding each other, makes a power, like gravity power, the power of when there are two different endings meet each other, when they collided each other, makes a power. So when there are vibration occurring inside the eye gets equal to the other vibration, that means in this process there are two different endings meeting each other and colliding each other, and makes a power of the light, and not even the light is there, and the existent field of the light. So two different endings makes the power. In Majja Sutra, actually I am explaining what I understood, right? The way I am explaining may be 100% true. Don't think the way I understood only I explaining this. So I have to tell you the truth actually. This power is you. That's the thing. That is why we live in the simulation world. Actually, this power is not you, it's just like a current, So now another example, RN1 is telling you in a swimming pool, when someone is putting a stone inside the pool, the waves happening, the water goes up and down. That's the power. That's why it makes the waves. But at the edge of the pool, the swimming pool, you can see the water is going up and down like that. The power we can see, but the water has not gone to the edge of the pool, but what happened, only the water is there, goes up and down, but not went to the other side of the pool, edge of the pool. Another example Aranwas is telling us. This power comes in this example because the water touches the stone. It makes the power automatically. Two different endings, water surface and the stone. They collided each other and makes a power like that. Two different endings meeting each other, and when they collided each other makes a power like that. The same thing happening inside our sensory organs. So power is you. That's why Aranwas is always telling us the power is you, your soul. When the power becomes, when you understand how the power is creating, so what happens is your mind power, the powerfulness of your thoughts diminishing. When the power becomes zero, that means you are liberated from your thoughts, your mind. The fully liberation is there. So that is the most important thing we have to understand. So in Sinhala, Arana saying, Matik Mamgamana Kana, Ma Dalavayana Tana. Ma means what? The power of your mind. The power what remains with you. You know how it happens. And the power of your mind is not there. The zero. Like the Narana is telling power is existing because we think something is existing. When something is existing, the power is there. Because of the thought of something is existing. As an example, what I told, the bottle is on the table. We feel the bottle is existing and it is on the table. The existing power, feel of existence, and it is known as your soul. Your soul is the existing power, existing feel. It may be difficult to understand at one side, but you have to understand it. When you listen this Dhamma, you will be able to understand this little by little. It doesn't matter. If you can't understand, you listen them again and again and again. When we listen to one sermon at first time, the second time when you are listening, not the way you are, the understanding becoming more understanding. When you're hearing the same sermon the third time, you feel something else. Because you feel more and more. You understood more and more about the sermon, what Arana is explaining like that. In Sinhalese, Arana is telling Itta means sattva. Itta means existing field. So it is known as sattva. Tiyanawa. Something is there. In example, the same example, the bottle is the signal. The perception of the bottle is differ, but the bottle is existing is a different perception, different idea. These are two different things. So in this sound wave and the color wave combination is a perception actually. In single sanya, or maybe a signal, I don't think that word is appropriate for that perception. Like, so we are always dealing with these perceptions, no? These perceptions are not real. They are illusions. So when you go back to what by explain with the fan, the example, actually there is no round in the fan. It is a perception what we can see. We do the high speed of rotating, but it's not true, no. So that is the illusion, no? Likewise, the same we have to think about the other sensory organs even. That is why sanya is an illusion. The perceptions are illusions like that. Actually, there is no ring in the fan. It is a perception. It's a signal. I don't know the appropriate word for this. So there is nothing inside as a ring in the fan. It is an illusion. So each and every vibrations have this power. When this power comes together, all the power comes through your sensory organs, is your soul. The current or existing field that we are discussing, and even Naren was always highlighting this, because it's sometimes hard to understand at once. We have to listen to this Dhamma over and over again to understand this process. And when the color waves and sound waves transforming into a new vibration is known as a thought. No, you know, no, but we feel the sound is existing. Color wave also colors are also existing, and even when they transform into a new vibration, the thoughts are also existing. Like that we feel, right? We know the thoughts are existing, even like bottle, cup, bed, like that existing feel. They are existing, like we feel it, right? So you have to understand this. Naranvasis explain is Itta Sanya, and in Sinhala Sat means existing. Tena, something is there, something is existing. Itta Sanya is Sattva. Like that Naranvasis explaining as Sat. Then again explaining Satkaya. Kaya means heap, godak, like Satkaya. Godama Tiena ways, or all these things are existing. The heap is Skanda. In Pali it's Skanda. The heap is known as Skanda. Godak. When we think that Sat, when existing feeling is not there, the Sakkaya Drishtiya is fading away. Sat means Tiena. Kaya means heap. That means all the vibrations coming, the collection of this vibration is existing. So that is how it happens. So Satkaya Drishtiya will fade away. So that is how you have to understand the existing field. When you understand the existing field, you feel there is nothing in existence, like that. So it is why the illusion of existent feeling goes away through this understanding. For this understanding, we should understand the Skanda Vigrahaya, what Naranvasis is telling us, explaining us. We have to understand this. It's really worth for us. Why? Because without seeing the Skanda Vigrahaya, so Mahanini, what you should do to pray Nibbana, you have to see the truth of this. Like that Naranvasis is telling, until you get the liberation of your mind, you have to understand of this Skanda Vigraha. I don't know, I'm sorry, the English word for this. That means 5 aggregates, actually. You have to understand these 5 aggregates. Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana, like this. In Skanda Vigraya, Naranvasis is nicely explaining how it happens. All these are collection of vibrations. In one thought, everything is there. When the thought becomes real to you, what happens is your thought become real to you and your soul is there. So try to understand this reality by listening Naranvasis sermon. Therefore, I would like to conclude my session today. So thank you for every listeners, and may all the triple gems bless you all, and Thiruvan Sarnai everyone, and I pay my humble homage to our Master. the noble teacher teaching us this pure truth. Therwan Saranai. We'll meet again another day. Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai, I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse. Therwan Saranai Dhamma friends. I'm going to talk about true Buddhist philosophy. Lord Buddha revealed 2600 years ago and again awakened fully by Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, showing a very clear, steady path to overcome cycle of samsara created in the human mind. I am presenting now the self-translation of true Buddhist philosophy, Darshana Samapattiya, preached by Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse 5 years ago. This is the continuation of Darshana Samapattiya 5. Sammaditthi means who has redeemed from all the wrong views, but he understands all the wrong views by knowing Dhamma. According to nowadays, we live in a good era, can listen to Dhamma sermons very well through the different channels. During the past 1000 years, we don't meet this kind of era. Dhamma books, temples, and bhikkhus were destroyed past 400 odd years of slavery in our country. Therefore, there was no Dhamma. Finally, there was no bhikkhus even, no Upasampada culture. At last, Velivita Sri Asarana Sarana Saranankara Bhikkhu established Upasampada culture in this country in the recent past during King Sri Vikrama Rajasingha. We had a dark era like that running through past thousands of years. Now you can feel how lucky you are. to live in this era. How we know what we are doing in the darkness of ignorance. If we are blind, we cannot see what is outside. If we born blind, die like a blind. But there is a big reason you're born in this era to understand, and you are having the ability to realize the truth. What is the supreme noble thing in this world? Wealth and gain, money and property, positions and honors of the society. Can we take any worldly, physical things after death? Finally, you will understand the supreme noble thing in this world is realizing the truth. Whatever we do in the darkness of ignorance is useless. If somebody realizes the eternal truth, that is the noble, supreme thing in this world. Now, this is the conclusion of Darshana Samapattiya, chapter 5, sermon 5, and I am going to start sermon 6. Thirvan Saranai. We have talked about Bhavanga Chitta in our previous chapter. Certainly, the place where redeemed from Dwara Chitta, sense-related minds. Talking about Bhavanga, Bhavanga Chitta as mentioned in Dhamma. What is this Bhavanga Chitta? What is this Bhavanga Chitta mentioned in Abhidharma? Bhavanga, Bhavanga Chitta become Bhavanga Upacheda and occurring Sota Vijnana Chitta, ear sensor consciousness mind, and then it is fading. Again Bhavanga, Bhavanga Chalana become Bhavanga Upacheda and occurring Kaya Vijnana Chitta. Body sensor consciousness mind is occurring and then it is fading. Again Bhavanga, Bhavanga Chalana become Bhavanga Upacheda and occurring the next Chitta mind. Bhavanga means the place where no thoughts. Bhavanga Chalana means the place where the mind collides with or comes into contact with something. Bhavanga Upacheda means the place where the mind sensor occurred. Like this, Bhavanga Chitta, something comes into contact with the spider woven web. Spider comes into that contact Spider comes into that contact very fast and the bundle is being dragged away like this across your doors, eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, mind, occurring a chitta, mind, thought across a contact, mental objects. But at one moment, only one mind is occurring. This chitta viti, thought process, chitta niyama, law and order of mental process. Lord Buddha preached 7 niyama dharma in this world, such as Dhamma niyama, law of phenomena, nature, Ritu niyama, law of physical phenomena, seasons, heat, etc. Chitta niyama, law and order of mental process. Bija niyama, law of speeds, biology. Kamma niyama, law of moral cause and effect. One of those are chitta niyama, the way of occurring a mind. It is a nature's law. In this story, the place of occurring and fading of each mind, there is action mind. Action mind means a mind without an intention, cannot impose a mind even. Space between two minds, two thoughts. Telling that way is correct. This action mind, which redeemed from nama, name, and rupa, image, when matching with chitta viti, flow, series of chitta, minds, thoughts. That subtle state is showing as bhavanga. It is telling early. You may know when occurring a mind, bhavanga is sleepy. Bhavanga chalana, bhavanga upachcheda, 3 stages. In this place, why it is described as this in Dhamma? Why talking about bhavanga chitta before occurring dwara chitta? Why every time coming back to bhavanga chitta? Certainly in chitta viti, flow series of minds thoughts to show the order, pattern of occurring and fading of minds, thoughts. But it is also sorry, but it is also shown that this is a very fast process happening each and every moment, which cannot be grasped by a human mind. But however, There is only one logical principle mentioned in Abhidharma, the space between two minds, telling that way is correct. But here we have to properly look and match, not keeping room for sakaya, doubt, vichikicchava, indecision. That mind situation, which is no any feeling or sense, redeemed from dragging or colliding. That mind is blank. State of action mind. This should be seen through wisdom. If you are trying to see this practically inside your mind, we can take examples. Aryan Vahanse said, you think about something in front of you. A mind can see this situation at this moment wherever you are. See something in front of you. Say it is a tree. Look at that tree. Again, look at the leaf. Again, look at the flower. Again, look at the smell. Now you can see the tree. Again, you can see the leaf. Again, you can see the flower. Here the mind is changing. Can feel the smell. Now you can hear a sound. Again, that sound object appeared. Likewise, this mind is occurring and fading. But there is no connection with this mind and the next mind. Again, a new mind is occurring. The subtle situation of this mind's changing within senses can be seen like this through wisdom. When looking at the leaf, the tree is not there. When looking at the flower, the leaf is not there. When feeling the smell, flower is not there. When hearing the sound, smell is not there. You can verify that one sensor at a time is judging. Improve little more. Sati sampajanya. Awareness, understanding. Improving wisdom. Remaining in undistracted mind. Attentively think over the way you are walking, your poses. If you think over your leg, your knee is bending, moves forward, keeping mind series, one mind occurring, fading, and the next mind occurring. Your leg is lifting up and keeping down again, lifting up and keeping down. In each and every keeping step, look at your mind. Mind feels a hardness, but here you can feel only what your mind is focusing. You are not focusing. You are not focusing the more movements of your legs and hands. You have focused on walking. You can feel only what you have focused, but your head is shaking. Hands and legs are in the movement. You are breathing, but it is not focusing. Breeze strikes on your body, but you don't focus it. Likewise, the object which mind is focusing and become a mind, and then consciousness happening. But lot of processes happening. What are those? Are there no values for them? If you focus on them, those objects will appear for you. At that point, there will be no previous objects appearing. Like this, at each moment, this mind is occurring and fading in deep state of mind. If you see this through wisdom, it will match you. But when you are walking, rounding up of muscles, thigh muscles, foot, sole muscles, etc. We are not thinking about these things. You are uplifting your knees, keeping down your sole of the foot. These activities belongs to the process. Likewise, lot of activities are happening without the knowledge of the mind. In this process, certainly, are you thinking and walking? No. We can aim our mind to the activity, but thinking and activating is not happening. We can understand that the activities of skandha, heaps of objective thoughts, are far beyond the conventional concepts. When we see this through wisdom, certainly we are unable to do anything. The wrong view of me, my mind concept of view is also dissolving. There is no Vasavartana dominion nature of these activities. There is no owner for these activities. Most of the time, you are not thinking and breathing. Your heartbeat happens not by intention. We are talking about a lot of activities happening inside of us without owners. Look at the activities of little children. Why did the child cry? Is because of hunger. Listen to our previous sermon again. We have discussed in that the process of occurring of thoughts in a newborn small child. If we look at the small child's activities, why did the child cry? Is because of hunger? No, that is our view. We are imposing those activities according to conceptual conventions. But the little child does not know those things. But there is a burning there, increase of fire element inside the flesh lump. There is a burning sensation without conceptual conventions. We can see the process of activities inside the small newborn baby without conceptual conventions. The little baby is breathing without thinking. The little child urinates and defecates without thinking. Little child is shouting without thinking. Blood circulation inside the baby's body happening without thinking. Heartbeat is happening without thinking. Little baby is eating, struggling in the urine. Little baby is eating, defecates, struggling in the urine. Little baby don't feel the smell. Little baby can't feel the taste. No senses. No senses created yet. Baby has eyes, ears, tongue, nose, but flesh eyes is not the sensor. It is a, if it is a sensor, there should be an activation, feeling. The little baby's senses are not yet activated, not stimulating. Composure does not arise. For that, skandha, heaps of objective thoughts needed. Skandhanam patibhavo, ayatanam patilabho, ayang uchyati jati, creation of jati, birth, arising of life. That means only when the eye sense occurred, something, images occurring, there is birth occurred. When the ear sense occurred, sound occurring, then the jati, birth occurred. when the smell occurred. When the smell occurred, nose occurring. Then this nose means inside and outside. Eye means feeling. Color is occurring due to the image and the eyes. Creation of color. Tinnan Sangati Passo. Eye sensor is the combination of these three. Chakkuncha, Paticca Rupecha, Chakku Vijnana. Chakku Vijnana means the knowing of eyes, color, the shape, recognition, Vijnana. For that composure is happening, but it takes some time. As soon as the baby is born, this composure is not happening. This must see through the wisdom. Through the newborn baby, by his baby has the eyes. Though the newborn baby has the eyes, ears, tongue, nose, body, and mind, there is no composure. That means senses are not created. That is why the skandha, heap of objective thoughts, should be there to understand the feeling, recognition, and knowing. Little baby takes some time to build up these. This fact is very important. Up to that, there is a process for the baby, an action mind. There is nothing in it, no knowing, only an action, only a process. Can't impose anything, cannot impose a person there. Actually, senses are not made out of flesh. Telling in another way, newborn baby has no mental focus, directing the mind toward an object. Can you understand now that our story is getting trapped into two, action and mental focus? There is action in one side and mental focus in the other side. True, in the little baby, we see only the action. We have mental focus. Little baby has no mental focus. Little baby has no mental focus. We also came from there. We had only action at the beginning. Later, mental focus created on us. Intentions created. That is why it is said, avijja paccaya sankara. Sankara means thoughts, intentions, mental focus. We are grabbing eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind due to these thoughts, intentions, mental focus. Chetanaham bhikkave kammang vadami. Karma is accumulating due to chetana, intentions. That means this whole story is sabbe sankara, tangled with thoughts, causing those objective thoughts. If somebody can see the sudden occurrence and fading of cause and effect process, he will be able to see the eye sensor occurring and fading. Cause is the illumination of light. Cause is the illumination of light. Effect is knowing about the tree. But knowing is not the light or tree. Our knowing is a shadow occurred due to light and tree. We call as knowing. For a reflection, a shadow. An illusion we have continuously rolled along this story and arrived. If we look at the story, process of the little baby does not know me, mine, myself. Little baby has a panchaskandha, 5 aggregates, process of activities without conceptual convention. Little baby's taste, feeling has no owner. Little baby doesn't know what are the colors because no conceptual conventions. This is the nature of the skandha, heaps of objective thoughts. The nature of an arahant. There is no impose for an arahant, just an activity, maintaining only an action mind, just like the little baby, only an activity process, only colors visible to the eyes, hearing only sounds, hearing only sounds to the ears, nose feel smells only, body feels touches only. There are no owners for these. Therefore, ditte dittamanta, sute sutamanta, mute mutamanta, viññate viññatamanta. When seeing, only seeing, no seer. When hearing, only hearing, no hearer. When sensing, no feeler. When knowing, only knowing, no knower. No conceptual conventions. No person, No, no person just like that little baby. An arahant as only a phenomena based on the law of cause and effect without conceptual conventions, still having the five aggregates with us. Small baby does not have an owner for this, same as that the arahant is also not having a owner, but normal human beings are accepting that everything is happening to us. At that point, suffering is occurring. If attached and grasped upadana, nama, name and rupa, image, entangling and thoughts occurring. It is good. I like it. That is not good. I don't like it. They are the like and dislike happening at the point occurring. Sukha, pleasure and dukkha, suffering at the same point occurring. Adukkama sukha, neutral feeling which is not belongs to the other two. Upeksha, equanimity, mind. If somebody can see those nama, names and rupa, images, the illusion of conceptual conventions through wisdom, the nature of them are pointless. That person is a yogavachara, seeker, is in the path to nibbana. It is not merely happening. Truth must be shown. That is why the seeker is inquiring the way mind is formed. The objectives comes through the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and body are the mind. We must see the creation of these objectives. That means going beyond the action mind and seeing how the thought is formed, how the grasping happened, how the likeness created to feel the pleasure. We have spoken about this continuously, Aryan Vahanse said. But here the intentions are preparing due to the knowing occurred in the mind, tangling with outside. Though we show an image outside, these images are creating in the mind. there are not belongs to nothing belongs to outside. But now we got an outside today. We have got a world. Therefore, we have got an individual. That thing is there. If so, who is seeing that? Then I am seeing that myself created and the suffering started due to this Nam, name and Rupa, image. Myself is creating. This is why mental impurities, defilements created for us. Our action mind is covered, and due to that, the process of activities also covered, just like a cake is covered with icing. Therefore, now we are talking about only the mental focus, icing part of the cake, our desires, feelings, our life, our things, our children. In this story, there is icing only, defilements, mental impurities, mental focus. While listening to these, you will slowly feel that the mental focus is an illusion and these sayings are true. You will understand this knowledge. An individual is created based on the duality of Ajat, inside and Bahidda, outside. Mind is not occurring in a place where there is no duality. Therefore, the mind is an energy power like a magnet. When the plus end and minus end is rotating, current is creating. This story is just like that. If there is something outside, myself should be here. That is seeing by me. There are Ajat inside and Bahidda outside, created with the mind. Therefore, this Dvetanupassana, duality, is the reason to occur a mind. Now you have the knowledge of knowing. Then what should you do to redeem from the mind? Yo ubante viditvan mante majja nalippati tambrumi mahapuriso seda simbani majjaga. Lord Buddha preached in Majje Sutra due to this. If somebody recognizes the both ends and if he stays without attaching to them, and he is realizing the middle. We say he is an Mahapurusha, noble person, living in the middle without attaching. He is the one who is entered into the middle path. This story, in this story, in this stanza, in this sutra, Lord Buddha shows the middle path. This must be seen through the wisdom, nama, name, and rupa, image. The both ends, ajata, bahidda, tangling the inside knot and the outside knot. Anto jata, bahijata, telling the same thing, same story, creation of this mind. When seeing the creation of mind, it is proven this mind to be a lie, seeing the truth of it. There is no two ends. There is only one end, and it is also a lie, an illusion created inside the mind and seen. But mind is also a shadow which is occurring and disappearing. Mind is occurring due to misleading by a shadow. This story is very deep, but this is the eternal truth. What has happened to us in each and every moment, every second? Now, why the mind? Thoughts are occurring for us. We are still having a memory. Memory store. We have lot of upadi, occurrence. Therefore, our mind is burning. We have memories. I was living like that. Now I am like this. I am trying to develop. These are firing. Etan santang, etam pranitang, yadidang sabba sankara samato. All the thoughts, sabba sankara, samato, becoming calm, no value for them, becoming upeksha, treated with indifference. Then only we meet the peaceful and sublime Nibbana. Etan santam, etam pranitam, yadidang sabba sankara samato. Sabbopadi patinissaggo. Here the sabba upadi means the heaps of thought lords, data lords. What are they? You know names of everything in this world by now. You know this sun, the moon, ground. We take birth, we die, I am a woman. I am a man. This is my house. This is my mother. All these are data. This is a lie, created illusion. We are trapped in a world of conventional conceptions, like a chick living inside the eggshell, just like dug a well or a pit and jumped into it. Now we are alone in the pit, trapped inside it. Now I have the things belongs to me, not giving anything to anybody, trapped inside the cage created by me. That's why it is said, oneself is closed his eyes by his own hand. We have provided you a series of sermons. Aryan Vahanse said, preached this Dhamma in a simple way. In that, we told these examples, preached through only examples. We told about the chick living inside the eggshell. We told about the frog inside the well. All these bits are created by ourselves. We are suffering in prison cells created by us. Our mind cannot come out. Our mind is trapped. Our home, our children, our garden, our land, our job. When you are surrounded by a fortress of your things, you are helpless. You have tied yourself up. You have become your own prisoner. You are helpless. You feel pleasure and pain now. You are feeling pleasure and pain until your body breaks through and hits the ground. When are getting up from this? Why are you staying? Just closing your own eyes. You are scared to see the light. Your mind is telling you not to look at the light. You are in the Kamaloka, the world of desires, fetching pleasures. There is nothing called pleasure. You can feel it if you can open your eyes to the light, redeem from sensual pleasure. Your eyes appears radiant under the light, like night-dwelling creatures. These creatures are not used to the light. They are unable to bear up the light sensitivity on their eye sense. I am concluding this session for today. Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends. I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I pay my homage at Aryan Vahanse's feet, our noble friend. May all of you be blessed by Triple Gem, and I am very grateful to our friends who are helping us with the technology. This is yet another session of discussion in our Buddothpado PeoTV channel, which is there 24 hours a day. This is an effort of our noble friend Aryan Vahanse to spread this true Dhamma, this beautiful Dhamma to our friends who are looking for the truth worldwide, who do not have the opportunity to listen to the Zoom discussions which are conducted in Sinhalese and Tamil languages. So this is actually the brainchild of our noble friend Aryan Vahanse, because he felt that this should go to the world, this should go to more and more people, because the people are looking for the truth. There are many people who do not find what they are looking for in their own beliefs. So they sort of screen all the social media, they listen to many sermons and try to find what they feel is the true path. So we are very fortunate actually, because our noble friend Aryan Vahanse is there to guide us, and we all can see the light. The path is clear for us. And as our noble friend says that we have got the address where to go. So we are getting an immense support and corrections all the time. So this is a golden opportunity for you and me to understand this true Dhamma. This is actually a disclosure which was done by Lord Buddha nearly 2,600 years ago, and it was influenced by many other beliefs, and also during the process of translation, many changes have occurred. So it was kind of changed and altered
and it was more depending on the the materialistic world, with lots of offerings, lots of types of pujas and meritorious work, which were given the priority. Not that we are discouraging them, they should also be done, but that shouldn't be the number one, because now it's very clear that what is the priority is that the practical aspect. And I'm sure some of you may be knowing that our noble friend has introduced the practical experience in 4 steps. Right from the beginning, the concept of no self is to be applied, because really speaking, there is no self. This is a Dhamma which has the no self angle. So it has to be the true fact which should be applied right from the beginning in all 4 steps, where there's no person here. World is a creation of the senses, sensor function, and depending on the nature of the sensor function, a different world is created for every living being. But the understanding we had was that what was created by these senses is truly there outside. So we are moving away from that darkness little by little, with the guidance of our R.N. Vahanse, our noble friend. So this 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. discussion is mainly for our friends who are listening to these sermons. And if they find anything which is not clear from those or any other discussions of Buddothpada and Mahanses, you are welcome to join this session and ask the questions, because it should be a kind of forum where discussions are taking place rather than a person talking. So I invite the friends who are listening at this moment from the YouTube to join the Zoom live, and then we can discuss as it comes. So I can see our friends have joined. Teruvan Saranai to all of you. There was no book reading, but we can take up some topic and then start the discussion. Teruvan Saranai. Anything particular that you would like to start?
Tervan Saranai, Doctor.
Yes.
Today morning, I heard Aryan Mahanse in the 5 to 8 session.
Yeah.
He was explaining. Have you heard that sermon?
Yes. That is
Can,
the 5 o'clock one or the 9:30 one?
5 o'clock one?
Yes, yes.
Can you please explain it a bit further?
Yeah. Is it about that question on Anyatavi and Anyasamiti? Is that the question that you want to explain?
Yes, Doctor. I think you have
Yeah.
that you have asked that question, no?
Yes.
I would like to hear a bit further about that.
Okay. I think Dr. Kokila and Surangika, I don't know whether you could listen to that. Teruvan Saranai?
Yeah, I listened to that. You can tell some things.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, actually, I mean, the names, 3 names, I mentioned 3 names, the Anyatavi, Anyindriya, and Anyasamiti, Anyindriya, and Anyatavi. Those were the 3 things that I asked. Basically, even though the names are given like that, even though it is explained as if there are 3 levels, what is important is that the fire or the burning that occurs with the stimuli, that is what should be felt, and that is what should be fading off. So what Arano has explained was that actually when I listened to that discussion again, only I realized that I have used that word akamatta so many times. So that was the fault from my side, because I have used that word and the impression given was completely uh, different actually. So that was my fault entirely. What he explained was that this is something you feel. It can't be a thought very clearly. So feel means what is felt is that the burn or the fire that occurs in relation to the stimulus is getting less and less. In other words, it has to be uh, right from the beginning that self we shouldn't be there, because for a person who is in anusote, or a person who see the world as real, is not on this point definitely. So the first important thing is that the self we shouldn't be there. So for somebody who has realized that it is the wrong view, incorrect view, or the drushtiya, that's a wrong drushtiya, that is the beginning point. So when the self view is not there, that means by thinking that as a thought, the world is not taken as real. In other words, the thought about myself is also gone. Now, if the world is not there as a thought, then the other side of it is that myself coming as a thought. But that feel is there underneath the thought. The feeling of self perception is still there. So what Aranvasi said was that to whatever the stimuli, he took the example as a daughter. So whatever the stimulus, the things like like and dislike, that sort of feels will not disappear. They are part of the mind sensor functions. They are kind of mind sensor functions. But the fire underneath, or the burning feel underneath, is the one which is getting less and less. So when it is felt, that is the anya samitindriya, and it's felt that it is becoming less and less, that fire underneath. But the things like happiness or sadness, or some form of liking or disliking, those things will not disappear, because they are part of the mind sensor. They are creations of the mind sensor. What happens is the fire underneath is the one which is disappearing. So in other words, that what he explained earlier was that දෙයක් නොවන සතුට, දෙයක් නොවන ලස්සන, දෙයක් නොවන කැමැත්ත. That means they haven't a happiness which is not a thing, sadness which is not a thing, maybe even the anger which is not a thing. That is what he explained. That is the situation when it is when a person is in this level, or I have to use the word level, but when you describe about this Anya Samiti, that is what he felt, that is what he explained. A happiness which is not a thing, sadness which is not a thing. So what I told at that time was that it is like functioning at two levels, and which he agreed. You are superficially, you interact in the same way. Maybe you have sadness, sometimes you have angry, uh, uh, sadness, anger, happiness, all sorts of things will be there superficially, but the deeper part is not changing, and which means that burning underneath isn't there. So if Dr. Kokila or Surangika, would you like to add, or if there is anything to correct, please go ahead, Terwasanai.
Surangika, what would you add? Did you have the chance to listen to that?
That was Dr. Kokila. Yeah, I did listen to it,
Yeah.
but I thought I had to listen to it again. I think in a roundabout way, the thing that I was also understanding from that earlier clip I sent to you also, Dr. Sakuntala, was
Yes.
that when a thought doesn't become a thing, stimuli doesn't become a thing, there is that non-existent kind of feel. And if that feel becomes a thing, now for that to become a thing, the stimuli can be something arising out of sadness or happiness. So in I think it's the same thing, but I thought I needed to reflect on it a bit more. So the way you described it is the direct happiness not becoming a thing. And the force behind the happiness, which is the self-perception, is the thing that is gradually dwindling through the Anya Samiti, the Anyi Indriya, to the point of becoming zero at the Anyatavi. And but that I think he said was that if the stimuli is a typical stimuli that would bring happiness by a typical functioning of the mind sensor, then that does not change. Similarly, matter that would typically cause sorrow would not change, but the underlying burning, whether it is a happiness like a stimulation, an entertainment type burning, or a burning because of the sorrow becoming too powerful, is the thing that is gradually fading. So the way I understood it earlier was that when thought doesn't become a thing, there is still the feeling that it doesn't become a thing. And that feeling that it doesn't become a thing can have a self-perception in it, because that is felt. And that feeling there has also an underlying power. Sorry, it might be too complicated even for the way I'm explaining, perhaps for
Yeah,
Champa.
I think so.
I think we'll stick to what you said, Dr. Sakuntala, because this is all just a different way of looking at it, but I think ultimately it's the same thing.
Well, what do you think, Dr. Sakuntala? So what did you actually finally understand?
Finally, what I understood was, even though you talk in different Pali words, what is important is that the feel that the fire is getting less and less in relation to the stimuli.
Can you see a very distinct thing there? Can you see what is the most distinctive thing that here? The distinct thing that Aranwanse was trying to say was...
Yeah, the self-view, isn't it?
Yeah, but no, I was trying to say something else also. Can't you see, Dr. Sakuntala, someone has to actually fully realize that whatever the stimuli, with power or without power.
Yes.
So it all comes to that. Is it with power or without power?
Yeah, whether you have fire or not, that is, in other words,
No, but
isn't it?
then it comes to actually
More rude, more crude in that way, if you say
no,
fire.
actually someone has to know that to compare.
Mm. Mm.
Isn't it? How one would know that it has come to the whatever the final thing, or what hasn't come to the final thing.
You mean there is a self? Is that what you were trying to say?
No, I'm not telling you, because this is all in the field side.
Mm-hmm.
So the field side, whether it's a you like some what did you say, like, if you say like,
Mm.
like is a actually in the mind, liking is in the mind, no? So the like, whether it's a powerful like or not, how would you know that? How would you know whether the like was with power or without power? What power are you talking about? So it has to really come to that level, isn't it? What do you think? That is the thing. The how Ananda Thero is not going. How does he know that he can't attend tomorrow? The thing that Sanghana thing, because he feels that power still.
Mm.
And when Ananda Thero was going to go to sleep, how does he know that he can attend now? So it's all in the field side, isn't it?
Yeah, isn't the power itself, it means that self vibration? Is it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So what is this vibration? That is your whole sansaric journey. This is your sastra.
Yeah.
So whether you know whether that power, this is all in the field side. That was the whole thing I was trying to say that day, but it didn't come properly, and it won't come even now. Because it's our inability to say something properly. But it's all in the field side. So what is this power? What is this sasa power? The sasa or tains or whatever the word you use, what is that power? And how is the will without that power? So that's a good investigation, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so everyone has the challenge. What do you think?
Yeah, it is a challenge, and that is where the jnana
Because
is
you say
helping.
yes, Arana say, yeah, I got it. But then if you have a perception of that's not the thing that this is all about. If you have even a perception about this power, no one can. How someone can actually turn your sasava to different angle? Even Lord Buddha couldn't do that. That power, which has the potential, because he started the talk like that. It has the potential for anything. To go to Niraya or go to whatever. So we are talking about a power, then the demarcation between the power and no power. So the liking something with power, without power, not liking something with power, without power, telling something with power, without power, doing something with power, without power. Can you see? But then that's the important thing. So still the power is there, and as soon as there is a transformation, so Anandathera can attend the Sanghayana.
Dr.
That
Kokula,
is, yeah.
isn't
Yeah,
that
this
the
is
same?
open to discussion, because this is the best way to actually rekindle the investigation and the, yeah.
Isn't that the self-perception, the self-vibration? The
Yeah,
power is the
self-vibration,
self-vibration, isn't it?
this
The
whole thing,
feeling of the vibration.
yeah, the whole thing about Sasava is the vibration.
Yeah.
Because Sasava doesn't have a perception.
Yeah, so I think, Dr. Sakuntala, when you said power, you meant the self-vibration, didn't you?
Yeah, just I mentioned self-vibration just now,
No,
but
no.
at that time
Dr.
I did
Sakuntala
mention.
said it correctly. No, I'm not actually telling she didn't say it correctly. No. I'm just rekindling, kind of trying to give some bit insights, bit more. Dr. Sakuntala said it nicely. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about this Sasa, because this whole Indriya side, that those three words are in the field side. So yes, definitely it is a vibration. Yes. So if we need to talk about this becomes so political, isn't it?
So when Anandathero felt that he now qualified to go to the Sanghayana, was that vibration became zero.
How? How would you know that it became zero?
So
how do you know that you have gone to Colombo?
So if the field is the vibration, isn't it? So if
No, how would you go? How would you know you have gone to Colombo before?
You should have experienced it once, isn't it? I mean, you
Yeah,
should
that's the
have gone
thing.
to Colombo once. So like that, if Anandathero has experienced the no self vibration at once at least, then he realized that now he has reached that. Is that the thing that you are
meaning
trying
that
to
it
say?
is a permanent state, the titiya.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, as soon as you asked the question, Aranhanse went into a different mode. It's really beautiful answer he gave, but it's beyond our abilities to even add anything more. But what I'm trying to say is some aspects that are so beautiful. I mean, he went to talk about the Sasa directly. So this
Yeah,
all
because he
power,
started
this
saying
power.
this. Yeah, sorry.
Yes, because I can't even now remember. But I just trying to say something which is not coming properly even. Yeah.
No, I think what you was trying to say was Aranvansi also started off saying all this is a feel, isn't it? I think that's the way he started, isn't it? When
Yeah, and he went to say about
Mm.
the Karmakshaya and all this, about this power behind. What happens when the power is there? How power leads to everywhere? How it opens the doors of 31 realms? But the non-power or no power is quite different, isn't it? He said only someone like Visakha. He said few things which I think so what that means is that field of non-vibration has to be felt, and that it is staying. Has to be felt before to know that it is staying. That's what I'm trying to say. It's a different point. But Aramahan says each and every sentence after your question is very important. It's all about the feel. It's all about the feel, and it's all about the actually knowing or feeling your sasava and feeling the non-sasava or the non-vibration as well. So the stimuli or hearing with power, without power, seeing with power, without power, there should be a difference, isn't it? Don't you think?
Yeah.
I mean, we can't be similar to Lord Buddha or to an arahant if we haven't become an arahant. So what I'm trying to say is, no, actually there's, to even say that there is ignorance, what I'm trying to say is, for the discussion point of view, definitely seeing with power, without power, both should have been known, isn't it? We know already with power. Do we know seeing without power? Or do we just guess?
There are instances which I have felt, I don't know whether you can tell it, whether it is just another creation of the mind sensor, but there have been instances where I felt that,
Definitely there
I
would
mean,
be.
it's
I'm
like
just
superficial and deep, like two layers, like superficially I feel something, but deep it's very cool, and that experience is there, but as you said, I don't know whether it is a duplicate.
like becoming something. So this side is gone completely, and it is still the perception is there, but a life feel is not there. So there's so many ways to tell that, but it is whatever the way you tell is irrelevant here. It's an experience. That is the thing. But it is very important to know that there is seeing with power, there is seeing without power. This without power, that's the life field we are talking about in a different word. So without power means like, now imagine I'm waving at my child. Just imagine I'm actually waving now. I'm in the room, there's no one here, but I'm waving now. So you all can visualize someone waving. So there is waving with power and without power. So, you know, it's like a tree. It's example only, metaphor only, but it's like a tree. The tree is kind of moving the you know, the branches as well, isn't it?
Mm.
That's the thing. So the superficially arm is moving. If you say the Lord Buddha is marching or walking with 500 monks, and is there a difference? No, everyone is walking. Even if a monkey is in the mundane world, he is also walking, isn't it? So how one can say from outside whether all these 500 monks are feeling the non-self? So Lord Buddha sent 500 monks and also sent one Samanera. And only that one Samanera could come to the front and say, oh, yeah, okay, you can kill me. Isn't it? In that story. Because he was the only Arahant there. So it's very, very tricky, isn't it? Can you judge by anything at all? Like, it's only pertaining to the or intimate or the evident to that system only. Whether that power is gone or not. After the power is gone, whatever you do, does it matter? So imagine self-perception is replaced by the non-self perception. What is non-self perception? Can someone even explain? Can't, because it's absence of self-perception. So do you know what is self-perception? Can you answer that? No. Because it's something felt. Is it there only when we talk? Self-perception. No, self-perception, the duality, whatever the word we say, it's... So what happens when someone... So when we take Vishaka as that's to say that she has realized this Dhamma, but she hasn't actually like entered any other levels at all. So the self-view is not there. So the self-view is not there. There is a perception, yes. But even that perception is not powerful now. Because why? There is a non-self perception which is growing, which is more powerful than the self-perception. And he said that. He said non-vibration is powerful than the vibration. And he said a sentence like non-vibration feels the vibration. Oh my God,
Yes.
that whole thing was so powerful. And I think we miss so many things. Now only I realize how many things we miss in these things. So it's a really good explanation he did. What do you think, Dr. Sakuntala? He did it with you. What do you remember? That's why I
Yeah,
asked you.
actually, I have to listen to it again and again because I feel that when you're talking, I have missed some of the points that he was trying to say. And as you said, that doing it with power and without power, that thing that is the most important thing there, the essence, I think.
Essence is that.
Yeah.
It's so beautiful. I mean, if I listen again, I might say again something. Because I also drift away sometimes. But still, it was so beautiful. Champa actually asked the question. What did Champa, Champa, are you there? Are you able to talk? If Champa, what did you feel when you listened to that?
Yes, I listened to it, but I am not very much clear about it because I am not very much experienced. But I understood one thing, doctor. That means the duality is still there.
No.
Without the power or some
No, duality is not there. In the field side, there is no duality.
Yes.
If the duality is there, there is a perception level. That's okay. That's a
But
perception
there
level.
is likes and dislikes, no, doctor?
Oh no, that's dropped anyway in the when you are. So, oh my God, this should be clarified. Okay, so one would, if someone is still associating with worldly perceptions, you can't really call it the field level. I mean, it's very difficult to say even. So
Yes, I understand that.
If the like perception is more powerful than the if the perception is powerful, whether the like or dislike, whatever, if the perception is powerful, that's a different story. Then we can't talk about the feeling.
Yes.
In the feel side,
no, දෙයක් නොවන දුක, දෙයක් නොවන සතුට. That means I thought
it's not Satuta Dukkha is nothing related to that Aryan Vahanse.
That is not, you mean that is not belongs
There's
to
no demarcation, no. Dukkha is there, yes. He even might shed some tears. That's not a thing to that Aryan Vahanse. So in the perception, I don't know whether I'm telling it rightly. Okay, now imagine Lord Buddha. Lord Buddha is not thinking this is deyak nona dukkha or deyak nona satuta. Even the perception of satuta dukkha is not important, irrelevant here. It's irrelevant. What's the big deal? It's whether the power is felt or not. That's all. That's the feel side. So that's the importance of knowing what the power is talking about. So if the worldly things are not a problem, so this all the good or bad, right or wrong, happy or sad, is a different perception. It's a perception. Do you get it? It's a perception.
Yes,
it's a perception.
Yes.
Because we can't talk about
duality. Yes.
Yeah, duality without a perception. Duality is always in the dream world.
Yes.
But actual feel, it's that is the importance of correctly feeling the power and the absence of power. Because if you haven't fully, if you don't have a full idea, if you go on this path and go to the field side, you might not be even able to change the things. That's what happens to Arupa Dhyana even, you know. What happens with Arupa Dhyana?
Yes, doctor. Actually, in that Deyak Novima, that means the stimuli is not making any effect on us. That is the path now we are practicing and we are slowly moving. So when we are moving towards that, duality is fading.
What stimuli are you talking about? Are you talking about the chair, or are you talking about the?
Any kind of anything. Seeing,
Are you
hearing.
talking about the mind consciousness, or are you talking about the actual light? Because Renhanse, I don't know whether Dr. Sakuntala can remember, he went on to say in the Patavi Apo Tejo Vayu, he told that thing, that long thing, which I can't remember.
There is nothing like that, no? There is no Patavi Apo Tejo Vayu.
Yeah, no, but you can't say that. You have to feel that. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, that is true, doctor. That is true.
We can say that. I mean, we can definitely say that. But what I'm trying to say is, the importance is whether you have experience that it's not a thing. Whether you have experience that the Patavi Apo Tejo Vayo something that long thing, you know. Do you remember, Dr. Sakuntala, that did you think about that what he was trying to say? I think all will listen to this again. I think I myself listen to it.
Yeah. He has said it in different times. I can't exactly remember how he
Yeah, but
worded it.
do you
in this
understand
one.
why he said that in that particular moment?
No, I can't relate it how it was mentioned today morning.
Yeah, that's the thing. So anyway, we have to listen to it again, isn't it? And actually, if everyone is listening properly, there will be 1,000 questions, but no one is asking questions. It's really interesting. Actually, I will listen to that again as well, because you know, so if we are telling that Patavi is nothing, have you felt that the Patavi is nothing means feel without the power? Then that should be experienced. Have you experienced skin, whatever the skin outcome, without the power? With power, anyway, we know with power is what the universal, what we know. So without power, so seeing with power, without power. So we know how we see things with power.
Doctor, all those are thoughts only, no? This Patavi Apo Tejo Vayu, all those are thoughts.
No, they are perceptions as perceptions, yes. Perception is different to thought. Thought is self-thought. Self-thought is different to self-perception. Do you get it? Self-thought is different. Self-thought is broken anyway when someone listens to this Dhamma.
Thought is a gross level, isn't it?
Gross level in the sense it's a powerful view. Chair is there. Yeah, chair is there.
In the
I am here.
Sanya.
Yeah. Yeah, perception is sanya. Perception is different to the view. So self-perception.
I think when Narayan Mahansa explains saying perception is thought or perception is consciousness, I think he refers to that only from a lay person's viewpoint where both have the self-vibration.
Yeah. The consciousness level comes in the mind consciousness
So
as
mind
well as the other
consciousness is a
consciousness.
thought.
Mind consciousness is not a thought. Mind consciousness is thought feeling as a thing. Everywhere when consciousness word is used, that is vijnana, mano vijnana, kaya vijnana, that is the power.
The
This is the
highlight it
difficult.
is there.
This is the
Yeah.
difficult part that we are
Highlight.
having a discussion here.
Yes,
The-
so I think in the general
That is the
sense,
power.
Thoughts are referred to as becoming a thing. It's only in the case of arahats, that it has not become a thing or it's reducing. So generally, the general
No, but
reference to
one has
thoughts
to. So where the fish story is there, fish jumps up and is fully aware of what is without power.
Yeah, but then comes back down and is in the power, with the power.
Yeah, but one day if he is out again, he will know that it is the same thing. So that is where the comparison comes, isn't it? No, it is a crude. It becomes very crude then. I mean, metaphors are really difficult because metaphors are already taken also. So it is very difficult to say because it can be misunderstood. But it is very important so that I'm actually telling different things that all of us will actually go back and listen to that and see. Because in Champa's question, or actually Surangika's question, consciousness, any consciousness, whether it is eye consciousness, whether it is the ear consciousness, whether it is touch consciousness or the smell or the whatever, the mutta part, or whether it's the mind consciousness, whatever the consciousness is due to the speed of the particular sensory function.
Yes, so that's also the same as the thought, isn't it, Dr. Gopinath?
No, that's the field.
The thought and the consciousness all have the power within it because of ignorance.
No, thought has thought. If you talk about a thought there, then you can't talk about a thought there because that's not in the thought level.
Consciousness is called thought, no? R.N. Vance also calls our consciousness thought.
Yeah.
And then he says sanyamaya,
Vijnana is
vijnana.
Yeah, he
Sanyamaya
says
Vijnana is
Sanyamaya
With the self-vibration.
light perception. No, yeah. Light perception without power is the Anidasana Vijnana.
Yeah,
Light
but here, I mean, we were
perception.
generally talking about...
Not generally. We are not talking about here general, no. We are talking about the light now. This is the eye, function of the eye. So the light perception without power, with power.
Doctor, Vijnana always highlighting the objective thoughts, no, Doctor, the person.
That's due to the speed. That's due to the speed of the sensory organ only. That is the exact point that it is the third point of contemplation in our advances program.
Yes.
So sensory function only. This eye perception, whether it's eye perception, whether it's touch perception. Especially touch perception. It doesn't have the mind, it doesn't need the mind perception to interpret even. It's very easy. Touch perception is very easy. Touch perception doesn't need the mind perception to work.
That means the touch perception is individually acting as...
It's kind of independent, like, no?
Independent, yes.
It will be independent if you actually know the demarcation. Because always we are kind of, it's so cold. Then it is the perception.
Mm.
But it is easy for the actual touch perception, and the touch perception is only the function of the touch only, like the skin only. That is the no self perception or the anatma. I think when we all listen back again, everyone will be asking questions again, I think. Narayanansi will be like, oh my God, everyone is asking about these things again. And he will answer beautifully. And we all will be scratching our heads and thinking, oh yes, that's a beautiful talk. Yes, what do you think, Dr. Sakuntala? You are the one who listened to that directly from him.
Yeah, but as I said, I mean, I have to listen again and see, because I couldn't listen again, because there are many things that I may have skipped during the discussion.
Because that's
Mm.
because you were actually
Mm.
contemplating only about those three things. But he
Yeah,
said
probably.
so
Yes.
much beautiful, deep Dhamma in that 5 or 10 minutes.
Yeah, true. I may have been concentrating on those three. Yes.
So
Where
that's
is
the
he
thing.
going to explain that? That would have been the focus at that time.
Mm-mm. And something, when we hear something, we usually miss that because we feel like, I know that.
Mm.
But we don't know that. If we know what Aranvansa is talking all the time, we would be an Arahant now.
And what you said about the vijnana, I also remember the consciousness.
In English, it is
It,
bit difficult
yeah,
also.
I
But
know.
it is definitely, Vijnana is always with the power.
Yeah, definitely it is with the power, and also it gives some indication that it's really there, isn't it? It's there.
Yeah,
I mean,
Anidasana Vijnana only has this without power.
without power, yes. So when it comes to the eye consciousness, uh, it indicates that light is real, or light is there really, isn't it? So
Yeah,
like that, when it comes to the mind consciousness, again, the
that is
thought
the
is
chair.
real.
That is the
Thought
chair.
is
Yeah,
the real thought. The
yeah, that
the
is the chair.
value.
But
Mm.
within the chair also, you can. How do you now imagine you are
The
looking at
chair,
the chair? You
yeah,
are
chair
looking at the
also.
chair.
Now, chair also could be simply a thought, or it could
No,
be
but you're looking
the.
at the chair. That's the important thing. Don't forget that.
Mm,
Without light, how can you see the chair?
yeah, just I mean, true that the sensor functions
If
are
someone
there.
is
There's
giving you a
something
call,
created.
someone is
Mm,
giving you a call and
mm,
saying, Amma, the chair is broken.
mm.
And you know, whatever the chair. So that's the sound only now.
So but the complete picture comes about the chair with all
Yeah,
the
but what I'm
perceptions.
trying to say is that
Mm.
that particular, it starts from the sound.
Yeah,
Every
it starts from the
stimuli
sound.
starts
Yes.
from these 5 sensory organs, or
Mm.
a thought pops up without anything. That's a different story.
And I remember Aranohas explains that thought is also thought in different levels. Now, one is this the sensor function, the chair is created, and then the feeling of existing chair, and then that I am experiencing that chair. Uh,
No,
he
I am
explains it.
experienced that chair is the view.
Yeah, that's what. That is a weave. So the thought he explained in those three levels, I remember. So
Yeah.
that in other words, thought in the chair is me. It equals to me. That is a self weave, isn't it?
Well, this is the thing. Chair with the power is me.
Mm. Yeah, okay, yeah, yes, you can say that.
But if there's no this side, in the sense if the chair has no power, then this side is not there. That is the Anidasa.
Yeah.
It is so difficult anyway. We are I'm just trying to actually make you to actually think deeper and understand it deeper and feel it deeper.
Yeah, that's very useful, yes.
Because I can see that if you ask a question, if you're not open-minded, you will lose everything that Aran Mahanse has taught. He went on to Karmakshaya, he went on to other type of deaths, he went on to all the field side, everything in the Sasav side. And it's we can't do anything much when we enter that level, can we? So it has to be realized before this human life ends anyway. And he went on to say about the human importance of becoming a human too there. He said so many things in that particular. And I was amazed how he even came to that finally. He went around.
Yeah, he went around and then explained many things. Yes.
Yes. And you are waiting for the word to come. It's a way, I mean, I'm not even directing it to you. I'm just, we are like that. What do you think, Sarangika?
Yeah, doctor, certainly. Everybody's going to listen to that again. Even the Karmakshaya thing, I think, was quite deep because he said it has got nothing to do with the conventional death, contrary to common belief, isn't it? The Karmakshaya is also the losing of the power of vibration. I think that's what he meant, but certainly have to listen to it again. Because the word
just that
Karmakshaya is
he said the
generally
default is Nire. He said the default is Nire, and I thought that is much deeper. He didn't elaborate on that. He said the default is Nire when the Karmakshaya happens.
I didn't even get that part.
I mean, he didn't use the default word.
No, I mean I can't remember that that he used Niraya there. Okay.
I heard that part, and can you please explain it a bit further?
I don't think so. I think
we should
all
listen to
should
it all
listen to
again.
it.
No, because
I'm just putting fire here so that everyone will listen to it again. I'm like, because every time he says something, I'm like, oh, hopefully they got it. Hopefully they got it. But then I'm getting it too, kind of. I'm like, oh, wow, kind of thing. But definitely, it's really. I mean, I don't think I have the ability to even say things like that. I won't even think about telling something like that. But he was saying something very, very deep there, kind of, as Ranka said. But it is understanding this vibration. That's what I'm trying to say again and again. This sasava, the word sasava has nothing to do with this, but that's how I could, give the because I have to give a perception for you all to even to understand, because we are talking in the perception language. We can't talk without perceptions. So we are talking in perception language, but the actual feel is the most important thing. So, this is all about that power. How? So it's one vibration, and what the level of the power is. So to understand the default is that means the power is actually higher.
If we change the topic slightly, Dr. Kokila,
Mm,
maybe we can
we should.
all listen to it and maybe
We
talk
should.
tomorrow. Can you explain that one vibration again, a little elaborate on it, please?
One
That
vibration.
all starts from one vibration?
Yeah, that's the vibration of the zygote. That's the vibration of the little baby on the cot. That's the vibration of the thought. It's the same thing. It hasn't changed anything.
Yeah, and I think recently he said that vibration is the cause for everything. And but
Yes, 100%.
how can you ever impact that or touch that or can either control it? You can't, but the only way you can is by understanding the mind, because that's the
Only through
key.
wisdom.
That's the
Only through
key
wisdom.
to reducing the power, which ultimately diminishes so much to the point that it gets to the core vibration. I don't know whether that's a thinking kind of way of saying it, but he said you can't, there's no way you can touch that zygote level vibration or come to that point, the Sastava point, in any other way. That was the
Only
key
a
that
human thought
got
has that
unlocked by
ability.
the Buddha. Sorry?
It's only the human thought that has that ability. This
Ability.
human thought, one thought, chair, has the whole thing. That's the importance of the human life. Why only humans can understand non-vibration? It's so yes. So worm can't do anything about that vibration. Even lion can't do anything about that vibration. Even the monkey can't do that. Even the Brahma can't do that. Even though it is in the other end, even the Brahma can't do anything. So what happens is this human system, this human thought has this 31 realms in it, in the sense has the potential for the different types of power levels. Same vibration. So just imagine,
Yeah.
it's the same vibration. So the worm's vibration, worm will never be able to do any change unless there is some karmakshaya and this something keeps happening, and we never know. We don't talk about this level now. He said even that word, because if we talk about that, all the people will listen to that with so much enthusiasm. They all miss the nirvana. If you start talking about these things, that's why Aranvansi is not talking about a lot of things.
Yeah, true.
Because people become attracted to them like if the moth is attracted to fire, because that is so inquisitive. You will listen to that better than the non-vibration talk.
Yeah, it's like a favorite side interest or a hobby or like gossip kind of thing, isn't it?
Gossip
Everybody
kind of
gets
thing, yes.
distracted with something which is not the path to non-vibration. Leave the main object aside and someone's going down a tangent. Yeah.
Yes. So it's very easy to do that. But what is important is humans now, just now, humans, that thought has this all the levels of the vibration, in the sense the power levels. So it is the same vibration, but the power levels. So sensual level, the power is very high. How do you know? Yeah, you can even kill someone to get something, isn't it? So you just need, we can put You can even put missiles, isn't it? Easily, easy, really easy. So that's how much the power is. It's directed outwards, fully outwards. So, but when it comes to the understanding that, so I'm talking now about a person who is trying to understand this Dhamma. If someone actually listen to this Dhamma and understand that actually it's the gold is a perception in this system, mind sensor, then you are not actually trying to steal the gold, do you? Because you are stealing the perception in the mind. Who will actually try to steal a perception? It's perception, no one will do that. So the power anyway reduces. But still the self-perception is there. Why? Because the goal perception hasn't gone anywhere. Goal perception is there. So but the outward power, or that so much power is not there. So that now actually this person is very suitable, because that power is not there. The system is getting calmer. So and a little bit of tranquility. So the perception level is still true though. Then perception level, then we keep listening to Dhamma, we understand, my God, the perception level is also not true. It is a vibration. What? It's a combination effect of the light wave and the sound wave and the touch wave, and that is the outcome is a mind wave. Mind wave is just a vibration. Then perception doesn't become a thing. But still the feel now comes to play, because it's a vibration is something you feel. Because now the perception doesn't matter anymore. Whether it is gold or not, it doesn't matter. Whether it's gold or silver or nothing, doesn't matter. Perception doesn't matter actually, in the sense it's now in the feel side. What do you feel? You feel a vibration. That vibration is with power without power comes, the story comes. With power without power, that is the most difficult aspect of this Dhamma, I would say. Vibration with power without power. In the sense, you will still hear that. Here, or if you're touching the gold, okay, touching the gold, it's a different thing. It's a touch component. So someone is actually touching the gold. If the gold perception is not a thing, it will be direct touch. The direct touch is not a thing. That is the touch without power. So one has to know the touch without power. So touch with power and the touch without power, isn't it? Same thing again. What do you think, Dr. Sakuntala?
Yeah, everywhere it is the with power and without power, isn't it? In each level.
Yeah, each level in the sense that only we have 5 sensory organs. Imagine we having 20 or something.
Yeah.
It's only 5 sensory organs. With this mind, it is 6 sensor. But the mind perception, if the mind perception is still a thing, So if the gold is still a thing, you can't talk about the actual vibration. You can't talk about the fear because it's still the gold perception is still a thing. That's the thing. We talk about the dream bubble, the dream bubble or the mind bubble or the, you don't want the gold, but you still feel the perception as a perception. It's a perception level, the rupa level, the form level. I think
No.
if we listen to old Aranwanse's the sermons now, I think it would be like honey to the ears, because I don't think we have understood them before. Because he has done so many sermons. If you listen to them today, you will be like, wow, I never heard that. I have felt that all along. And even if I say today that I was trying to, put some effort to you all so that you all listen properly. Tomorrow, if I listen to the same thing, I would come and say, oh, no, I missed that, and if in 1 year time I say the same thing, don't wonder. That's the same thing, because we only hear what we know.
Yes, Surangika was asking about this one vibration. Now, in the level of the non-returner, that is the anagami state, that is what, can you explain
The
that?
power, the one vibration with power, without power. That's all.
So, yes, okay.
That's the self vibration. That's the sasa. That's all the words that. But the beauty is it is in the gold, the thought gold. That's what I was trying to say to. But the problem is whether you are touching the gold or whether you are seeing the gold or whether you are actually hearing about the gold. Someone is giving a call and telling your gold is lost. It is from the sound perception, isn't it? That is why we have different levels of this understanding also. To one, it would be just a sound. Kind of just a sound. What does that mean? Does that mean that that person doesn't understand that this gold is gone? 100%. They are not dementic or they are not forgetting or they are not Mongol in that way, Definitely they know. So imagine that person who was doing the arms round to Lord Buddha, she got the message that husband and the 12 kids or something, I can't remember now. Is it 12 kids? Are dead in the war.
Yeah, dead.
I can't remember the number of the sons, but they were all dead. She put it in the, in the clothes and continued to. So does she not know that they are dead? She knows.
Yeah, it is a without power, isn't it?
Yeah. She saw the little bit of piece of paper it should be to put it to the cloth. So it should be a piece of paper. So it's seeing as if you have seen nothing, isn't it?
Seeing
But you
and
have
understanding also what's there, isn't it?
100%. You definitely know they are not dead now.
Yeah.
It's a fact. So you know that this is gold. Not that your perception ability is poor. 100% ability is there without power. So then the field side also, feeling with power, without power. So one vibration, we we try to explain it. I don't think it is even possible to put into a perception. Can we? Can we say with vibration, with power, without power? Can we say it even? Can't. It has to be. It has to be felt in the. So only one know that whether that message was with power, without power. That seeing of that little bit of piece of paper. Imagine us getting that, and we would instead of serving dal curry, we might serve something else. I'm joking, actually. You know, we would really, our internally there can be fire, no? Even though
Yes.
outwardly we are not showing that. So it's only evident to only that system, how to which level it affected. Whether it gave a power or whether it didn't give a power. But actually speaking, only an arahant will have it without power. So in other levels, it can have some amount of power. But it doesn't matter if it is according to the field, it's always the vibration with power, without power. That's the whole thing. Nothing else matters. Can you remember when we go back to the initial stages of listening to Dhamma, the pop-up was a thought. Oh, this became a thing to me. That was a thought. Imagine getting rid of that. Actually, not getting rid of that. Sorry for that thing. That when that level is subsiding, when it goes to the field side, it is only the field. It's only a field. The power, no power. Non-vibration, no vibration.
Yeah, there is a vast difference of the ways that the things were explained and things that how we discussed from that time to now. Because those days, even at the Zoom discussions, always about becoming a thing. That was the main topic, and that was the main question that was asked. Now, no one is actually asking such things.
Yes. Yes. Then now see how Aranwanse has done that slowly, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is beautiful. And how he trains people, how, yeah, it is. I don't know, actually. We learn from him every day, isn't it?
Yeah.
So he's building up a kind of layers of protection. He was talking in the last bit, I think. Giving everyone chances to talk and improving everyone so that there are layers of ability, and there's always backup, he said. Didn't he say that?
Yeah.
Yeah. What are you thinking, Champa? Are you in a position to talk?
Yes, doctor.
What are you thinking at the moment?
I am so lucky to join this forum. That means this platform to talk with you all. That's what I am thinking.
Yeah, okay. What do you think, Surangita?
There was one mother who asked a
Okay.
question about
Yeah.
where she had that burning feeling, and then she rationalized, saying that, no, the senses, that's the emotion or the function of the mind sensor. No, no, Aryan Mahansa, she asked, and then Aryan Mahansa said, no, now you are trying to almost manipulate the mind sensor again by keeping or by ignoring the burning and trying to cover it up and say, no, that burning was the function of the mind sensor.
And
I
you
think I
will
heard
never
that 2
actually
days
go
ago or 1 day
deeper.
ago, isn't it? So and
Yeah, we never go deeper then.
one has to be very careful. I mean, that was a very obvious kind of example she gave, but as this gets finer and finer, the ability to detect it, the feel, or as you say, the power. I mean, that as one has to be, one only knows, isn't it? It's self-evident.
Yeah, and the thing is, we have no much crowd to ask questions yet. Only Champa asked something or Joel asked something. So we are not actually bombarded with much questions. So surviving without much questions, isn't it?
It's
So
also like staying at home and not having experiences.
yes, I think it is really good to actually, now when I say things, you all thought, no, I should go back and listen. I think that even that is really important, because as soon as the attention is to you, the if your ability to be open minded will be lost.
Mm.
So imagine it was not told to Dr. Sakuntala. Dr. Sakuntala may have listened nicely.
Yeah.
And now Dr. Sakuntala is the person who is getting the answer is Dr. Sakuntala. Dr. Sakuntala is like listening very keenly, trying to grab it, and maybe Aranansi will ask a question. What is he trying to say? He didn't even say the word yet. And, things like that. So everything is missed. So that's the thing. So you kind of get biased sometimes. And also, especially if we criticize, we usually go back and try to actually go deeper. If he doesn't criticize, one might even, oh, yeah, it's okay, kind of. Aranwansi also didn't shout at me, so it should be fine. And go on the same way, and on the deathbed have a shock of life.
No, this human mentality through ignorance, of course, is wanting to put a full stop on everything, isn't it?
The main thing is, I know that.
Yeah, like, okay, I've heard it, I've got it, and that's it, and now move on, kind of thing. But in this Dhamma, I mean, we know over and over again that you can't do that. The more you listen to it, the more one gets out of it.
Yeah, and the other thing is,
Mm.
the other end. We are in two ends. One is, I didn't get it. Or
Oh,
the
I got it.
other is, I got it. Yeah, that's all we know. We don't know that there's a middle or whatever. No, nothing. It's either you got it or you didn't get it. The
Yeah,
best
it's
way of
like,
answer is I have to hear it again.
yeah, there's so of course there are some that I have listened and I have thought, okay, whatever that was gathered was only to the extent that the realization is. Beyond that is will come at a time when it comes, type of thing. Because
No, that is the like what we tell to teachers when we are in trouble, trying to get away with that. Yeah, that's how the mind works. This
yeah,
is
no,
all I
because
know
there's
now at
some
this moment. So the mind will be tricking you anyway.
now
I
if
will
this
get it in the
Samiti,
future. The future is still here, no?
yeah, but if this Anya Samiti was heard like say at the beginning 3-4 years ago, one would then say, oh, okay, that's too complicated. So beyond the vinya, not vinyane, what is it? The Yoniso Manasikari and all that has not come to that level to be able to even understand the question, leave alone the answer. So, but at least to a certain extent there is. But, and as you said, one at least understands that one doesn't understand.
Yeah. Yeah, true. It is true. But the thing is, because this mind acts very fast and very quickly, put full stop or either the right or the wrong mark. We just have to be very open-minded all the time.
Yeah.
And listen every day as this is your last sermon. And breathe every day as this is your last breath. Talk every day as this is your last talk. Do something as like it's every day like it's your last doing. So because there's always hope, there's next day kind of a perception. The future perception is also like that. The future, the past. These are all perception levels. So the perception with power without power, feel with power without power, they are all in the same thing, chair, isn't it? So actually, to come to that, so imagine someone, chair is really bad example. No one likes the chair, no? What can we say? What do you like, chocolate? So we can say chocolate. So the chocolate thought. So the chocolate is kind of you might buy chocolate, you might want chocolate, you might like chocolate, everything, you don't know Dhamma, you know nothing, you just like chocolate, that's all. That's good, that's okay. So you hear Dhamma and you kind of suddenly come to a realization because of RN1's repetition. Okay, outside is not a real thing, it's a perception in the mind. Okay, now you scratch your head, you try to understand that, okay, chocolate is in the perception side. So the perception is a perception. Chocolate is a perception. Then this takes time to sink in. It can take a long time. So it sinks in slowly. Okay, it's a perception. Right. Okay, it's a perception. Right. It can take ages. And then the perception is not true, takes longer than that. Why? We are very used to perception. From the 1 year of age, we have 1 or 2 perceptions at least. So then after that, imagine someone knowing about 4 languages and knowing so much things about the world and all these things. How much perceptions would one have? How much perceptions? Billions or millions at least. So how strong that system would be. And Aranwanse once said, I don't know. That's the same question Surangika asked. This billions of perceptions are in one vibration. Can you imagine that vibration? Now the billions of perceptions are in that vibration. It's like the iCloud kind of thing. It's a metaphor. iCloud or Google or whatever, you know. There's like your phone number. It's kind of, actually Aranwanse said that it's like chemistry, physics. He said that to even Dr. Sakuntala. Because this has to be looked in avinyanika way, not vinyanika way. If you look at something with vinyanika way, it is not Dhamma. So when we realize that all these perceptions are just the, if you take one perception, also it is the same. So the chocolate, it will take time, but with time we will realize it's a perception only. Then we realize perception is not true. What does that mean? Then the perception is not true means any perception is not true. What happens here? If a perception is not true, what happens to the shadow effect of that perception? So the chocolate, what is the shadow effect? Self. Milk toffee, if it is a thing, what is the shadow effect? Self. War, if that is a thing, what is the shadow effect? Self. So what is reinforced all the time? Self, nothing else. So that is the most difficult perception to beat, because it is there all the time. So if you go to a meeting and you have boss in front of you and then assistant in the other side, all the other people in the forum, and you hear some kind of if there's some thing online, they have put it on, there's a sound. So there's something you see, there's something you feel, something you hear. So this keep changing, you're thinking. So these are the only 4 things that can happen. Or if we expand the muta part, smell, it can be a perfume of the colleague. Taste, if they have given you some lunch also. So then taste. So touch, everything. What else is there? It's either taste, either smell, either touch, either seeing, either hearing, or suddenly a thought pops up. Don't know what happened to the child, whether he missed the bus, something like that. Yeah. From nowhere. That's nothing related to the meeting, no? Whether the child has missed the bus. like that. So it's just an example. So any of these perceptions, if it's not a thing, for them not to become a thing, you have to fully realize that a perception is just a vibration only. How do you realize that? You have to experience that. That actually the perception is a vibration only. And that vibration, with power, without power, what does that mean? That you have felt that anidassana part of it, or the non-vibration. That's the last thing. So the third one is where the vibration, if there is a vibration felt, that is definitely the sensory function only. You can't talk about one vibration in the perception world. But you can't differentiate them also, because it's all in the thought of the chocolate, or thought of the boss, thought of the colleague, or thought of the friend, or thought of the child, or the bus, school bus, whatever. So one vibration, one thought, so what is the importance of being a human is this one thought of this system is actually has all these potentials of the sensual world, the form world, and the formless world. Formless world is just a feel thing only. If you haven't actually experienced all these levels, you have to. And how that would happen? The perception level should go down for the vibration, for you to feel the feel side. So the feel side, with power, without power, is the main thing that Anandathero knew, that he hasn't become the without power thing. Otherwise, how can he say that I still can't attend it tomorrow? He knew he couldn't attend. That's why he was like with great effort going up and down, up and down, and up and down, and that didn't happen. Yeah, Joel has joined actually.
Yeah, doctor, got a bit busy, so just now I
That-
joined. Sorry.
Yeah, that's good. But you joined anyway, that's fine. Yeah. What do you think, Surangika? I mean, I don't think I even answered the question properly about the one vibration. But it is something you have to actually feel. And this one vibration means the vibration of the chair, vibration of the chocolate, vibration of the boss, in the sense the thought. So always there is a thought. Thought without power, with power. This is the tricky part again. I mean, recently
That's
Aran
where,
told there is always a thought until this system is not working. Yes.
that's where I'm a little listening, because the perception in that sense is no different to thought, because the perception also has power, and the anidassana viññāna means the stimuli or the perception is there without the power. So
No,
in that sense,
Vijnana, you can't
the
talk about a. I mean, it's very tricky. So better ask Aran Hanse, because
the
my
feeling that it
answer,
exists is the thing that we call
a feeling has
consciousness.
no perception in that. But in the mundane world, yes.
Now the feel that it exists distinctively is consciousness, isn't it?
Yeah, we never thought about a consciousness. No, we had chair, we had chocolate, we had milk toffee, we had rice, okottu.
Yes, so we feel the chair, right? Because we feel that there is a value to it. That is why the I is in the chair, the
Value
self is
also,
in the chair.
that word value is also tricky, because value can be extended to outside also. You know, when in sensual world, if you have a great value to kottu, you will go and buy some kottu, isn't it? With so much so that you really believe that the kottu will bring you happiness. That is a different level. But when someone hears this is all different, because we are talking about self-thought. We are not actually talking about the chocolate here, even though we are talking about the chocolate. Do you get the point? Because when we talk about the chocolate, we are talking about the self-thought. Because if the chocolate is real, the self-thought is also real.
Yeah, if there is a feel that the chocolate is real, then the I is born then and there. The I is there within that itself.
That's a thought again. No? So this is the tricky part. So by thinking, nothing will change. Just by thinking, imagine that I can think now. Okay, we can change the thinking. We can change the thinking saying the chocolate is just a perception. So that is even also thinking, no? The first line of contemplation. But that with some time, Aranwansi said they tried that for about 1 year or so. This habit of, because these are all habits, so the habit of taking this thought real will go down slowly. So the real or the word is there in different levels. So if the chocolate is a real thing, it's different to the perception level. I don't know how to say that. Because perception level, you're not actually going after the chocolate. It's just maintaining the dream world. Worldly perceptions are still a thing to you, but you're not going after them because you know it's not out there. So the value is coming down anyway from beginning. But still there is a value in the perception level.
Yeah, but what is meant by that Sanyamaya Vijnane is that is where
Sanyamaya Vijnane is
the
actually important in any level, even the light.
yeah, that perception is the thing that turns into consciousness is what is trying to be denoted there, not that one has misunderstood the perception occurring or existing at a mere sign level. Otherwise, there won't be any such thing called the form world, no? So the form world is distinct from the sensual world because that the existence of it as in a sign kind of level, which is why one doesn't go out in the sun knowing that it's going to be hot and you're going to get burnt, right? So because of that, it exists. There's a notion that is existing in a sign stage, symbol stage.
Yeah, but Aranwansi also will not go to the sun in that way. He tells, I have heard him like holding talks. He will say, Amma, there's a sun coming. You will get burned. Come to this side. So what's the big deal about that? So the thing is here, it's all about the fully realizing about the self-perception.
Yeah, and then that is also all that is part and parcel of it is, I think, what he's trying to say. And I mean, when you realize it also, if you don't unravel each of those components, the power doesn't diminish, no? So knowing the three, the form, formless, and the sensual is important for the power to dissipate.
Yes, in one
Otherwise,
thought.
yeah,
So if it is
in one
chocolate,
thought.
yeah.
Yeah.
So imagine you feel the taste. And if there is a perception that it is chocolate, it's a different thing. But then if it is the taste level, it would be completely a vibration only. That is this is only through wisdom.
Yeah, so chocolate can be still consumed as a
You know it
chocolate.
is chocolate. You know
Yeah.
it is chocolate, but that is not valid there. In
It
the sense,
is not,
it's not.
yeah.
It is not even manifest in there.
Yeah. There is no savoring of a chocolate.
No focus there, I would say.
Yeah, no savoring. I mean, I think the closest possible word must be savoring. I can't think of anything else. The Vindina word is actually really good in the Sinhalese language to show the self-perception there. But that itself is not there. The recognition of chocolate as chocolate is there. The taste that arises from chocolate, distinct from pineapple, is also there. But the savoring is the part, and that savoring somehow has an underlying current. If one is still in ignorance, isn't it? And that is the part that is not there.
In the feel side, there is no even taste is not a perception. So if you remember, there was a talk between someone from Australia talking about a smell, and she was asking whether it was formless, and definitely Aranwansi said, if there is a smell, perception of a smell is not formless. And the question itself was wrong.
Sorry, what did she say?
She was smelling something.
Okay.
Yeah, she smells things that it's not there, kind of thing.
Yes,
she was trying to say, Aranwansa, am I trapped in Arupa? And Aranwansa said, what is Arupa? If you are smelling something, smell is in the perception. So this is the thing. This is the thing. If you haven't fully realized that the vibration side of it is totally in the feel side only. There's no perception at all in that side. So what you felt, if you felt something, it is a vibration. That word vibration comes because of that, because you can't explain in any other way what you felt, because feeling has no interpretation, if you get that point.
Yeah.
That's the one vibration. But then again, it is complicated with power without power. That's the scratchy part, isn't it? You have to scratch your head with that, because then you have to feel it. Vibration with power without power. Because vibration is not going to stop now, unless you see. You're going to see, you're going to hear, you're going to taste, you're going to feel the touch or the temperature. You're going to feel the pain, you're going to smell, you're going to think. Yes, sir.
Yes, doctor, tomorrow, now time is running out. Just a question that I need to get clarified about this form and formless and sense level. Can you explain those three terms tomorrow?
Yeah, actually, there's not much time. It's not sensor level. Sensor level, the word actually is sensual, kamaloka. Kamaloka is different, not sensor level. It is sensual. I don't know whether there's a different word for that. Suranka, do we have a better word for that, or just is that true? The Kamaloka.
it's just sensual world. It's
Sensual
like
means
sensual
you are,
pleasures, Joel. In that sense, sensual world is sensual pleasures.
so all the animals, all the humans, all the gods kind of, according to Lord Buddha, falls into the sensual world. And yeah, I mean, we don't need to go into that details, but what I'm trying to say is sensual, not sensual. Because sensor means it's a different, because we only talk about, in Dhamma only we talk about sensor level. A sensual world and the form world and the formless, yeah, we can talk about. Actually, it is the most difficult aspect, isn't it, Surangika? We are still trying to master that, isn't it?
Yeah.
And tomorrow, Surangika will actually try to tell you that. Then we can see, isn't it, Surangika?
Hopefully. Yeah, tomorrow
Yeah.
and day after I'm traveling for work, so hopefully I'll be able to join the Zoom at some point, Dr. Poplar. I'm just letting you know. But certainly in today's Desanava, I'm going to listen. I'm sure all of us will listen to that. Plus, we can explain for Joel the 3 realms.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm
And-
actually glad that we can inspire, because we need inspiration, isn't it? Inspiration to deep investigation. And that is the only thing we can do. Push further and further and further, so that they are just will realize, because they don't have any other option now. Because our advances keep pushing, we have no other option. Just go. You know, like pushed into the water, now swim.
Yeah, true.
If you die, you die. Otherwise, you just survive.
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
Otherwise, these systems also find a comfort zone, isn't it?
Yes, yes. It is 100%. 100%. And I think that's what our Aranhansa is preventing, giving Zoom sermons, Zoom discussions, do this, do that, we just don't get stagnated everywhere. Getting
And the
lazy,
comfort
sleeping.
zone is also the
Self-perception.
Self-perception acting in very uncanny ways.
Yes. You don't like intervention from other people. Okay. You don't want anyone to criticize you. So when you come to this forum, someone is going to criticize you. If Aranwanse was here, I can be easily, I mean, you all don't criticize me that much now. So Aranwanse comes, he will criticize me forever. So like something like that, So that is the beauty of this Dhamma. So your comfort zones are shattered.
Yeah.
You're trying to do something that you will never do if it was not us.
Yeah.
How? I mean, I will never ever think about doing these things, and as well as work and do all the household stuff. I will never even imagine me doing these things, but still I'm doing,
Yeah.
And some days I'm like sleepy also, because I haven't caught up with sleep, because sometimes kids are awake and stuff. So, well, whatsoever, it doesn't matter. If we have the idea of Aranhanse doing these things for 24 hours, like kind of, we can definitely do it for a few hours, isn't it? And amazingly, we can't even compare with his ability. But definitely we are getting at least 0.1% or 0.00% of that.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday I'm still listening to that evening, the Poe Day talks.
That one was so long, wasn't it? I
That
couldn't
was
hear the
long.
whole
He
thing.
went to Kurunegala and then he went again somewhere in the evening. Somewhere I forgot the place. And that was also a beautiful talk, Dr. Hooker. I haven't finished that.
No,
The
I was
second,
so
the one in the
engrossed in
evening,
the
I
one.
think.
One in the one where he asked all the mothers who were talking about the Hidasa. And I
Yeah,
was,
that
because
was like Kurunagal, I
I'm
think.
someone who listened to that long time ago and have discussed with her and answered that. So it quickly came up to my mind, and I was like waiting
Yes,
for
I
the
noticed
mothers to.
that one, yeah.
And it
And
was so funny, and at the same time very very like making a, you know, it activates the wisdom, isn't it?
yes, I think it was a good exercise because it made people think. And whatever it is, even if it is a wrong view, at least, they have shown that they have done some reflection. So
Yeah.
to that extent, even it's okay. And the way he did it also, it was not, yeah, I think it was a good exercise of doing that type of thing. And the point that was driven home was that the impracticality of seeing the gap between the two thoughts. And that is why the practical
No,
program is
even
there.
the gap between two thoughts is the same thing that we are talking about, but it is,
Yeah, but
you know,
it's not, yeah.
the perception, sorry, the vibration without power. Seeing
Yeah,
without power. So that is the thing. It's all into one dhamma, one
yeah, it's coming
thing,
around to the same thing, but
same thing. Yeah,
hmm,
but because of our ignorance, we go haywire and like around and around and around, and yeah, it's beautiful. We will continue the discussion tomorrow, and we worship Ara and Mansi for his noble guidance. We thank him so much, and thank you everyone for coming and making this discussion beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Everyone, Sarnai. All of
Yeah.
you.
Therwan Sarnai.
Pada namaskara, Aryan Mahalse.
Therwan Sarnai. of conscious thought, isn't it? Is it aware that it has been dumped into a garbage bin or let out in the cold in the jungle for any animal to pick on it as its nightly prey? In the baby, all these consciousnesses, the ear consciousness, the eye consciousness, the smell and touch and taste, are in the basic form, but they don't come together, which is the second stage of this whole mind mechanism, the phenomena of the mind. The formation, the combination of these senses coming together to form what we call the mind consciousness has not occurred at that young infancy stage. And then what happens? When the infant grows older, the mother and father provide this child with some basic learnings about maybe some objects, might get the baby to name the father, name the parents or the nanny. So then when the child proceeds to nursery, the real teaching starts. Or should we say the real deception starts at that point, isn't it? The teacher will show the child colors, red, blue, green, yellow, and so on, and show pictures, maybe a picture of an apple, or a picture of an elephant, or a picture of a cat. First, I believe the colors are learned, and then you progress from there. Sound is introduced, which is quite key here. Without sound, for humans, except for probably people who are deaf, there is no mental picture or semblance of a picture that can be identified. So sound is actually very key. So every aspect actually is then associated with a sound attached to it. Everything that we have learned basically has been by being shown a picture and associating a sound with it. Example, the alphabet. The letter is shown to us or drawn on a whiteboard, and then the teacher will probably say A and get the kids to repeat it after the teacher. Same with the rest of the alphabet. A picture of an apple may be shown, and then the teacher will give the sound to it by calling it a name and ask the kids to commit that to memory. We use the word memory here only in a conventional sense, because through this true Dhamma one understands that what we actually call memory is nothing but just a perception. All perceptions triggering a new perception. A construct that is happening from moment to moment. So what happens? Pictures are shown, sounds are associated with it, and in this manner objects, inanimate or animate, are introduced and learned. And every facet relating to that object is actually learned by a sound being introduced. Example, a cat looks like this. It has 4 legs, whiskers, you can see in the dark, makes this kind of noise, or an elephant trumpets, and a dog barks, and so on. A child is shown a round image, and then it is called a ball. It is shown a rectangular object with 4 legs, and then that's called a table. It's shown a structure with 4 walls and a roof and told that is a house. What about the other senses? It's given something to drink, which is orange in color, and tastes sweet, and then a name is given and a name is associated with it, which is called orange juice. So colors, sounds, images, smells and tastes and touch and so on are all introduced by giving names and labels. The child is initially slow to pick up and yet is trying to comprehend at that stage. Probably won't get it right in the first attempt or the second. There might have to be even repetitive efforts made by the teacher, isn't it? By showing various pictures, colors, and getting the child to repeat after the teacher. But in that manner, this is gradually fed into the child. And what is that process, the fed into the child? It is just a perception occurring in that moment by these 5 sensor faculties, the sensory perceptions that occur through the vibration, then forms itself into a mind consciousness or the thought, which is another vibration altogether. And it is that perception there that is actually a thought, that there is a school, there is a teacher, there are objects, here's the alphabet, this is an apple, and so on. That is taught. So in this manner, the child will learn about various objects, and then the child will perhaps see these things in the outside world as well when they go home, when they go on trips. If, for example, a child learns about a lion in the nursery, and then the parents take him on a visit to the zoo, for example. So then the perception that occurs at that moment in the eye consciousness, and the mind interprets it to say that picture or that image is a lion. And then the old perception that occurred due to at the point where the lion was learnt in the school telepathizes in that very moment to provide the recognition, the identification, i.e. the thought or the mental picture of the lion. So it's not a past memory that is coming at that moment. It is not something that was stored or existed somewhere else, but a perception that occurs, telepathizes in that very moment. And if that telepathizes with a perception with the same frequency, that same experience, that same perception arises in this moment. But the child is deceived. The child then actually thinks that this world, that this object or this animal exists, and that this is, and they actually believe that they saw the lion then in the zoo, and then it is that lion that is being perceived at that moment. The child can even see on TV a lion, and then again the same thing happens. So it can even hear the noise of a lion. And then what happens? Even with the sound of the lion, the perception of an image of the lion, how the lion looked like, the roar of the lion, all that telepathizes in that moment. So in this manner, these shapes and images are taken to be real. And then what happens gradually? There is attachment, there is a craving, there is a value that is attached to these objects and people. And a so-called world gets manifested, a so-called world gets created outside. Why? Because the child has been taught that these things are all real. That is the belief. That is the way it has been taught. He has been taught to identify objects or persons. And that is the way the world comes about. And so then what happens, even from that small, from those young days, the duality occurs, because equally as the world is taught, the child is taught by taking the child in front of a mirror and say that image is you, and you are Jack, and so on, or you are Jane. So the sense of there being a world and that there is a me here experiencing it, living it, witnessing it is born, isn't it? So seeing, hearing, smelling objects all trigger a sensation within the child, which the child then thinks actually emanates from the external world. If a sound is heard, the child takes it as it's coming from outside. If a picture is seen, they take it as being existing outside, and that it is being taken in through the eyes. So with this world becoming true, what happens? There is value attached to every object. And the more familiar the object, the more an object has telepathized or the perception has occurred over and over again, the more value that is attached to those objects, the more there is the thinking along the lines of the object and the identification of the stimuli, which is the thought or the focal point of the thought. The craving and the attachment, whether it is by way of clinging or aversion or any kind of worry about a particular matter, a person, all this occurs. But every aspect, every item that we call this external world has been taught. In other words, they are all thoughts or perceptions. That is the truth that is being shown through this true Dhamma. So unfortunately, because without the true Dhamma, there is no way of understanding the truth behind this whole world and how it manifests to these senses and senses alone. There is false belief that there is an existing world, and that with that comes this sense of a live feel. And this wrong self-view or self-perception occurs. And because all the things, therefore, after that are attributed to the me, attributed to the I, that is where the suffering is. Everything that is experienced is by way of a thought occurring in this moment. And yet, we believe that it is true. We believe it exists outside. We believe that we have children. We believe we have parents. We believe something. If your child doesn't come home at the correct time, we believe something has gone wrong. We believe that something has gone awry. And so then there is a burning. There is a heaviness. There is a worry. Where is that coming? Where is that power that you feel from within, the burning feeling coming from? That is arising from the thought. The thought that occurred at that moment, it wouldn't have occurred before. But say you got the news that your child had met with an accident. Maybe the child met with an accident 2 hours ago, but for some reason they couldn't get hold of you, and finally when the news came, it was 2 hours later. But when the news came and it was relayed to you, wasn't it just a sound? But was it taken like that? No, the recognition from the mind consciousness was the sound is interpreted as someone saying your child has met with an accident. Consider the words. The sound has been interpreted in words. Those words have been given meaning. in the conventional world. And every one of those words has value attached to it because the belief that it is true, accident, child, your child, is the crucial thing, isn't it? Every aspect of it. The moment it becomes your child, the burning is tremendous, isn't it? Because the attribution to me is there. So not realizing all this is very unfortunate, and which is why all efforts are being made through these Buddothpada channels to impart the truth and share this true Dhamma message with as many people as possible. What needs to be understood is that this is just really a system. There is no one actually doing it. There is no one to blame. No one can take responsibility for it. It is just a system, the mind process at work, a natural phenomena which we call the mind process. As long as they are unaware, as long as people are unaware, they get caught up in these sensory perceptions, these mental constructs, and then unfortunately they take them to be real, and that is where the suffering begins. So the Buddha said, if an object or a stimuli, anything in the perception, if that thought is not understood in the correct manner, the truth is not understood in the thought or in the mental object that is occurring in this moment, and if that becomes a thing, and when we say that becomes a thing, that is where the power of that thought is, the underlying vibration, that is this self-perception. Eight billion people in this world all see this world in 8 billion different ways. That is the way the sensory perceptions work. Just because we have the 5 sensory organs doesn't mean that all of us see in the same way. The perceptions that are occurring in every system is distinct and unique to that system by virtue of the perceptions that have vibrated, the perceptions that have thickened over time with defilements, through the background, through the initial vibration at the zygote level, the background of that person, the education, the upbringing, the experiences all taken together are all what? Perceptions. So those perceptions, can they ever be the same between one person and the other? No, they are not. So the suffering is also therefore different for all 8 billion different people, but one thing is certain, one thing is common. Whatever the perceptions that are occurring, if that becomes a thing, if the truth is not understood, the clarity of thought, what that thought is, what it is made up of, that it is a construct only occurring in this moment, is not well understood through penetrative insight, then unfortunately there is a deception there. There is a deceiving. If we take, for example, a blind person, they can't see either the color red or green. So then they won't see anything green in this world, isn't it? And then what happens? Green has no meaning for them. But does that mean green doesn't exist? They can probably later be taught that there is such a color called green, and that trees are typically having green foliage and so on. But that is coming from a ear sensor through sound, again a concept. But that is not coming from the eye sensor, meaning the interpretation. Again, the internal interpretation is not coming from the eye sensor, but is being given through sound or some other manner. But in either way, in whatever way it is taken, all are learned only via the sensory perceptions, and is what is manifested to the senses real or true. This all occur due to the vibration occurring in the sensor faculties. If the vibration does not occur, then it has no way of resonating with an equal frequency vibration outside. And it is only through the telepathization that a manifestation of light, a manifestation of sound, touch, taste and smell occur. So if there is no vibration, there is no sensory perceptions. There are no sensations or sensory perceptions. And then due to the speed of the occurrence of the vibration, those sensory perceptions are what is then interpreted by the mind to be called mother, father, sister, brother, house, kingdom, nationality, culture, society, and so on. So this is the way the vibration that occurs in different patterns that is occurring in the ear, which we call ear or sound consciousness, in the taste, or the tongue consciousness, touch, body consciousness, Dhamma, mind consciousness. This is the way this phenomena operates. There are different variations and permutations of sound that gets vibrated in the ear, which we will then call a car horn, or the sound of a magpie chirping, the sound of water trickling, isn't it? All these are sensory perceptions. And the feelings that they generate are also nothing but a falsehood, because it is getting created out of nothing, just a vibration. And the vibration is only constructing and manifesting. A world is manifesting every moment because of the sense of faculties and its functionality. The 5 aggregates that the Buddha called, or the Buddha gave that concept of 5 aggregates, understanding the 5 aggregates, rupa or form, which is then conjuring up an image which, due to sheer vibrations that are occurring in the eye, the nose, the ear, the tongue and the body consciousness. Then they give rise to sensations. Then to identify that sensation, a sign is given, a perception is given. So there is a perception then of that sensation or feeling. And then the speedy occurrence of that perception is what we call volitional formations. And that gives rise to the ultimate object that we call thought. So this is essentially happening due to the speed of vibration and nothing else. If not for the speed, there wouldn't be any kind of thought. There wouldn't be a perception manifesting in this moment. So seeing this and understanding it is crucial in breaking down the way these defilements occur, in being able to see the truth for what it is in this thought, in this moment. As we said before, what is experienced only the thought occurring in this moment. What you consider as, you might say you're thinking about the past, but isn't that thought about thinking of the past also occurring in this moment? You're thinking of the past now, isn't it? You're thinking about the future, say, for example. You're planning something, and then even that, isn't that also something that is being thought of in this moment? So there is only this moment, and it is that thought occurring in this moment that needs to be well understood. The Buddha said Manopubbangama Dhamma, which is a Pali term. What that means is that the mind is the precursor to all things. The mind is actually at the forefront. This whole world is actually mind-made. When you say, in conventional world, we say the mind is playing tricks on you. Well, this is actually what happens in reality. This is the dependent origination. This is the law of cause and effect. Understanding the mind for what it really is the only way to escape from its shackles, to stop being its slave. But the crucial point here is that this is nobody is doing. The mind is getting created only in this very moment. It is fooling itself through a false sense of wrong self-view. It is a system. It is not attributed to a person. There is nobody doing anything here. Unfortunately, the fate of all humans or living beings that get caught up in this system, and that the vibration that then propagates from one birth to the other, is actually only due to that ignorance. But the Buddha said the birth occurs only when a thought is taken to be real in this moment. Birth happens there. It is not after death, because birth and death are also only concepts, isn't it, as we explained earlier. So where is the becoming? The becoming happens if one ignorantly takes this thought to be true. And if that thought is taken to be true, then invariably there is a person who is taking that thought to be true and identifying with it. But if that self-view is broken, that there is an understanding, a realization that there was never a self here, that then leads to liberation from the mind. That then leads to the inner awakening, to the wisdom that is arising from within by the gradual understanding and clarity that is brought to this whole so-called self-existence by understanding the falsehood, the falsity of the mind and the mind consciousness, that this is just a system and a mechanism that is in operation, just a natural phenomena at work. Realizing that brings that inner transformation, the super happiness, as our noble teacher says, far beyond the superficial happiness that is experienced by this conventional world, which is relegated only to senses and sensory perceptions. The true liberation from mind brings about that super happiness or super awakening, which is the end of self-vibration, and what we at that point call the non-vibration. So we invite Dhamma friends to examine this Dhamma, reflect on the Dhamma, and try to understand it and take the principles of it and use it in a practical sense by applying it to one's day-to-day life, and try to gain the peace and the tranquility of the Dhamma by self-realization. And if there are any questions, you're welcome to join the Zoom session, Zoom discussion from 3 to 5 p.m. Sri Lanka time. So keep reflecting and keep trying to understand this pure truth, the true Dhamma. Teruvan Saranai.
Thirvan Saranai all Dhamma friends. First of all, I would like to pay my utmost respect to our spiritual teacher, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse. Pada Namaskara Karami Aryan Wahanse Avasarai. As usual, today let's start listen to these sermons of Buddothpado. As we have discussed with relevant details. So when we talk about Dhamma, true Dhamma, we have found this true Dhamma via these Buddothpado sermons. Buddothpado sermons as well as all the other platforms of Buddothpado. They are 24 hours open for anybody who is interested in true Dhamma. You can find this true Dhamma really in these Buddothpado sermons. So the most important thing is the practical sessions. The practical sessions that we have or that we do these practices in these Buddothpado ashramas, Vivekashramas, as well as in many ashramas. So that is very, very important where we do not find anywhere else. And also the Buddha philosophy is taught. The doctrine that Buddha taught was never heard before and it is valid forever. And the same thing we can hear from these Buddothpado sermons. The things we did earlier before listening to these offerings, pujas, and all these things, that is good for to lead a good life, a well-being society. But is that the truth? So once you understand that that is not the truth, you understand that that is where you were in Anusotaya actually. Anusotaya. So most of we are cheated. So because we didn't know what true Dhamma was before finding this true Dhamma, we were there in Anusotaya. So most of people believe that is true Dhamma, which is not actually. So that is why we should listen to this true Dhamma, because this is the truth. This is what Buddha preached. Even to these Pasvaga 1000, the 5 hermits, so that is what the doctrine that was never heard before. Pera noisu Dhamma. That is what. So that is what Lord Buddha has preached. The same thing. Now we are fortunate to listen to this true Dhamma now. The reason is that actually we are confined to these basic elements and these 5 faculties. 5 faculties in the sense these are the 5 faculties as we always talk: eye, ear, nose, tongue, and skin, and taken their outcome as truth. So we believe that what we see, what we hear, actually what we smell, what we taste, what we touch as true. So that is what uh, everybody thinks what we see, what we hear, what we smell, what we taste, what we touch, all these things are true. But once we are aware, when we are awakened to this moment, we realize that the convention that is not the truth. That is really due to the ignorance. So as a result, we have to have this samsara, the circle of samsara, due to this ignorance. So we know that, most probably we know that, but we don't want to stop that, because sometimes when we are having good results, we are attached to that. So when only we get bad results, we want to detach from there. Anyway, as a result, this unending journey of life, this circle of life goes due to this ignorance. In this journey of sansar circle, suffering is inherent. If we do not realize these facts, there is no escape from suffering. So that is the most important thing. We should realize these facts. If we want to escape from this suffering, if you feel this suffering, if you want to, you have to have an escape from this suffering. In this ignorance, even planes of existence are not different. Uh, we think everything is good, it is going well, that we get good everything. That means we are even jobs, even food, clothes, money and all. But is this the result of this ignorance? So don't you think one day all these things will be vanished? All these things will be faded away. They will decay. What we eat, they will vanish. Even what we wear, they will destroy. They will decay. But we are looking for something else, something new, for the better tomorrow. Sometimes the next best one we want, because we are looking for the tomorrow. So we cling to the things as it flows. This routine will never end, and we don't want to end it. The continuity of seeking different new things day by day, it has become a habit. We don't think even that is suffering. So without knowing that this is suffering, we cling to these things. The next, something like that. If just imagine now, imagine some fruits, what we take today. So tomorrow it will be rotten. We are unable to get it. Even clothes, even whatever it is, the next day it will not be expensive. So we are looking for something new, something good. Maybe food, maybe taste, maybe clothes, Even just imagine the house. So next day we need something else, even the furniture. So when they are not good, we are looking for the we are trying to, if we want, we can buy these old furniture and we want to buy new ones. So that is what we do. So in this ignorance, while having this ignorance, uh, whatever we think as good does not become true. That is truth. Although we think that good and bad, so there is nothing in good in this world. As good, nothing. We can't say like that. It is suffering actually. That is what this suffering. We believe this is good, this is very good, this is very comfortable, this is cozy. Likewise, we think. So once you start doing, continue this ignorance, there will be nothing but suffering. So when we talk about this nirvana instead of suffering, what our Kalyana Mitranan Mahanse says is that you can attain this nirvana at this moment, at the very moment. In this instance, only this mind exists. If you can understand this mind arises and passes away in the same moment, at this moment. There is no existing mind. So that is what the path to nirvana. We are unable to understand this fact. That is what causes suffering. So to understand this means in this instant, in this mind, the mind rises and passes away in the same moment. So that is what in this we can say that that is the realization of truth. Although it looks very simple, it is not that simple actually. So if somebody sees if somebody sees this moment, that means really unbelievable. Not understanding this nature of the mind brings us suffering. So we have to understand the nature of this mind. Therefore, what we have to do is to realize this truth. So, realization in the sense knowing that the world is a mere appearance in the mind. It's the story of the mind. The five faculties are the world. When we talk about the world, it is the creation of mind. Nobody will believe it. The world is a creation of mind because you feel that world. When we talk about good and bad, lie and the truth. It does not lie in these material things, but in our mind, even beautiful, ugly. So all these things remain in our mind, not outside. It happens at every instance. That is what. Every time the mind flashes, it happens at every instant. So, this mind appears as well as it disappears. Every instant, this is happening. It is coming and it is disappearing. Appears, disappears. That is better. Every instance it happens. If one can see this instant, actually, if I say birth and death of the mind, as birth and death of the mind, he does not see the conventional death. No conventional death for him. Conventional death is becoming untrue. Actually, Lord Buddha impressed upon that if one can recollect the death is between inhale and exhale of breath is supreme, which is the realization. Nibbana. If we can realize that one mind, then we can attain Nirvana. So even in our Buddothpado sermons, Buddothpado Aryan Vahase clearly teaches so how we can come to this path of Nirvana. This mind itself is an object arising in the mind. Every moment, this object coming into effect arises and passes away, arises and passes away. There is a good example. In a huge tree, if you want to identify one leaf of this, just imagine this tree has 5,000 leaves. So if you want to identify one leaf of that tree, what you have to do is you have to identify one leaf. That means you identify the rest of the leaves of the tree. So likewise, if you can identify one mind, he or she can see all the minds. So because of that, the realization of truth is the realization of mind. Seeing the truth actually. The truth in Dhamma. So we have to go to the foot. We have to have a deep look how the mind is born. We have to have a deep look on how the mind is born. Now you all know, according to these sermons that we have listened, only one moment exists. So that is what normally now we have understand. Only one moment exists. This means if I am talking to you or if I am looking at you, only this moment exists. When I just imagine when I talk to you tomorrow or when I look at you tomorrow, only that moment exists. If it is after 2-3 years, I see you or I talk to you or I called you, something like that. So only that moment exists. Just imagine if we think about the past, only this moment exists. If we think about future, still we think in this moment. Still this present mind is not true. As we know, past thoughts just appearing without leaving any trace, no shadows. So it is leaving. When we talk about the future thoughts, not created yet, but even the present mind is not true. So likewise, if we take a book as an example, the mind sees this as a book. But in the real sense, there is no book outside. It is only a book in our mind. So that is what we have to understand. Only our mind says that is a book. There is no book outside, only our mind says. So that is actually a combination of sound and shape formations. Sound, shape becomes the book. That is also our mind says. It is a book. So very nice that if you understand this, the sound and shape formations, the combination of this sound and shape formation, our mind says it's a book. The preschool time, the teacher, the Montessori teacher, she has taught us the shapes by matching with these sounds such as yellow, blue, red, green colors. Since then, we have come this gathering with these sounds and shapes. Since then, we are coming with that. That is how it forms. That is what we call the mind. Just imagine now, if we hear someone is shouting as a crow, we imagine it is a picture of imagination of a crow. If we hear someone calling parrot, then we imagine a picture of a parrot. This has happened due to the combination of the sounds and shapes. Sounds and shape becomes that thought which is not outside. It is in our mind as a thought. We call the mind. This happens every time as every sound has a shape. Now look, only exists this moment. Though we keep on thinking about the past, it is also in happening in this moment. If there is only one in this moment, everything happens in this moment. Don't you think so? If you see the truth that there is no book, no parrot, no crow, no tree outside them, which are only within your mind, then we are doing away with the external world. Then there are no physical things that can be captured by the mind as a crow or a book. Then we get rid of the mind, isn't it? When someone is free from this external world, as well as in the mind, that means internal world, it is the emptiness, no attributes, invisible, no ground. There you get non-self. No form, empty, non-self. If there is an object, there is I too. If there is an object, there is I too. If there is no book, then I am also not there. Then I lose myself in this moment, which is an emptiness. Actually, this is not that easy to understand. First of all, you have to get that knowledge from the Montessori teacher, even from the as we said, that baby in the cot, then comes to the Montessori. Then you identify how this thought is formed. Then, if you identify it properly, the thought, if you identify it, if you say I'm also not there, while using yourself in that moment, that means emptiness. This is the liberation from the mind. This is the nature of Buddha in this moment. Now just imagine how nicely this sermons are said. The birth of Buddha is taking place in this moment. Passing away of Buddha is also happening in the same moment. That is where the wave of self disappears and passing away, while discharging all clingings. How nicely it is said, see, the birth, enlightenment in the sense you can say liberation and passing away. The three great occasions are taking place at the same instant. So people celebrate Vesak in different days. Therefore, if we attach this, we have Vesak every day. Actually, once who have realizes this truth, every moment, it is an auspicious moment. The great occasion is the realization, this truth in the mind. See, although these people, mundane world people, they have fixed dates in the month of Vesak. They celebrate Vesak. They have fixed days. But once you realize this truth properly, this non-existing feeling, when you are not there, if you feel that once the birth, enlightenment, and passing away, all these three occasions are taking place at the same moment, the same instant. So you don't want to find Vesak every day. You don't want to find Vesak in 1 month, once in a year. So you know what the meaning of Vesak is, what true Vesak is, you know. Then at every moment will be an auspicious time for you, because you have realized that. Realization, the truth in the mind. The one who does not realize the truth can be reserved one day and they can commemorate Vesak. But once you understand this true Dhamma very nicely, in reality, these three occasions are taking place in one momentary mind. So once you realize this, that once you realize this path of nirvana, or once you feel it, once you realize the truth, then it is the moment he or she experiences these three great occasions: the birth, enlightenment, and passing away. Actually, that is the moment of awakening to Buddha's nature. Awakening to Buddha's nature. That is the most important thing. The moment of realization of this truth. With this realization, as we always talk, all the defilements, erasure, as we said, are disappearing. With this the realization, this is the certain path to nirvana. So it is beautifully explained by these Buddothpado sermons. This beautiful Dhamma, this true Dhamma is explained clearly. How to get rid of your mind, how to how to identify the thoughts, how to feel this Dhamma, how to feel this non-existing feeling. As long as you are having this alive feeling, you are with the mundane world. So to gain this, you have to have that Buddha's philosophy, that Pratipada. You should understand it properly. Thoroughly, you have to have a good first. You have to take it as knowledge. So this is very simple. If one can, if one trusts this, if one believe this, so if you have that courage, so you can understand this. Sometimes it will take time. Sometimes it won't take much time. That is the liberation path to Nirvana. So most of the people around the world, they are doing so many meritorious things, looking for uh, these merits. Actually, when we talk about, there are good examples, as Aryanvasi always explains us, this Patachara, Kisa Gotami, Angulimala, Sunita Sopaka, Kujjuttara. So giving a lot of very beautiful examples, he is asking whether Lord Buddha has told them to offer dana, puja, or some other things, meritorious things, while they were coming with suffering. No, never. Never said. Even Aranvasi, his sermons, is always giving true Dhamma, nothing else. So that is what. That is what he says is, this is within yourselves. So try to identify this and try to feel this. That is what all these sermons, more than 10,000 sermons, are given to the world with a lot of dedication. So once you understand this true Dhamma, that's really helpful to lead a good life. So here also it is the same. So how you can celebrate Vesak meaningfully. It's really beautiful. Once you understand that non-existing feeling, you can find the status of Buddha. You can identify that. You can feel that. That is the most important thing. The path to Nirvana. With the realization of this, you can worship yourself. But is there anybody to worship yourself? So that is also that emptiness. So very beautifully it is explained, step by step. Just imagine if you do a lot of sufferings, dana, pujas, even meditations and all. Is there a guarantee that we will not fall into the hell? Even we don't know. Hell in the sense, even sufferings. So that is what this beautiful truth is really marvelous. First, it was done by Lord Buddha, then nobody else but Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse has given it to the whole world. So, if you have the right view, if you can identify this, that is really easy. If you identify this, you see this true Dhamma, pure Dhamma. It is uh, 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 actually now most people around this those who have listened these discourses of Buddothpado, they are witnessing this. There are evidence. So while talking to these Zoom discussions, so while going to these Pratipada practical sessions, they explain their experiences very nicely, very clearly. So there are evidence where we never find it somewhere else. Now it has become a huge tree actually, the Buddothpado, the Bo tree. It is growing very fast, giving shade to the whole nation, eradicating the sufferings of most people. So once it is eradicated, the people are living with happiness. That is what we need. So that is why we have to follow this true Dhamma. True Dhamma paves us the correct path. Even Vesak is not fixed to only one day into the month of Vesak, according to this true Dhamma. So very nicely it is said how you can celebrate Vesak, even this moment, birth, enlightenment and passing away. So that is also very nicely explained. Really beautiful. So one thing you have to identify your thought. If you try to identify that, it is just like identifying one leaf of a tree rather than looking in 5,000 trees, leaves of a tree. So it is very nicely explained by all these Buddothpado sermons. So now time has come to us, all of us, by reopening our eyes. But some people are still blind like. But everything, if we find, we can find there in everything. Peace, freedom, happiness, everything is there. So don't miss it. Try to understand this true Dhamma. Once you understand this, you will feel very comfortable. You will lost your suffering. The most important thing. Suffering will become zero. So that is what everybody's expectation actually. Everybody's expectation is a peaceful mind. If we can have a peaceful mind, we can, the children can do their studies without any burden. The life of others will be very beautiful. Then the whole nation will be very beautiful. Once you understand this true Dhamma, that is what happens. So don't get late. Please try to understand this true Dhamma always, because this is true. Everybody, most of them are, most of these people are witnessing this. That is the most important thing where we do not see in other where we while doing meditation or while doing pujas or while doing something else. They can't experience this. They will never be able to experience this. That is why. So this is the path towards nirvana. Not as a place actually, but as the extinguishing of illusion. So I would like to wind up this speech. So before that, I would like to say a few words like this as usual. May we have the courage to look deeply. May we have the wisdom to let go. May we awaken to the moment. And may all beings be free from suffering. May all beings be free from suffering. Therwan Saranai. May the Triple Gem bless you. I would like to pay my great respect to Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa. Aryan Mahansa Pada Namaskara Karami. Avasarai. May the Triple Gem bless you all. Thank you.
Teruvan Saranai. With deep gratitude, I worship my most venerable teacher, most venerable Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, who compassionately reveals the profound Dhamma in a way that awakens wisdom in the heart of many. Under the noble guidance and blessings of most venerable Buddothpada Aryan Wahanse, I humbly begin today's Dhamma sermon. Teruvan Saranai. Today we reflect on a very profound teaching of Lord Buddha. The understanding that we call the world is not an ultimate permanent reality, but something deeply connected to our own thoughts, perceptions, and mental constructions. When we look around, everything appears solid and real. We see people, buildings, success, failure, gain and loss. We become happy about certain things and deeply hurt about others. We believe this world outside is the cause of our joy and our suffering. But the Buddha invited us to examine more deeply. He asked us to look not only at the external world, but at the internal process through which the world is experienced. The Buddha taught that mind precedes all phenomena. Everything we experience is first processed through the mind. The eye seems a form, but it is the mind that interprets it. The ear hears a sound, but it is the mind that labels it as a praise or blame. Without perception, without mental recognition, we call the world does not arise in our experience. Therefore, the world we live in is not merely an internal physical structure. It is a world shaped and colored by our own thoughts. In the Dhamma, the Buddha explained that this world is profound within this very body and mind. When we say, my world is collapsing, what is truly collapsing? Is it the earth and sky? Or is it our mental constructions? When someone speaks harshly to us, the sound vibrates for a few seconds and disappears. But the suffering can last for days or even years. Why? Because the mind keeps recreating the incident through thoughts. It keeps repeatedly interrupting and strengthening the sense of I was hurt. In this way, we do not live in moment of sound. We live in the world of thoughts about the sound. The Buddha further taught the truth of impermanence, anicca. Everything that arises passes away. Our body changes. Our feelings change. Our relationships change. Our opinions also change. If everything is constantly changing, can we call it absolutely real or permanent? What is permanent does not change. But everything we experience is continuous moment. Therefore, the Buddha described this world as conditioned, temporary, and unreliable as a source of lasting happiness. Another profound teaching is anatta, the absence of permanent self. We strongly believe in I and mine. We say my life, my problem, my success, my failure. But when we carefully observe what we call simply is a collection of changing processions, feelings, perception, mental formations, and consciousness. These five aggregates arise and pass away, moment by moment. The sense of a solid sense is also constantly by thoughts. In this way, even the one who experiences the world is not a fixed entity, but a flow of conditions. We'll consider a dream. When we are dreaming at night, everything appears real. We feel fear, happiness, as well as sadness. We may even cry or laugh. But when we wake up, we realize it was created by the mind. The experience felt real while it lasted. Yet, it had no solid foundation. Similarly, the Buddha pointed out that our waking and mental awakened world too is experienced through perceptions and mental construction. This does not mean nothing exists at all. It means that we take to be solid and permanent is in truth dependently arising and constantly changing. Suffering arises not directly from the external world, but from craving and attachment in the mind. When we cling to pleasant experiences, we fear losing them when we resist. Unpleasant experiences, we create anger and aversion. The situation itself may be simple and short-lived, but the mind builds stories around it. Those repeated thinking, we strengthen desire, hatred, and illusion. Thus, we begin live more imagined scenarios than in reality itself. We begin to see thoughts arising and passing away. A thought comes, stays for a moment, and disappears. Another thought follows. It is a continuous process. If we observe carefully, we realize that thoughts are not under control. We cannot control them at all. They come, they go. They appear due to causes and conditions. If they truly me or mine, we should be able to command and stop them completely. But we cannot. This observation weakens attachment to thoughts and reveals their impermanent nature. When wisdom develops, the mind understands that the world is experienced through conditions, forms, sounds, smells, tastes, touches, and ideas arise dependent on contact. With contacts comes feelings, comes craving, with craving comes clinging, and with clinging comes suffering. If craving is totally removed, suffering does not rise. Therefore, freedom is not achieved by changing the entire world outside, but transforming the mind within. This understanding does not mean we neglect duties or responsibilities. We still work, care for our families, and fulfill our obligations. No restrictions, but we do so with wisdom, the awakened wisdom, knowing that everything is impermanent. We act without excessive attachment. We respond without hatred. We live happily. That all experiences are like bubbles in water. We know that bubbles in water do not exist for a long time. Likewise, thoughts come, thoughts go, constantly changing, appearing beautifully, and for a moment, and then dissolving. The Buddha's teaching invites us to awaken from ignorance. What our Buddothpada Aryan Vahansa does is giving that message of Lord Buddha in a very clear way, using very simple terms. Abhidhamma is taught using very simple terms so that the mothers in the villages can understand. He awakens the wisdom of village mothers when they realize the truth of this Dhamma. They at times shed tears, tears of happiness. For a period of time, they all were living, yet thinking they live happily. But what is the ultimate destination? It's suffering. Why do they shed tears? Tears of happiness. Once they shed tears of sadness, but now they understand. This deep Dhamma is preached by our Buddothpada Aryan Vahansa in a very simple form that everybody can understand. So people gather around. They listen to this Dhamma. They become so happy. We make from a dream. We wake from a dream and recognize its nature through wisdom. He helps the people to awake from their dreams and helps awaken the wisdom. When they understand the Dhamma, the supreme Dhamma preached by Lord Buddha, without change in the meaning of it at all, our Venerable Buddothpada Aryan Vahansa preached this Dhamma. We are fortunate to listen to that Dhamma as if we listen to the Lord Buddha himself. The people in different direction can be Sri Lankans, can be the devotees of other countries. They all have realized the truth of this profound Dhamma. So we are fortunate, my dear Dhamma friends. What we here really is the Dhamma towards Nibbana, towards liberation of mind. Who else have delivered this Lord Buddha's message as it is? No one. We are quite sure. We have been listening to Dhamma for many years, but unfortunately, we were unable to attain even Sotapanna. Once we started to listen to Dhamma preached by our Venerable Buddothpada Wahanse, even a child of 5 years, 6 years old, to a very old mother, father, maybe 70 to 80 years old, can easily understand his awakened wisdom. It's very clear for everybody. What he says is very simple. What everybody should understand is very simple form he explains. Everybody worships him from the bottom of their heart because they know that their sorrows are going to be over. They have a sigh of a smile, sigh of relief. They know for sure they would definitely walk towards Nibbana. Aryan Wahanse at times he ensures that if one listens this Dhamma carefully, he or she may attain Nibbana. Who gives such a guarantee to us? So far, nobody other than Buddothpada Wahanse. It's very clear for everybody. The path in which we walk is now very clear. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. We are fortunate to hear this Lord Buddha's Dhamma, what he expounded by himself. We wish him, we bless him that this noble contribution given by our Buddothpada Wahanse, he should be more and more stronger to deliver this message of Lord Buddha. May everybody attain the path of liberation, Nibbana. I once again worship my Aryan Wahanse, Buddothpada Aryan Wahanse. I pay my respect and homage for him, for making the path for helpless people who have worked in this samsara throughout. Now we see the green light to stop it. Thiruvan Saranai.
Buddothpado. It's time to open your eyes. Open your eyes. It's time for Nibbana, for Nibbana. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. Awake humans, be awakened humans. It's your liberation, your liberation that comes through. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. The last breath will be so peaceful, so peaceful. With Buddothpado, Buddothpado. Wake up, wake up, wake up to the truth. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. It's time to open your eyes. Open your eyes. It's time for Nibbana, for Nibbana. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. Awake humans, be awakened humans. It's your liberation, your liberation that comes through. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. The last breath will be so peaceful, so peaceful. With Buddothpado, Buddothpado. Wake up, wake up, wake up to the truth. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. Buddothpado. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. Awakening in silence deep. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. Where the mind no longer sleeps. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. Breath is appears beyond sight. Buddothpado, 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 awakening, awakening, Buddothpado. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, awakening in silence deep. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, where the mind no longer sleeps. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, breath is soft and flowing free. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, no self remains, just clarity. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, stillness shines like morning light. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, truth appears beyond sight. Buddothpado, 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 awakening, awakening, Buddothpado. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, awakening in silence deep. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, where the mind no longer sleeps. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, breath is soft and flowing free. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, no self remains, just clarity. pierced beyond sight. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, Bud.
Understanding this Dhamma. So the understanding this Dhamma, or actually feeling this Dhamma, is in the stimulus. So there should be a stimulus, isn't it? Otherwise, how can you, and there should be the vibration, and there should be the wisdom for you to turn it to the non-vibration. Yes. So, but if we, and also at the same time, you can't have such a big agenda underneath to, okay, I'm going to do this now. I'm going to do insight meditation, and I'm going to understand this today. Nothing will happen. Nothing will happen. So when we try to think about this, that what Sudharma secondly asked was some completely different to the first question. Second question goes around and around and around about the phala. So that is the fruit of the truth. Fruit of the truth. So fruit of the truth is, what is the fruit of the truth? It's actually the outcome of. So if someone has felt the non-vibration and know that, okay, this is the vibratory level or the tense, and if we correctly apply the, it's the words are different here, but not if we, actually the truth is applied there. We can tell in passive sentence, I think. If the truth is applied there, then non-vibration would be felt. But the result of that is your complete understanding of a stimulus or panchaskandha, or it's just improving your wisdom. Again and again this happens, and when you understand the so Lord Buddha says the doubts about 8 things will be gone. So then you know that there is no self, even though I feel it. Oh no, you feel it even after. Imagine someone like Vishaka. She knows the truth. She knows the truth, but she has felt the truth also. But she has all the defilements still. But what has happened is that we shattered, and she's not going to view defilements as my defilements. So it is completely different. And also, additionally, she knows that because this, to understand this to feel the non-vibration, you have to understand so much to come to that level. What you have to understand that outside, whatever we noted outside, that is including me, because me, we look at the mirror and say it is me, and we look at our son and we say this is my son. How come that happened? So this is me, that is my son. So that concept is so engraved, we can't even think about something else. How come you say that there's no my son? That is my son, and I am his mother. So that goes on because no one is actually challenging it. This get challenged by yourself because you have felt the non-vibration. So you can understand that when the stimuli is actually not true, to come to that level, you have to understand so many stuff. So you have to understand this one stimulus is we felt the projection as it is out there, but actually it's a perception. That's the main thing. The perception actually has no perception. Perception is a kind of a vibration which has no meaning at all. So in that sense, you have understood the whole thing about the Panchaskanda. When you say Panchaskanda, that is a stimulus. So without knowing the stimulus, you can't feel the non-vibration. When you feel the non-vibration, you know about the stimulus. This is this feeds each other, because that's how like Vijnana feeds Sankara, Sankara feeds Vijnana, kind of like that. They feed each other kind of thing. Nama Rupa Vijnana, they feed each other like thing. It is the same thing everywhere. So till you feel the non-vibration, you have so much doubts about this Panchaskanda stimulus, how the stimulus is felt as a thing, why does that matter, what is the big deal about it, all that. But then when you feel that, then this cycle, the main cycle of stimuli is here, I am here, sorry, stimuli is there, I am here, that projection is broken. You fully understand that this feeling is not there when the stimuli is not felt as a thing. So you understand actually the stimuli is also not there. I'm also not there, If the stimuli is not there, how am I going to be there? Because it's just the other side of the stimuli. It's just the stimuli. If the stimuli are not there, you're not there anyway. So the fruit, again going back to her point, the fruit is the relief you get by knowing this. The relief is you now definitely know the thought myself, the thought son, daughter, moon, mother, father, husband, family, job, shoe, whatever. That is a stimuli, but stimuli is not actually existing. Why? It is just a vibration. How can we say vibration is existing? Because it just happens. It just manifests. So the manifestation is there, but is it actually there? When can you say the vibration or mind vibration? Can you say that it is here or there? Is it under the table? Is a mind vibration under the table? No. Is it under your heart? Is it under your tummy, or where is it? The mind vibration. Yes. You can't find it like that, because this has no place like that. So you keep understanding that this vibration keep playing up. It's actually a construct. It's a construct. Even the mind vibration is a construct, and even the light is a construct. It's just the way that the human eye is. If you for an instance, if we have the science, if we remove the human eyes and have two eyes of another animal, how would you see the world? Well, you might see even upside down. Or you might be like waiting for the sun to come in the morning, and you will be going out, everyone will be sleeping because you have gotten a eye of a maybe bat. So these things keep changing. So when the things keep changing, so the formation of the eye, the vibration of the eye, that is what it is. The output is the light, yes, but it is a constructor. It's a construct of the eye. So we keep understanding these things. The final fruit is the liberation, because the liberation, what you mean by liberation is the value of the mind is not there. Otherwise, you still you still can think, you still can feel, you still can see, you still can hear. So what is the liberation then? Liberation is from the value. There's no value at all. So you don't feel it. When you don't feel the mind consciousness, it will be direct. You know, even these descriptions, they have to be taking them very, very, very carefully, because slowly I'm also getting the point that where Aranhan says, you know, come to the in the middle of the Zoom and try to, you know, change whatever we are trying to say, because these things, if we keep saying the same way, they might think that is the truth. No, whatever we are trying to say is a message, and none of these words are true even. So it is very tricky to say that none of these mind constructs are actually true. None of these sensory organ constructs, none of them are true. So can the self be true? No, because it is felt only when these things are felt as true. Why they are felt as true is because of the ignorance. So the ignorance goes in hand in hand with the self vibration. So the final fruit of understanding these some levels of this wisdom is you feel relieved. It's just the lack of defilements that you feel relieved. It's not a new thing. It is like in Lord Buddha's time, some many Mahasays, some venerables have told, it's like, I can't remember who, but it's like, you know, putting something down, because the pressure, the power, or whatever the word you can use, the defilements, or this burning is less. That is the lightness you are going to feel. That is the fruit of this Dhamma. But to come to that, all this ignorance should be actually transcended through the wisdom. It should be, you should actually understand this, how this self vibration has formed, and because actually, is there a Arananse once said, I mean, very recently, I think, he has said this before, but he recently said that, you know, this vibratory feeling, or the self vibration, or the consciousness, is that there? Even that is not there. That is a non-vibration. So there's no actual new thing as non-vibration. There's no actual new perception as non-self perception. It's a lack of self-perception. It's kind of a void. That's why it is emptiness. I don't know whether even my explanation met her question. But what I was trying to say is, you can't get confused about the path and the fruit, because we can't do much about the fruit. We can't. It's, the fruit will follow, but the path is the most important thing. So the path is understanding Dhamma and following Dhamma. Main part is the understanding Dhamma, and practicality of that comes with your courage, comes with your directness, comes with your what is it? I don't know. It uses the word like avanka. What is the word for that?
Honesty. Can you? Yeah.
Yeah, honesty. Yeah. Oh my God. The honesty. So all these things are needed in the path, in practically feeling this. So the concentration meditation can help in the practical aspect, so that because if someone is running for a but that's what I'm saying. These are very tricky points, because it's only few types of people who will need any little bit of concentration meditation to calm down their mind, because already if someone is listening to Dhamma, if that person's mind is kind of already in that vibration, because you can't really understand this Dhamma without that, without some kind of concentration. Because you can't, a lot of people get a lot of vitakka. What is vitakka? I don't know in the English word for that. Yeah, like underlying thoughts. Yeah, it's underlying thoughts actually, because you talk something else, you think something else. You kind of do magic double, a lot of tricky stuff underneath. So but when it is there, that is so flustered, the mind is so flustered. So even a sermon, to listen to a sermon, you need to have such a good way of absorbing that, so that it absorbs without any blockage, because the vitakka is going to block it. So this is the thing. So the concentration meditation is already there. You don't have to do it separately. That's what I was trying to say from the beginning. It's only few people who need that. And you can understand that from your own life. You will already know that that you have that pitfall, and you can correct that, isn't it? Did I even touch your question? I don't know, Sudhama.
No, that's a very beautiful explanation, Dr. Kokila, when you said one should feel the defilements to experience non-vibration, because otherwise a baby if a baby dies, I mean at the level of radiant mind, he or she should end this samsaric cycle, but it doesn't happen, right? Because of the change, there is still they haven't, although they haven't felt, because they haven't felt defilements. And the other thing, Dr. Kokila, the insight concentration. So from your explanation, it is a fruition level, you said, right? Insight concentration that arises through insight meditation, is it? It was little.
Again, you are confusing
Yeah,
me also, because so what does that mean? What are you trying to say?
Vidarshana samadhiya, Samatha Samadhi and Vidarshana Samadhi, because Saryan also said when one sees the truth of the stimulus and liberates then and there, that person gradually uh, gains this insight concentration. Vidarshana Samadhi.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. The
Everyone
fruit,
Sarnai.
Yeah,
actually.
yeah.
Dharma, I think what your meaning is Vipassana Kanika Samadhi, aren't you? That is different to Vidarshana.
No, I
Because
was referring
Vidarshana is
to.
in the path, actually. That's what I'm trying to say.
So
But I may be.
was explaining Dr. Kokila and Ms. Surangika. Actually, you might have also heard in that not Samatha Samadhi is temporary, but insight concentration, the Vidarshana Samadhi, maybe
Vidarshana, there's no samadhi as
No,
in
it's
Vidarshana. It is
then
Vipassana.
Vipassana Kanika
Vipassana
Samadhi. Yeah,
Kanika Samadhi. Yeah?
right. Okay,
Oh,
okay.
yeah, what
Yeah,
happens is that when you do the Vidarshana, which is the thing that Dr. Kokila is mentioning,
yes.
the penetrative insight, the penetrative reflection, that is done even at the point of listening to the Dhamma talks. While Saranvasa is explaining, I think he made that point this morning as well. That is why these Dhamma discussions and Dhamma forums are so important, because those on the path, there is a reflection even whilst he speaks, even whilst these points are explained and elaborated, there is a reflection by the followers. And you can go deeper and deeper into these finer points. And that is why the Vidarshana is to be done at whatever point. As we have as we understand the arising and the cessation, Samudayancha, Attangamansha, has to be ascertained or understood even at every stage, isn't it? Because we know that even at the stream enterer stage, at the Sakadagami stage, and Anagami, and so on, the Buddha has been asked, what do you have to do, Lord Buddha? And then Lord Buddha has said, where they understand how the aggregates, the five aggregates are formed. So the penetrative insight or the Vidarshana that you spoke of is the thing for the reflection. But as you do that, that inner transformation automatically arises, which is the samadhi, the inner samadhi, the lokottara samadhi, which is
That is a
which
fruit.
doesn't have an object, animitta samadhi, and that is there at every moment. It is not as if you are doing anything to get that samadhi in this moment, but
Yeah,
it
Surangika, the Animitta Samadhi is always there in and around.
yes, but we are talking about just, I mean, like, even for those on the path, it is
There are
there
different
in
levels. Yeah, there are
various
different
stages,
various
different
stages.
levels. So to the extent that one has seen through the mind and the thought process, to that extent, and to that extent of liberation or non-vibration, the Animitta Samadhi or the Vipassana Kanika Samadhi is there. To the extent that there is the vitakka that we spoke of, the thoughts that are restlessly forming and fleeting through the mind, to that extent, the samadhi is not present. Sorry, I just wanted to just mention that. Go ahead, Dr. Kokila.
Yeah, I think Sudarma, it's just any
Thank
samadhi
you very much.
is
Thank you, both
outcome.
of you. Yeah, did I mean, great job. Both of you tried to explain, and it's clear, Dr. Kokila. Teruvan Saranai, thank you.
Yeah, it's yeah, anything else to add to that?
And Dr. Kokila, another question, when you now said that vitakka thing, at once it occurred to me. So, although we call it sustained thought or initial thought or vitakka or vichara, it is also a thought when we look at from this insight meditation perspective, because at in one we can't say moment even. However, there can be one faculty working no at the moment. So when the thought occurs, there cannot be other. Although we feel it as a inner
Yeah.
kind of thing,
Yeah.
it's
Actually speaking, this is so
yeah,
fast. We
yeah,
can't even understand that I'm driving and I'm at the same time I'm listening.
yes, true.
Yeah,
It's very
we are able to do that because of this fast occurrence of but at the we don't even feel that we are at one time we are driving and one time we are listening, but we don't even feel that.
yeah, true. It's very interesting when we see it through ourselves. Teruvan Saran, somebody else can ask questions.
Anything actually the perception, it's it is very nice to know that the self perception has no self. So there you come to the one kind of one vibration thing, because if you keep understanding that none of these perceptions are actually true, they become actually useless, isn't it? Like none of them are actually true, so they are just constructs, a new vibration because of the five sensory organs. So that new perceptions, like chair, if we take an example, or daughter, the perception of the daughter is a construct, and there's so many perceptions around daughter too. So the daughter may have millions of other perceptions attached. So the daughter is like this, daughter is like that, daughter has a job, daughter has PhD. What else can we say? Whatever you want to put there, you can put. So can you see that it's one perception, but it has so many attachments. So likewise, this self perception, the thought of self, I, me, mine, has so many attachments that because, can you understand, each and every thought in this 45 or 65 years of age or 85 years of age, or even if you live to 110, that would be the same kind of, all these perceptions made you to feel the self-perception. So they are like two sides of a coin. So it is very funny that each and every perception is so important. Why? Because it has helped you to feel alive. It has helped you to feel alive. On top of that, you have lived with your husband for 50 years. Just imagine a mother who has lived with his husband for 50 years. Just imagine. So she's 70 now. It's a story. So husband has that perception of husband has brought that alive feels so much time. You might even feel like dead when the husband is dead. It is funny how these perceptions work. You can actually talk endlessly about these perceptions, but At the end, what you understand is, yes, there's so much perceptions. All these perceptions have fueled one perception. That is why we love to live so much. Why there is propelling power? Why do we propel from one thought to another? Why do we jump so quickly? Because that's the wanting to feel live, or alive feel, wanting to maintain the alive feel. That's why we need them. That's why you need your daughter, son, husband, whatever, you know. If you don't have them, you can have job, you can have, friends, you can have even the war. Doesn't matter. I have some people who read the newspaper from top to bottom, bottom to top. So that keeps you alive. You feel the life, isn't it? It's a different way to look at it. But what I'm trying to say is all these perceptions, when they feel alive, you take it as you feel alive. You try to maintain the, stuff that in the sensual world, that is what is happening. So you try to maintain your family. You try to maintain your relationships. You try to maintain the work. You try to maintain so many stuff so that the self-perception is full. It's so
Yeah,
beautiful.
yeah, Dr. Kokila, it's actually very interesting, these perceptions, as you said. Now in social media and various other communications, I have seen that elderly people should get involved in many things as much as possible, like meeting friends, maybe reading, hobbies, gardening, cooking, all sorts of things they advise to keep good health and fit and, healthy. So here what is done is providing more and more perceptions, isn't it? To keep the person lively.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, the ignorance is the main problem. Otherwise, it's okay to live. The ignorance
Mm.
is the main problem because
Yeah.
there's the belief that you are living and you
Mm.
want to live. You want to live. That is the main issue here.
Yeah.
I want to live. I can't die. I want to live. Why? Because I want to feel alive. Why? Because it's me. That is what is needed. So that's a misunderstanding, I would say. And this alive feel has been the normal for a long time. We take it as the default. And underneath that is another thing which feel this alive feel is the feel of existence. Feel of existence, again, is the same thing. It's another perception in that case. So this is a very good research for you to do, and if you keep doing this research, you will be mesmerized by this truth actually, because none of these things will make sense in the end, and you keep understanding what Lord Buddha actually understood that night. He understood when the perception, the stimuli is not true, not taken as a thing, you don't feel this thing. You don't feel this thing. And that's very, very interesting observation. It happened to you, so you don't have any difficulty in judging because it's something happened to you. That's the importance of putting on actually to experience these things. So experiencing comes from truth though. So you have to know the truth that none of these perceptions are actually existing. They are like formed because of the vibration. So does the vibration exist? No, it is a construct too. It's a misunderstanding that happens. That is the thing. This you know, the sasava or whatever the tense, that is the vibration which vibrated to the zygote. But this has no place when the stimuli is not true. That means this is a synchronization effect happening in each stimulus. And this is a beautiful thing to feel, because then only you understand this. You are born in every stimulus, but this is happening so fast you can't get it. But with the wisdom, you can see this. And more you understand this, that that the rapidity of this speed of these sensory organs, whether it is the eye, the ear, the touch, or the mind, it doesn't matter which one it is, speed has done this miraculous misunderstanding, I would say. It's not miraculous, but it's at the end it's useless. But actually it is miraculous because it has done this damage so far, isn't it? How much we have suffered. Do we need like a book to write about that? I mean, I can write a book about that, but will we end, actually can we end that book? Or we can end that book if we attain non-vibration, finally become the non-vibration, isn't it? Anything to add? It's very interesting, actually.
Yeah, that part actually, Dr. Vokila, is very, very intricate, isn't it? I think I got that point. Was it R.N. Mans's talk this morning where he went deeper and deeper into that perception angle, wasn't it, Dr. Sakuntala? The perception, the point that you raised, Dr. Vokila, about was there even a vibration to begin with? I mean, he's explained it so many times, but there was, I think, a deeper meaning and deeper elaboration of that finer point this morning. So the vibration that we said was always there was only because there was ignorance, isn't it? If not for the
100%,
ignorance,
yeah.
there is no vibration.
That is that catch-22 thing. Because you see,
Incredible.
yeah, that thing that says when there is a I can't remember what's the English word for that. Yeah, that no, even that thing. No, there's another thing I recently pointed out. You know that the power and the
vibration goes hand in hand.
No, when he clapped, he says, what is that word? Is that the company, or is that the what does he use? That for power to happen, there should be this. Is that the vibration he used? The word?
I think vibration. What he said was, when there is leftover current, when there is current, there is vibration at that point. And when the vibration occurs, it reinforces the current, isn't it? So as you said, it's sort of hand in hand.
Yeah, that's the thing. So we can't really separate them. But when the vibration is not there, the power is not there. When the power is not there, the vibration is not there. Similarly, here, when non-vibration is there, the vibration is not there. So where's the vibration? There's a so-called vibration now? Isn't it?
Yeah, actually,
it's so beautiful. Beautiful to understand this Dhamma. I mean, yeah, I don't think we have felt even 5% of this, but I think it is so beautiful. I think everyone should go on researching about this.
I remember, I think a long time ago, I asked him. I don't know whether I've understood it properly even now. So I think I asked Aran Mahansa saying if vibration was the cause of the sensory perceptions occurring, and from that the mind objects and the mind consciousness form. And for an arahat, if the vibration turns into non-vibration, then how come an arahat can still have the mind objects? So he said, you don't understand. And then he went launched into the full explanation. I don't think I still understand, but as you said, it's amazing, isn't it? But in a way, you can understand it. Of course, this is depending on
Yeah.
where each one is, but in a way you can, and then in a way you can't, kind of thing. I don't know how to explain it actually.
No, that is where the
Sadly,
experience comes.
sadly, I
Sure.
have that question now, Dr. No, now when you show that non-vibration, okay, but still the projections are there. So these projections are always happening due to the coming together of
No, without the
opposing
power. So
vibration.
don't forget
Power is
the
not
power
there.
is not
Yeah.
there. The vibration with this here, the vibration we are talking about is not about the light and stuff. We are talking about the self vibration. That's why recently Aaron also was talking about this thing in, I think it's 7 o'clock one. I can't fully remember the whole thing, but he was trying to say something about people misunderstanding the beginning bit and forgetting about the end bit and then getting nowhere. That is the main important thing, because this is about getting rid of the one vibration, one perception, one thought. That's
Yeah.
all that went away from Lord Buddha. Mare asked no.
Yeah, the feeling of being and life.
Yeah, that's all one.
Yeah.
That's all that. So that power is not there. That is the only thing that is absent. So everything else is there. But without that life feel, you might not survive. That's a different story. But what I'm trying to say is that's where you need someone to actually guide them. But Lord Buddha didn't say, go to a room and stay there until you die. No, he didn't say that. He said each monk go alone and start saying this Dhamma. So they had a pattern of living, so they will survive. They've advised a way of living. So they listened to Lord Buddha and went on alone teaching Dhamma. Nothing happened. But because they have to have a protocol for the survival, because otherwise they won't. But if they are advised to do that, they will do, because they don't feel themselves, but they will listen to Lord Buddha's advice. So that's how it is. But what I was trying to say is this here what happens, because that now Deakna, I have told this before, I think to Sudharma once as well, that when we keep on saying Deakna, then we forget about the whole scenario about this Dhamma. Dhamma is not about Deakna. Actually, this is about both sides, because Deakna means you are there. You are there, nothing is outside, so you are very safe actually. You can become so self-centered also in that way. So you have to be careful in that. But what I'm trying to say is it's actually about both sides. But when we understand this Dhamma properly, if you understand the stimulus properly, the aspect of stimulus, it's actually stimulus only that was only there, not me. But why we felt this duality is because of the importance we have given to the stimulus. Due to the ignorance, yes, but that is the problem. So this self-propelling power is maintained with the help of the ignorance.
And Dr. Kokila and Miss Surangika, can you please help me with some term for Vidarshana and Vipassana? I'm writing an article, I have to differentiate.
I'm not good with the words. Can
Yeah,
Surangika
maybe Miss Surangika, because what I came across was insight for both, insight meditation. But Vipassana is now, when she said only, I remembered that Vipassana is kind of superficial, seeing the ability to see each and every thought without penetrating through it even. With Darshana is we go deeper now to see the truth, as Dr. Kokila always says. So it's rather going deeper and deeper. This is the ability to see each and every the stimulus kind of horizontal. So for both, what I found was insight only. So
So
within
the
brackets, I wrote insight at some point Vidarshana, within brackets, I gave Vipassana. But Miss Urangika, can we use penetrative meditation? Or
I think we've used penetrative insight because that
Pe-
actually gives the notion that there is an active activity involved. The penetrative insight means that there is some reflection happening, which is accurate from a Vidarshana
Yeah.
Kirima perspective.
Mm.
And with regard to the Vipassana
Because
Kanika
Marga has
Samadhiya,
that, yeah.
Samadhiya is a meditative state.
no,
So
what?
you can
Oh,
use something like Kanika means each moment, right?
momentary, yeah. That
Momentary,
is
yeah.
insight, yeah.
So you can say maybe, I don't know if it's correct, but like an insight meditative state would be, I mean, not 100%, but at least would come close to the samadhi aspect of it
Yeah,
because
because penetration, you can't really talk about
you
a
can't put
meditative state.
penetration there. That's right, yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, traditionally in Buddhist scriptures, what they use for samadhi is concentration. When we talk about the sati samadhi in
Oh, that's a
only,
bit difficult.
But
Yeah.
it's going to be
very,
confusing if we use
so
that. Misleading,
yeah,
actually. Yeah.
misleading. And so when we write these texts also, we can't change the Miss Surangika. I mean, accepted Buddhist scriptures, they use
No,
some
that's okay.
Oh,
So Dharma, maybe,
yeah.
where you can potentially find the correct terminology, Wisdom of Asia in the website. These things are beautifully
Yeah.
explained.
Explain, no better
Yeah,
to
if you can
yeah,
go into
thank you.
the meditation section,
All right.
there are places where the inner transformation is beautifully explained. I'm sure that one of those
Will help.
wordings
Yeah.
would be there. Yeah.
Thank you very much for
Okay.
yeah. Teruvan Saranai.
Anything else, Dr. Sakuntala?
Actually, I also had one point now. This is something, I mean, going back to what we discussed and finished off. I had this question. Now we are talking about the thoughts, and thoughts are composed, or thought is the result of the five sensor faculty function, and then there what happens is just a vibration, and then vibration is also not something persisting, occurs then and there. Then I had the question, what is the cause for the vibration? So I had to stop there, and then it wasn't very clear what is the cause now. This is a cause and effect phenomenon. So what is the cause for the vibration? Then in this very recent discussion, when Naranasi mentioned that when there is a power, remaining power, or in other words, remaining current, that is a cause for the vibration. And when the vibration occurs, that current is mutually fed or mutually supported. So that is how I understood. Is it, I don't know the correct understanding. What do you think?
Yeah, ignorance plays a part as well. Actually, ignorance means all this as well. I mean, I don't think that we can separate ignorance from here. It's
Yeah.
just another way of telling actually, because ignorance led to sankara. Is it Vidyapaccha sankara? Yeah, ignorance led to volitional. Is it volitional formation sankara?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
that's the thing. So sankara means speedy vibration.
Like
So
vibrations, yes.
so now imagine a zygote. We can't change the zygote, can we? We are already here now. So that's now from zygotic level, which never had any mind, just the tense. We come to imagine a 38-year-old, and then to see that it's not in that level. We have so much stuff, so much power actually. So much power we have. So how does this evolving happens? It is all due to ignorance. So this can't be actually separated, the volitional information, and then the consciousness is the third one, the sankara pacha vijnana pacha namarupa. Yeah. So this is all kind of interwoven, isn't it? We can't separate them. That Anwanse very rightfully has told that because if we try to separate one from one another, that's not the practicality. Practically, it should be the stimulus. This is a stimulus that is broken into kind of different ways. The stimulus is broken into 5 parts in the Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara Vijnana. And another way, the dependent origination talks about how the upadana part happens, or the jati happens, or how the self has originated here, taking all these things. So it starts from ignorance, but the problem is ignorance is never going to be there without the vibration.
Yeah.
Because the vibration is there, the ignorance is there. Ignorance is going to evolve the vibration anyway, or the power. So this, I don't think we can separate them here and there and try to understand. And once, I think, if my memory, I don't know whether that's the truth here, the Lord Buddha was asked this question once, what is the reason for avidya? And he said ashra. And again, going back to that, isn't it?
Yes.
It's going back to that. So they feed each other.
Feed each other. Yeah.
So that's where the importance of understanding this fully and getting rid of this power, understanding the power, this extra power, and getting rid of that power is not easy. Even understanding this power and the non-vibration is difficult, and to become that, it's not easy, but at the same time, it's not it's doable. It's doable. And noble friend is a supportive factor here, I would say. I think we run into the other Zoom discussion now. I wonder why there's no one here. But anyway, I think we are running.
Yeah, we will conclude.
Yeah. So we worship Paranwanse as usual. We have so much gratitude for his guidance. Without his guidance, actually, we won't be understanding even 5% of this Dhamma. It's still, it's not that difficult. Come and talk to any Zoom discussion and try to get an essence of it, and you may feel this. That is the main important thing. So, Therwan Sana, everyone, may Triple bless you all. Thank you so much for coming for the discussion. Thank you, Shani, for reading the book.
Therwan Saranai, all the
Therwan
friends.
Saranai.
Therwan
Therwan
Saranai.
Saranai, Dhamma friends.
Therwan Saranai, my dear friends. So today also, as usual, we gather here to listen the another kind of Buddothpada sermon. So earlier you also heard a similar kind of thing, how these 5 aggregates get formed. So it was a nice explanation which was done by one of our Buddothpada colleague. So it is very a beautiful kind of explanation how these 5 aggregates aggregate collectively create the self. So before I go into the detail of it, I'd like to humbly worship our Buddothpada noble friend, the spiritual guide, at his feet for giving this opportunity to tell the entire world about this pure truth. So we have been talking about these 5 aggregates. So in Pali terms, we call it skanda, explanation of skanda. Skanda means aggregates. Aggregates mean, in simple terms, what do you know? So aggregate means come together, like a meaning. So the same thing happens when if someone tends to feel the I-ness or the self, so same thing happens there as well. So we have been telling this again and again during our explanations because it is the most important thing for you to understand in order to um, understand the ultimate truth. So, so the problem is that we are having at this moment is we feel like we are living. We feel our existence, and we think we have been born in this world, and some other day we have to say goodbye to this world. So our life would be ended by after the death. So in order to have a birth and a death, there should be a living being first. So what Lord Buddha said is, there is no such a living being here. But even though Lord Buddha says like that, we feel that we have been born here and we are living in this moment. And also, after some time, we have to face to our own death. So how this is so controversial? Buddha says another thing, but we feel we are experiencing another totally different thing. So there may be, so we feel like there's some kind of a mismatch here. So how you bridge this gap? So what Buddha asks us to do is, if you only able to look from the angle that I say, you will be able to bridge this knowledge gap. So what is the correct perspective of looking at this Dhamma? Oh, our ultimate goal would be feel that there's no living being here. So, but what we experience right now is a self, a living a self. So, what Lord Buddha asks us to do, just look at the way I told in the specific angle that I told into this Dhamma. Dhamma means how this self-identity or the self-centeredness got created. So if you look at from that unique perspective only, you will be able to see the way that your self you will be able to see the way that your self identity has been created. So otherwise you don't, if you don't look at from that particular angle only, you will be able to understand this reality. But if you choose your own way of looking at it, you will definitely miss it. So that advice was given by Lord Buddha very clearly. So he has given a nice example for that. So if you're supposed to see a rainbow in a edge of a blade of a grass in the morning, so you have to look at the look at the this particular dew from a specific unique angle. Otherwise, you won't be able to see the rainbow within that morning dew. So likewise, this angle is very unique. The way, the angle that you must look into this Dhamma is so unique. So the advice is given by Lord Buddha to choose that correct angle first. So what is this correct angle? This correct angle is the non-conscious or non-self angle. So as we think, so problem is here. As we think we have been born and we are living, so we tend to look at everything in this world from thinking that I'm looking at, I'm learning, I'm thinking, and I'm doing. Likewise, all are centered within me. So starting from the self, you try to learn certain things, you try to understand certain things, you try to think certain things, think about certain things. So always there will be a existing self within. Your starting point would be yourself for each and every activity. But what Lord Buddha said is something different. If you want to understand this Dhamma, you just start looking at this Dhamma from non-conscious perspective, means non-self perspective. So don't try to poke yourself into at the very first beginning of seeing this Dhamma. So just leave yourself aside and start looking at this Dhamma. That was the advice given by Lord Buddha. So, but why is that? Because Lord Buddha says you are trying to figure out how your self identity got created. Why you feel that you are living being like that. So, if you want to investigate that particular fact, you have to look at this Dhamma from a non-self perspective. Otherwise, you will definitely miss that thing. Because you are already looking at from this self perspective. Thinking that you are alive and you are trying to figure out that you are a not living being or something. So it won't work. So that is the unique perspective that you should deploy, or that you should adapt in order to see this Dhamma. So, and also Lord Buddha said, just look at this Dhamma like a certain process. So it's a certain function or certain non-living functionalities. So these functions begins from the zygote itself. So as soon as we tell the word zygote, we tend to feel that there is kind of a living nature in it, a live nature in it. But just forget that for a moment and try to see what Lord Buddha tells next. So zygote is a collection of vibrations. So this kind of vibration, this zygote kind of vibration took place is combining two other vibrations which came from mother and father. So amalgamation of two vibration will trigger to form another kind of vibration that is called a zygote. But that particular vibration is also having some kind of an energy within it, because any vibration has some kind of a capability of generating a kind of power within it. So that power keeps on building within the zygote. That power triggers it to grow further. So from the power, from its own power, it will trigger its growth. So it will become two cellular state and four cellular state, and grow into four cellular state, and 8 and 16 and 32 and so on. Likewise, it starts to grow by itself. But this entire thing also has a unique kind of vibration. So now the power within it is, within that particular thing, develop, grow further. So that will again lead to a formation of bodily parts. So in that particular power is known as sastra or the tains. So how these tains form? From that initial vibrations that arrived, that received from mother and father. So we call it genetics in medical terms. But if you try to look at it as a certain process, non-living process, the thing here we have to know, there were two initial vibrations which came from two parents. So these vibrations get together, form one single vibration that is known as zygote. Zygote also has internal power within, so that power will trigger itself to grow. So with the environmental inputs, so it tends to grow. So power gets more and more, power gets built up within that zygote more and more, and that will enable zygote to grow further. So what we see from the outside is bicellular, uh, four cell state, 8 cell state, 16 cell state, and 32, 64. Likewise, it tends to grow within it. So what happens actually is the vibration become bigger and bigger, and also at the same time the energy that is generated through this vibration will be increasing gradually. So what happens is the same vibration will differentiate into certain receptors. So receptors in the sense the differentiate into formation of organs, but we really see. So these are the things that we call our eye, nose, tongue, and all these things. So then finally what happened? This initial vibration will bring about a kind of a grown fetus. So after some time it comes out as a newborn baby. This newborn baby also has the tains, the sastra within him or her. So from where those tains came from? From mother, father, and the external environmental inputs. So this initial vibration now has grown to a certain level of a bigger size vibration, it has more power within it. And also, it doesn't have any other things other than the taints. The power, the taints, what sort of taints? So how can we identify these taints? The taints are the thing that will make these sensors to attract into the objects, or the glowy nature of the sensors will be created because of these stains. The glowy nature, glowy means sticky nature. So when small child open his eyes, what will happen? It will create kind of light within his eye. So we know how this light got created within his eyes. Then what will happen? Due to the sticky nature, gluey nature of this same faculty, the small child or small baby unknowingly extend his hands to grab it, just because it had taints within those faculties. So the vibration power has a gluey nature, create some kind of a gluey nature within the faculties, within the sensors. So it will, because of that sticky nature, that is the why it will trigger another kind of vibration to subsequent vibration to happen. So it was there from the zygote itself. That's why it kept on growing, because one chain triggers to give rise to another subsequent vibrations. So that will again make more trains. So likewise, so everywhere in each and every single cell has this sastra or themes within it. That's why they keep in one kind of a structure. Collectively, they form one kind of a structure. What that can be visible out from outside. So that is the baby that we see. And also these sensors themselves have these chains. So if you feed with breast milk to that particular child just after being born, so he keeps on requesting more and more, because the initial sensitization will trigger trains to attract more and more same kind of sensations. That is the nature of this trains. So that will urge this small child to drink more breast milk. That will trigger the sucking reflex of the small child. So just because we are having taints at the very first beginning in our childhood, so we tend to attract to the worldly objects that we see, or that we hear, that we taste, that we smell. The gluey nature, the sticky nature of our senses will keep us stick to the worldly perceptions. So by now you know how these worldly perceptions got created, the way how the light got created. So the light has not come from the outside, it gets created within our eye faculty. So how does this happen? So I said there is certain vibration. Uh, there are certain vibrations within our faculties. So if this vibration frequency of the vibration tallies up with another kind of a vibration, we tend to feel that particular vibration. That particular field tend to project some kind of a perception. So if this perception happens to be the light, so that is the point where your eye faculty has been originated. The eye faculty has been generated. So we call that we see the light. So from the through the identification of certain shades of the vibration, we will figure out particular shapes. So what was the initial factor? That initial triggering factor within our faculty is the initial vibration. So vibration also has another kind of a thing. So every vibration carries a certain energy within each vibration. So that vibration will usually keep this perception, keep this perception happen again and again, because the energy that is built triggers up another vibration to happen. So that subsequent vibration will also gives rise to certain amount of energy. So these two energies get together and form a bigger one. So this same kind of process will happen again and again. So you will tend to see this light or see this perception again and again. So that will bring about a feeling of this existence of this light is really existing. So how this again and again thing happens? Because of the tense, the gluey nature of the vibration. So that thing is common to each and every faculty. Not only the faculty, each and every cell even. So without this Sahasraviya nature, without these stains, there won't be a structure like a human that is visualized today. If you go in front of the mirror, because of this, this vibration has a unique thing called keeping the rest of the vibration together. So that is the Sahasrava nature. So no one had did it. No one had done it. Neither by you even. That is the nature. That is how the nature behaves. Behavior of the nature is like that. So what will happen next? Once you start to feel like the perception of light as a real thing, what will happen? The figure that has been created using these different shades, you tend to feel that that figure is also as an existing figure. because you tend to see the shades of the colors. So that will create some kind of a shape. So this shape also has been built from that initial, the collection of the vibrations, and due to the groovy nature, you tend to feel like it tends to keep coming again and again and again. So that makes you to feel then this this particular perception. So in other words, that figure that has been created with different shades of colors is really existing. So what happens next? At the same time, at the level of kindergarten, at the age of kindergarten time, the nursery teacher will feed you this figure. What you see is the apple. So how does this happen? So again, another sensor will be triggered. So your ear sensor will create a sound of so-called apple. So that sound gets attached to that particular figure. So then two vibrations are there. So it creates another kind of a perception, the apple. That perception also has the same quality of this existence because it has been given repeatedly. The name has been given to you, has been fed to you repeatedly. Apple, apple, red color apple. Likewise, so keep on telling. Your nursery teacher will keep on telling, this is an apple, this is red color, and you tend to remember it. Remember that means that same signal, when the same signal comes repetitively, what will happen? You tend to feel like the existing kind of sound. So this apple is really existing. You get a notion from within you that this perception is a real thing, and it will be enhanced by if you given a chance to have a bite of it. So what will happen next? Your tongue will taste the sweetness of the apple. So that will trigger your taste buds to give a sweet taste to that particular initial perception. So now that initial perception has, which only had earlier, which only had one single color and shades of color, then it got combined with the sound of the apple, and also now the apple, that particular object, has a taste. So you tend to convince that this existing object, so-called apple, has a sweet taste as well. Then what happens? So when you eat it, so you have to hold it, so you feel the consistency of apple. So you tend to feel like it is a solid thing. The solidity also a creation from your own sensor, in your own sensor. So all these things come together to form a 3D nature to that particular perception. So now you have an really existing apple which is sweet in taste and has a solid kind of consistency, a form consistency. So that is the way how your sensors collectively work to form a worldly object. But everywhere, the underlying reality is none other than the vibrations. So vibrations of your tongue sensor will have got telepathized with certain frequency of the apple, and within your taste buds you got a sensation of the taste sweetness. So sweetness doesn't come from this particular perception. Perception was not real at the beginning, but we tend to feel it is as a real thing. We felt it is as a real thing because it kept on coming again and again. This glowy nature, the sticky nature of this eye faculty made you to feel that it is an existing thing. So then what happened is the taste also came from your tongue sensor repetitively. So then you unknowingly, those two sensory inputs got combined each other. It is another perception. The apple has this particular sweet taste. Another perception. So underline what is there beneath the vibration, the energy. So energy make you to that particular, made you to feel like a too sweet kind of a taste. So just think, this is the way how your worldly objects were formed within your mind. So the object is the mind. When all the sensory inputs got together and form this worldly object, that is the point your mind gets created. So that is the mind. So that particular object, or in other words, the particular perception has another kind of a feeling there, because it kept coming again and again due to the glowy nature. So we tend to feel, we felt like it is as a real existing apple. So if this apple happens to be felt like a real thing, there should be a person on the other side to feel that the existence of this apple. So that person has to be me. Another kind of a notion comes entangled to that particular perception. So that is the point where yourself has been created. In the absence of the worldly objects, there is no way of creating self. So it is just like two sides of the coin. One side is the worldly object, the other side, anyway, the coin has two sides. So there should be two sides to a certain to a coin. So one side will say it is as the object. It may be light even. This any kind of a perception. If you feel that it is existing one due to the volitional formations, on the other side there will be you. to perceive that the existence of this particular perception. So if you are able to remove this particular existing kind of perception, what will happen? Involuntarily, spontaneously, unknowingly, your side, the person who is looking at it, will also be vanished, also be gone. Because there's no existing thing to feel. So your self also will be gone when you could eliminate the existence feel of this object or the perception. So that will bring about the first noble kamatahana in this practice of this truth. So now you know, even for the knowledge at least, there is no kind of a existing self here. Your self has been created. Your self is getting created in this very moment. If you happens to feel like some kind of a object or a perception is existing, only when you feel some kind of a perception as a real thing, that is the exact moment that unknowingly yourself gets created. It is so difficult to understand, but if you start thinking from that way, from that particular angle, it is not that much easy either to understand it. It is not that much difficult to understand. At least for the knowledge, we have to know that there is no kind of a permanent self here. So from that point onwards, so as I said, this self has not created, the notion of the self has not been created by you, neither by the other people. It get automatically formed. It got automatically formed. No one, without anyone's involvement. So Nahidam Parakatam Bimban Nahidam Parakatang Agam. Sela Terniya said that in Buddha's time. So what Sela Terniya said is, this image, this reflection has not been created by you, not by the other people as well. It got generated, or it originated from the nothingness, or from the initial stains that we have had earlier in our faculties. So that from where this stain came from the zygote itself. So why? So if you now there is some certain way of looking at this Dhamma. You know how you should look at this Dhamma. So it is not that much difficult to understand either, because it is so logical thing. So whenever there is kind of vibration, there will be generation of power will take place. This power has a certain ability to give rise to more and more subsequent vibrations. So these subsequent vibrations also create some power, and all these power packets will combine each other to become more powerful. So that power is the power that will help you to control your movements and everything. So if you are able to see, if you are able to see certain things right now, even if you are able to hear even this Dhamma in this particular moment, this is because of you are having this power in your own ear faculty. That will help you to create this particular sound within your ear faculty. So what is happened as it combines, as these things aggregates or combines each other, you tend to feel this. What you are hearing, the sound that you are hearing is as a real thing. If it becomes a real thing for you, so involuntarily, unknowingly, your existence also be there. So there, in simple terms, if there is something to be heard, there should be always some person, some living being to hear it. So if there is something to be seen, there is always a person to see this. So that is the exact point where you are born. That's why Lord Buddha said, eyes is your world, ear is your world. If the eyes become true thing for you, that is the exact point where you have born. So in other words, you will be born in each and every fraction of second. So the perceptions are coming from all the bodily senses in this very moment, in hundreds and thousands of times. That much you are born. Your birth happens in that much of a frequency. As long as your senses remain working, that will bring about the self in that very moment. If you are born, that means there would be a death for you as well. So that's why Lord Buddha said, your eyes is the birth of you. Ase upatai. The birth of your eye is the birth of yourself. The birth of your ear is the birth of yourself. the birth of your tongue is the birth of your self. So combining all these things, the birth of the worldly perceptions are reassure the birth of your self. So that is the point where your self is born. But because you don't know this mechanical kind of process, you tend to believe that there is a living being within you. So you think that you are a living organism, but there's nothing to be felt as alive. Because the alive feeling, you know how this alive feeling comes from the repetitive energy creation within your faculties. The repetitive energy will give you some kind of a feel of the existence of the self. This energy is the most problematic thing here. So, you know, if you go back to the beginning of this particular process, how this energy got formed due to the initial amalgamation or the combination of two vibrations. So this vibration triggered some kind of an energy formation. So that energy was propagated to the zygote. Then it got multiplied within that zygote. So then it differentiated into certain sensor types. So sensors also had the same kind of vibrations. So when you are born as a small kid, so you had these stains within these sensors. These stains were collectively triggered some kind of a sticky sticky nature to this newborn baby. So that be in other words, the small child got attracted to the perceptions where the form, where his faculties created. So he got attracted to the perceptions which were created within his own faculties. All this happened due to the vibrations. So ultimately what has happened here, a self got originated as a result of this entire process. Ultimately, you started to feel this particular energy as an existing energy within that self, embedded into this self. You tend to feel that some kind of a living being is living within this body. But all will happen in a certain way according to a rhythm of the nature. So nature created your existence, feeling of the existence. So only thing what you have to understand here is this is a process. This is a process that you cannot intervene with it. This is the way how the nature behaves. So you cannot intervene with it. The self identity or the notion of the self gets created. You can't intervene with that. But if you happen to understand this process, then you will understand there is no such a living being, so-called living being here. It is a kind of a result that it is kind of an end result of a certain set of processes. So there is no kind of a such a living being here as you think. You are the one, due to your misconception, you are the one who is thinking there is a living being here. But this alive feeling is a creation of the nature. Nobody involved in this process, neither by you even. So you have been created as a result of some processes happened one after another. That is the nature. What you have to understand is the feeling of a self is natural. But it is not a so-called living being. You are thinking that you are really here, and you are the one who is doing everything, and you are the one who is dealing with the rest of the world, and so many things you built around you. You tend to develop with around you, but that is not true. There is no kind of your so-called yourself here. There is no self here. But what happens to this feeling of the self? So it will remain until it gets self-convinced. It will remain with us. But at least for the knowledge, we have as a starting point, we have to know that there is no a so-called self here. So due to the ignorance that we have, we think that there is a living being here. But once you understand this 5 aggregates, right, how this initial perception transformed into a self, then there will be no such a feeling within you that I myself is an existing one. That notion should be initially should be eradicated from your mind, at least for the knowledge. So, because it is very logical, you know how the I-ness was formed, and then you will realize there's no such a thing called self here. There's no such a living being here. So, but it is your knowledge. But you still feel that you are living because the energy is there. So, I told you how this energy transformed from one source to another, right? Likewise, this propagated energy is still there with this notion. But you understand this, once you realize this Dhamma, you eradicate, you pull it off, the notion of the I first. It is a thought, you know, it is a thought. There's no such a living being here. So you get rid of that thought first. There's no such a living being here because I know how this thought was formed. But I still keep on feeling the feeling of I-ness. So if I tap on my head, I feel that I am tapping on my head. So if I knock against some hard objects, so my toes will hurt. So you get a feeling like that. But once you start practicing it, so we'll say an example. So if your toe, if your big toe knocked against some hard objects when you are while you are walking, so you get a pain. Yes, you get a pain. But at the same time, then from the knowledge you know, there's no person here. Then you get some kind of a question into your mind. So who felt this pain? There's no one to feel that pain because you definitely know there is no person here. But the pain is still there. It's no problem. This pain is not yours because from this particular way of understanding, way of the particular understanding will keep you being bothered about this pain, that you do not feel that the pain came to me, because there's no way of telling a self in this particular side, because you know that there's no kind of a living being here. So pain will be remain as the pain. That's no problem. So likewise, if some kind of a sad feeling comes to you, sad thought comes to you, what will happen? Yes, your mind will create thoughts. So it is full of sorrow. So what next? Will it be there any kind of a living being to perceive that the sorrow, the sadness? No, because you definitely know there is no living being here. So the sadness will be remain as the sadness, but there is nobody to perceive that thing. No ownership. There would be no kind of a ownership for that particular pain or particular sorrow or particular happiness. That is the thing that will happen to you, because at the point your ignorance or the sakkaya ditthi, So that is called a sakkaya ditthi. Knowing that there is no self here is the getting rid of the sakkaya ditthi. Sakkaya ditthi means that is the Pali term. So getting rid of the notion of the I. So it is most important part in this entire understanding process. So there would be no a person to perceive any kind of a sensory input hereafter. So the tongue will give you certain tastes of them, certain tastes. So no worries. There's no one to perceive that particular taste. Same thing happened to the rest of the senses. So what will happen? There won't be any assigned ownership to any kind of a sensory input from thereafter. That particular thing comes only from the understanding this Dhamma. So if you are able to understand this Dhamma, you will definitely feel the same way as I told you. Pain will be there. The taste will be there. The sadness will be there, but there will not be a self to perceive that those particular sensations, feelings. Oh, let it. So whatever the things comes to you afterwards, it will be. You can easily let them go because nobody is there to retain that particular sensation. Nothing will remain. Like when you sprinkle some water into a water lily leaf, this sparkling bubbles don't retain. The leaf doesn't retain these bubbles or droplets, so it will slip away. Likewise, whatever comes to you, what feeling comes to you, what kind of a sensory input comes to you, there want a place to retain these feelings because you are not there. It will bring about some kind of an internal transformation within you. Earlier, you tend to felt like you were there. Now, you know that you are not there, and also at the same time, you tend to feel that particular feeling. No person is here like feeling. So that is the state. That is the path of attaining the supreme bliss of Nibbana. You tend to feel that your I-ness is dissolving gradually. It is self-convincing. No one from looking at you, no one looking at you from outside can't see that your I-ness is fading. It is only evident for you. So that is the state of diminishment of the defilements. So ultimately what will happen? You will be ended up in the supreme bliss of Nibbana, the eternal happiness kind of thing, or it's a blissful moment. So then when it becomes constant within you, it is the super awareness state. So we can talk further from tomorrow as well. So I'll stop I'll wind up this explanation from here, so we catch you tomorrow as well. Teruvan Saranai to all of you.
May the Noble Triple Gem bless you all. First of all, I pay my homage at Buddothpado Aryan Mahase's feet, our spiritual teacher, noble friend, for sharing this self-evident Dhamma with all of us and making every possible opportunity to uh, take this message to the entire mankind. So this is the reawakening of Gautama Buddha Sasana. And it's important to remind Aryan Mahanse's very words. Please open your eyes. This is the opportunity for you to attain Nibbana. This is the opportunity for you to realize the true Dhamma. And this is the opportunity for you to end all your suffering. So the true message disclosed to the world by Gautama Buddharajanan Mahase 2600 years ago, having fulfilled all perfections with numerous sacrifices, is available to you right now from a self-evident practitioner, actually someone who has realized the truth, the Four Noble Truths disclosed to the world by Gautama Buddharajanan Mahase through utmost effort, utmost sacrifices, perseverance. He is none other than Buddothpado Aryan Mahase. So we, under his guidance and constant persuasion, encouragement, are here to share his beautiful message with the entire world. Originally, these sermons can be found in Sinhalese language because that is Aryan Mahanse's mother tongue. So if any one of you can understand Sinhala language, there are more than 10,000 sermons that will help you to understand who you are. This is the biggest question that all of us have today, and even the people had in the past. Even the people who ever born to this mundane world will have this, whether they pose this question or just kept silent, they will still live with that question, who am I? So this human life is a blessing for anyone to find out who the person is, or where the person is, or whether there is a person at all in the system. So it's very important for us to delve into this mystery, to identify whether there is a self or whether it is a system that we have taken mistakenly to be a self. So all these sermons revolves around the notion of self, or on how to get rid of this false belief or the misconception of an existing self. So there is an equation that we have to figure out very clearly. It is, if an external entity exists for you, on the other side, the self exists. The self, notion of self or self perception or sense of self equals any external entity, maybe mother, chair, tree, flower. That is the equation. That because in this philosophy, no one can say the external world is fake or an illusion while the person is in the self view, or while the person still feels the sense of self. Such a person becomes a liar, because that's why I mentioned that it is an equation. If someone liberates from the external entities, that is the liberation from the sense of self itself. So this liberation does not mean the sensory organs does not function as usual, because now, of course, if your eyes function properly, certain visual formations arise. If your ear functions properly, the sound perceptions are inevitable. If your nose functions properly, smelling happens naturally. If your tongue functions properly, tasting is its job. And if your body, the skin sensation happens, these feelings are inevitable. So if if all these sensory organs functions properly, mind arises. That is the nature. Special focus was given to mind, mind sense organ, because in science, mind is not considered as a sense organ. Eye, ear, nose, tongue, and skin or body are there. Mind as a sense organ is a very important point one should pay attention to if he or she looks for the truth. Because mind should be, the function of mind sense organ should be realized to realize the truth, the message of Gautama Buddha Sasana. So here, this sensory system, human sensory system that we discuss every day, It is merely a system. There is no person in that. If there is a person in the eye, in relation to eye sense faculty, we should be able to control the seeing. If the eye opens, you cannot prevent seeing your enemy. You cannot prevent seeing the ugliest sight ever. You cannot prevent seeing the death of a loved one. So many things that you don't like to, I mean, from a mundane perspective, with the self view, I'm talking right now because to help you understand this. So if there is a self person, we should be able to pick and choose the best things to be seen. But if the eye functions, this sense organ functions, whatever the thing made up of 4 great elements, or whatever formation, vibratory formation remains within the visual range, will be captured by the eye faculty. So it is like even if you place a big mirror in front of your face, all the images will be fallen on the mirror. Or a camera would capture the same formation, same images. So isn't this enough to understand that eye sense organ is just a machine-like thing? Things happen without the involvement of a person. There is no person in relation to seeing, no involvement of a person in relation to seeing. So you will need to thoroughly understand this. And then moving on to the ear faculty. Do you like to listen to someone criticizing you, someone letting down you, someone or some ugly sound, scary sound, or sweeping of a loved one? Do you like to listen to all these sounds? Or the news of someone's death, now even all these devastation going on right now, happening right now in Middle East. But can you, if there is a television or certain mass media unit, something around, can you prevent hearing those stuff? What if all those sound vibrations arise between 20 hertz to 20,000 hertz? No one can control. If the eyes function, those sounds will occur. and the mind, the process will happen. It's a different thing. All these sound perceptions are given meaning by the mind consciousness. That's the story that we talk every day. But today we are trying to look at it from a different angle to see, to find out whether there is a self in any of these sense organs. So if you place a certain small gadget which has the same capacity of the human ear, wouldn't it capture all these sounds happening around? It's the same. So why do we take it as I hear, I listen, I heard, or I saw, I see, I will see? Why is this? It is the ignorance. Because no one told us there is no self. Instead, everybody said that it's you who is listening, who is seeing. That is how this ignorance escalated. This sense of self escalated or got stronger and stronger or stabilized. And going to this nose sense organ. Do you like to smell the feces of animals, your pet dog, or the smell of the probably toilet, or a dead rat, or a rotten dead body? Do you really want to smell them? If you believe there is a person, actually there is no person anyway, but if you think there is a person, so why don't, if it is your nose, why don't you control it? Why do you just try to block your nostrils with fingers or a handkerchief? You're so desperate. It is actually, although we say we cover the nose, we cover the nostrils with fingers, it's also involuntary action of the body. When you go into details in the philosophy, it will be crystal clear to you. You cannot get the ownership of any action. Let it be mental formation, bodily formation, or verbal formation. No way of getting the ownership of any of these. It's just a system. It has been well proved again and again in 84,000 sermons, not just one or two. And what about the sermons done by sons of Buddha after that? Countless number of sermons are there proving that there is no self. Only thing, you are not skilled enough to understand this or realize this, or you don't really have a need to do so unless you are nearing the death. Then the body of course, these sense faculties will be very weak. Actually, the sense faculties that creates an unreal world for you, and non-existing self for you, is the only way out of this misery also. We have to use these sense faculties to liberate. There is a beautiful saying among the village folk in Sri Lanka. One who falls into the well should come out of the well. Itself, I mean, there you fall into the well through the opening, and you have to come out of it following the same path. There is no other exit for you. So we have made the world real because of these projections of the sensory faculties. So we have to use the sensory faculties to understand the truth also. So what I'm telling is, we have to be wise. We have to take this seriously. This may be the last chance for us. Somebody who is on the verge of death will not have the physical strength to physical strength to manage the sensory faculties. Now, actually, we can manage the sensory faculties to realize the truth, not to strengthen the self-perception and the worldly perceptions. We have been doing that so far. Now it's high time that we turned back, or we moved from going with the current to going against the current, from anusota to patisota. So taking the tongue as a sense faculty, now maybe you got to drink some bitter medicine. Now, if it's your tongue, if there is a person, why don't you control the tongue not to feel that bitterness? Only the sweet things can be felt, not choose to feel. No, there is no way of choosing anything. If the vibratory nature, if the vibrations of the two entities that come together, like the tongue vibration and the food or whatever the vibrations match, the tasting is inevitable. The body, skin. So when you need cold, some cooling effect, why do you still feel the heat of the sun? When you need some warmth, why do you still feel the coldness of the window, whatever, winter or whatever, snow? Do you have a choice? What you do is just moving away, or just wrapping a blanket around the body, or just changing into a warm cloth. That is also a system, not you. But still, body sensation functions, you don't have a choice to choose the feeling, what is to be felt. And on top of that, mind sense organ. Mind, how many times have you tried to uh, forget your ex boyfriend or girlfriend, or how many times you tried to forget an embarrassing situation that you faced? How many times have you tried to forget the biggest loss that you ever experienced? Were you able to do that? Why don't you choose good things to think if you are the one who thinks? If you have the control over the mind, if it's your mind, or if there is a person linked to the mind, have you ever pondered or have you ever thought about any of these? So now, if you listen to these carefully, these sermons, we don't have to tell you about the value of the noble teacher or the noble friend. Even we didn't think about this. We didn't know about any of this unless and until our noble friend opened our eyes to the truth and made us to penetrate through each and every stimulus that arises and showed us the illusory nature of the mind consciousness. So we always have that much of gratitude to our noble friend for relieving us of this burden of this self. And it's a gradual process, but knowing the truth itself, actually we were able to release that burden to a considerable or substantial level. Rest will happen, and that guarantee is also there. If you steps into the path with effort, rest will happen by itself. That is why the very meaningful and very simple saying of Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse is worth mentioning. මාත් එක්ක මම ගමනක් යනවා මාව දාලා මම යන්නට යනවා. You set out in the path with the self or with yourself, and you leave the self behind halfway through. It is not you leaving, the self just actually disappears gradually. So gradually, when you understand there is nothing but a sensory system. You are relieved of all the burden of life. The burden in whatever form, happiness, sadness, anger, jealousy, love, uh, whatever the whatever the form or manifest form of the defilements, all will disappear. And you will begin to experience an unexplainable tranquility, unexplainable tranquility with the inner transformation. This transformation is not a magical transformation. It happens through wisdom. The more you are convinced that there is no self, the tranquility arises. That is the transformation. Your angle of seeing things may change. You will see everything without the self angle. You'll hear everything without the self angle. Smell, taste, feel, thoughts will arise, but self angle won't be there. Self angle will be converted to non-self angle, which is the bliss, which is the liberation, which is the solution to suffering. So we didn't actually explore the mind consciousness, although I just said we do not have control over thoughts. Let's try to understand the nature of the mind consciousness or the mind sense faculty further. So Lord Buddha himself said, Chittena niyati loko. This world is nothing but thoughts. This world is nothing but thoughts. So this world itself is a thought. The entire this world thing itself is a thought. Because at some point, somebody, actually when we were small, said you are born to this world. Now you are a part of this world. So some concept is there as this world to start with. Then chair. Do we think it's a chair or do we see a chair? Just do this simple experiment. Does the eye say it's a chair? Or do we think it's a chair? Does the eye say it's a bottle or do you think it's a bottle? Do you hear the sound of the fan or fan sound or do you think it's the sound of the fan? Do you smell the fragrance of the jasmine? Or do you think that smell is that of a jasmine? Do you taste apple Or do you think it's the taste of the apple? Do you feel the skin feels the coldness of the wind? Or do you think it's the wind that brings coldness? So this is nothing but basic penetrative insight. You have to see through yourself. Although you hear the true message, unless you contemplate, unless you analyze this through your surrounding, I mean, things in your surrounding, things that you often get deceived by, you cannot realize this message. You may listen to, you may understand, but understanding and realizing are two different levels. Understanding is good, but to end the sufferings, you have to realize it. This Dhamma should be self-evident, sandishtika, self-evident, not just because someone tries to prove, someone gives examples, or there are sermons. It should be self-evident to you. For you to become a follower or the practitioner of true Dhamma, to see it through yourself. So you are so fortunate in a world where people are toiling day and night to invade another country or to own the entire world or to buy 3-4 houses in each country or to travel around the world to hear this Dhamma, this truth itself is a blessing. At least if it has occurred that you should look for truth, or at least you had some doubts about your existence as a human. At least you had the question, if you had the question, why do people die? Why is this life so short? Why can, why actually can't we be contented? Why do we need more all the time? We need, once we achieve a particular goal, that's it, and we need another one. So that is the nature of the mind. The mind sense faculty is the most complex. So mind actually is nothing but thoughts. These thoughts arise and cease, and only one thought arises at a time. It fully ceases and next thought arises. It fully ceases and next thought arises. We also call these thoughts as stimuli. Thoughts are like, first we need to understand what a thought is. Thoughts are like phone, it's a thought. Table, thought. Bottle, mother, father, town, bird sound, car horn, pineapple taste, coldness of the wind, my son, then going to school tomorrow, facing an exam, walking, dancing, playing, dressing table, nail polish, flower pot, window, house, winning, defeating, all are thoughts. Whatever they are, actually, sometimes we classify them in the mundane world, actions, then personal nouns, maybe abstract nouns, then adjectives. We may label them again with another thought. So nouns, verbs, all are again thoughts. So it's a web of thoughts. Everything is a thought, isn't it? Can we challenge this Buddha's word? Everything is a thought. Never. To define a thought, we use another thought. To explain a thought, we use another thought. So, if we spread it out, if we try to break down not break down, maybe separate, to analyze the composition of the thought, we find sound and a color. Actually, not the sound and the color alone. Now, if you analyze the thought chair, the sound is there. The form, the shape is there. Hardness of the chair is there. Smell of the chair is there. Then, if you have once licked a part of the chair, that taste is at minimal level, that's also there. It's nothing but the sensory experiences. And it is a mental construct. It's just no substance in that. If you take another thought, mother, that visual form, the bunch of colors, visual form is there. Then mother, the sound is there. Mother smell, that smell, whatever once you experience. The taste, if you live. Then warmth or softness, whatever. So all it's a don't know, bundle of sensory experiences. Not an external entity. So this bundle of sensory experiences, due to ignorance, actually we feel this bunch of sensory experiences is a solid thing. But when you separate them, you see it happened as a natural phenomenon, which is known as the law of mind by Buddha, which he explained as law of mind, nature. Because how did it happen? When we were very small, certain visual formation, shape occurred in the eye. Somebody said, mother, it's the mother. So that visual image got entangled with the name mother, and then the nose perceived the smell that also got entangled. The tongue perceived the taste of milk or something. Mothers are licked by kids. That also was a part of it. Then body sensation, lot of body sensation with the mother kind of warm. So actually there is nothing else in this perception, this thought called mother. It's just a magic of the mind. Now this bundle creates an unreal picture called mother. So if you take another thought, school. So it arises, the image, then actually it's if you take it as a place, a lot of things will telepathize. You will go for strings of thoughts, strings of thoughts, of course, it's nothing but telepathization. Now, the moment you hear the word word school, the image pops up. Different images. Sometimes, since this is not just single entity, different people will attach this with different images. Some may see the name of the school in the mind. Some may see a building. Some may see teachers and children, different in playground, library, swimming pool, whatever. We don't know if there are hundreds, thousands of people listening to the word school, they will, experience very distinctive images. So that is the composition of a thought. Now, being seated in the living room, conventional terms, the word school created an image in the mind. So is there a school in that actually? The level of ignorance. It's just a mental picture linked with the word as a thought, but it gives the notion of an existing school. The school exists exists somewhere. That kind of knowing arises. That is the illusory nature of the mind consciousness. Now, the moment I say Israel, now certain image arises in your mind. Iran, America. How does it happen? How And why are these images and sounds so much attached, inseparable? Flower. Didn't you see a flower? Sri Lanka. Mother, son, car. Don't you see images? You do. But the magic is not only the image, not only the sound and the color, the hardness or softness, smell, taste, all are there. And that's why Lord Buddha said the composition of the thought is Tinnam Sangati Passo, Ditta Sutta Mutta. What you saw in the form of an image, what you heard in the form of the name, and what you felt in the form of taste, smell, and uh, body sensation. All are present in any thought. Banana. Banana, the moment you hear it, the image, the sound, banana and the image, then its taste, smell, the texture of the skin, everything is there. So this completion, or just like mother uses several ingredients to cook a curry, mind consciousness merges all sensory inputs to create the thought banana. These sensory inputs are like ingredients that you use to make something, a certain dish. When you say apple, sound, that is the name actually, apple, texture, taste, the visual formation, the shape of the apple, then smell, taste, its softness of the skin, everything is put together and create the thought of the apple by mind consciousness. Take any thought, any stimulus, composition is the same. It's just a bunch of sensory inputs, not real, just a fake concept. This concept becomes so real, whatever the formation that arises right now becomes real because this concept just linked to that. At once it links with that. Whatever now some image occurs, this concept mother goes there. That is how this identification, even now, that past perception becomes a new current perception and identification happens. So we feel, oh, that is the real mother. She was there 10 years ago. She was here all this life. She is still there. She will live for another 10, 15 years. Because we cannot see, as every day we mention, we cannot see the rising and ceasing nature of the 8 pure elements. That all these entities are made up of 8 pure elements called this Shuddhashtaka. Solidity, liquidity, temperature, air, and with these attributes of color, smell, taste, and energy. And these tiny particles do not stay. They just disappear, fully actually perishes and recreates. So human sensory system cannot figure out, cannot detect actually this arising and ceasing of phenomena. So we believe in an existing world. And the danger is that is the existence of the self also. But now these sermons definitely will guide you to escape from this deadly situation or escape from the uh, prison that you are in because of the mind consciousness. In other words, this prison called mind. You have to come out of it. Can do that. Listen to sermons whenever possible. Be determined to listen to more and more sermons. Take part in discussions. Clarify and verify the doubts. So you will be there. It's such a gradual process, but it is definite. I mean, it is, you will definitely progress in the path, and you will definitely end the suffering by liberating from the actually non-existing world, this false belief. Actually, we have to liberate from this false belief, myth only. Otherwise, we can't say existing world, the world doesn't exist. Existing self, no, the self doesn't exist. There wasn't self. What we have to challenge is this misconception only, this myth only. So let's get together and be determined to end the sufferings. So finally, once again I have to pay my utmost gratitude to our noble friend Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse for guiding us right throughout this journey and pushing us in every way possible to uh, fully realize this, and at the same time for Gautama Buddhacharya Maharshi for all his sacrifices to reveal this truth to the world. So may the noble triple gem bless you all, Dhamma friends. Let's meet again.